growing your future, caring for loved ones, and sharing with others. In a life of faith and impact, it's your financial journey. Let's go. Visit us at everence.com/burn.
Arnold Lumber at 425 Winchester Street in Decatur is a complete building center for all building contractors and do-it-yourselfers. We supply every facet of building supplies that you will need to complete your next project, but we can also help you get the work done. We install doors, windows, overhead doors, and roofs locally when the materials are purchased from us. We install pole barn packages all over Indiana, Ohio, and southern Michigan, and we provide rooftop delivery with shingle purchases. Open 7 to 5 Monday through Friday and 7 to 12 on Saturday. Let us help you with all of your construction project needs.
At FM Investment Services, we continue to serve and advise our clients with dedication and experience, and our team includes 2 registered investment professionals. Lee Flickinger, with over 30 years of experience helping clients navigate their financial journeys, and Lori Garwood, bringing more than 25 years of investment expertise to the table. Together, Lee and Lori are committed to helping you achieve your financial goals, and supporting them is Tina Marbaugh, administrative assistant, who has 4.5 years of experience in the investment field. Call us today, 260-368-9939 to schedule your consultation. FM Investment Services, experience you can trust, advice you can count on.
Cooper Farms raises turkeys, hogs, and chickens for table eggs, using innovative, sustainable practices that protect our land, our water, and our animals. With over 2,500 team members and around 450 contract family farmers, we produce the highest quality essential food ingredients and products. Our family shares this legacy of stewardship with families, team members, our customers, and the community.
Here at the local Keystone Energy office in Monroe, our drivers, service technicians, administrative assistants, and sales staff are centered on you. We work hard to meet your energy needs with superior products and exceptional service.
We are here to lead with purpose, serve with impact, grow responsibly with our local community, embrace our roots and humble beginnings.
Keystone Cooperative Monroe team is centered on you.
Take charge of your finances with Financial Partners. FCU's You Choose Rewards credit card options. Choose a fixed rate card with an APR as low as 8.00% for consistent payments. Need a fresh start with credit? The Premier card offers a fixed 13.99% APR. Both require credit approval. Apply today at financialpartnersfcu.org. Financial Partners FCU. Member NCUA. Equal housing lender.
Leaky Farms Trucking, LLC is located outside of Berne, Indiana. Leaky Farms Trucking specializes in the transportation of ag and general commodities with a wide range of dump, belt, hopper, dry, van, refrigerated, tanker, and flatbed trailers. We would like to wish good luck to all 4-H'ers in the fair this year. Give John or Ted a call for any of your upcoming transportation needs. John at 260-525-4748 and Ted at 260-849-0770.
Partnerships thrive, integrity leads the way, and dedication beats innovation. Tried and true. Trueland Equipment. We have the tools and services you need to work the land. A John Deere provider with a broad inventory, assisting you in service and technical support. We respond to your concerns quickly. For all your equipment needs, choose Trueland Equipment, where provider means partner.
Ms. Lehman Realtors and Auctioneers have been serving this great community since 1960.
We are here to help you through all stages of life.
From commercial properties
to auctions
to farmland and equipment
and owning your first home.
We have the expertise and experience you can count on.
Visit us in person or online at MsLehman.com.
Any brand, any color. You break it, we'll fix it. Newspawn Mechanical is located just north of Berne, along with over 175 years of combined service in the field. Newspawn Mechanical offers a wide range of rental equipment and attachments. If you're looking to upgrade your equipment or starting from scratch, whether it's new or used, they can help to find the right machine for you. Stop and see the full line of Gale and Manitou equipment with leasing and financing options available, along with a full line of Manitou parts and attachments. Call 260-589-3802 to find out what we have to offer.
Krukeberg Auction and Realty of Decatur is dedicated to providing you with a grand auction experience. Their stellar team has over 100 years of combined listing and sales experience, specializing in auctioning homes, personal property, land, farms, equipment, antiques, and business liquidations. Licensed in Indiana and Ohio, call Krukeberg Auction and Realty at 724-7402 or stop by 1030 South 13th Street in Decatur. Make the best choice by making Krukeberg Auction and Realty your first choice for a grand auction and realty experience.
At Swiss Village, our mission is simple: pursuing life together. Every day, we create a community where life is full, active, and meaningful. Here, neighbors become friends, team members feel like family, and every moment matters. Whether you're searching for a vibrant place to live or a rewarding place to work, you'll find it here at Swiss Village. Swiss Village, pursuing life together. Learn more at swissvillage.org.
Passion. It's inside the barn at 5 a.m. It's dirty boots, calloused hands, and the energy to keep going. Passion is every step, again and again. Passion. It's giving it the best you've got. It's hard work that pays off. Show right. Feed your passion.
Do you need repairs done on your farm equipment or grain handling equipment? Maybe you need steps or a railing made, livestock gates, or your wife's favorite chair. Ironclad Metalworks is who you need. We specialize in agribusiness welding and fabricating. We have the skills you need to get the job done correctly, from existing equipment repairs to new fabrications. No project is too big or too small. We can do it all. Do you have an idea but can't seem to bring it to life? Stop by and let us help you make your ideas a reality. Come see us at 620 Berne Street in Berne or call 260-525-0471.
Sharing happiness, displaying confidence, and promoting health. Your smile does a lot for you.
And at Riverstone Dental, we make smiles happen.
Across 2 locations at Riverstone Dental, our compassionate dentists and caring staff provides unparalleled care to patients of all ages. Using the latest technology and procedures, we offer an extensive list of general dentistry services. Whether you're stopping in for your routine cleaning and checkup, or you need restorative care, including implants, crowns, bridges, and more, we'll provide quick, comfortable care. Additionally, we perform orthodontic procedures as well. With traditional metal braces or the convenient Invisalign system, we can help you perfect your beautiful smile. Riverstone Dental. We make smiles happen.
Farming is more than a livelihood. It's a legacy. Simplot was founded by a hardworking farmer like you over 90 years ago, and we've been growing America's farms for generations. With local crop advisors grounded in your success, Simplot Grower Solutions is in your fields and by your side. We dig in deep to pinpoint what you need, where you need it, when you need it, even when the forecast is unpredictable.
Welcome back to the Berne Witness. We are here at the 2026 Starter Calf Show at the Adams County 4-H Fair. We're so glad you joined us. My name is Mary Gerard. I'm here with Mike Jones also speaking, and Clint Anderson here on the camera. We're excited to have you join us.
Yeah, so they're starting a Mini 4-H. In this first class of Mini 4-H, there's 8 students. And we just go through, Mary, if you want to tell us the names of some of the ones in this first class.
Yeah, our first class of Mini 4-Hers, we've got Deacon Balsinger, Isabella Bayer, Lydia Beer, Vincent Bratmiller, Colton Butcher, Crew Fiesel, Bria Fichter and Warren Fox.
So what the minis is, after their kindergarten, students will find whether it be a sibling, a cousin, or maybe a neighbor, and they'll partner up with them. And then for basically 3 years, they'll do mini projects, and they could be any project they want to do. They'll work with the older 4-H'er and learn how to show the animal, learn how to take care of the animal. So it's actually the older member's animal, but the minis goes to their house or usually goes and works with them and stuff like that. So that's what they're doing.
It's a good prep for them when they want to start and decide what kind of projects they want to do when they are finally of age and they get to experience a lot of those opportunities.
Exactly, without the pressure of showing it by themselves and stuff, because it can be very intimidating, especially when we talk about here in a little bit the sizes of some of these calves we're going to see today with us. We have 131 calves we're going to see today, just to give you some idea, give you some numbers. Today in the minis, we actually have 5 classes of minis. There's going to be 43 4-H'er minis that's going to be doing the starter calf. And so they're going to be coming out here. And right now the judge is going to go around and kind of make it look like they're doing a show and try to help them out and give them some time in the ring and show them what's going on. And he'll go around, he or she, whoever it is. But this for the starter calf, it's actually a he, and we'll talk about that in a second. But he'll go around and talk with them and kind of ask them questions, maybe like, what's your favorite part of the project, or what's the name of your calf, or what are some things you feed, just whatever. So they kind of get to interact with the students with that. So that's what they're doing right now. They're kind of walking them around. So the judge is actually walking them because he wants to see the calf out walking. And we'll kind of get in logistics of what all the judge is looking for when they're doing their judging. So,
yeah, he gets to have the opportunity not only to interact with the younger members, but to see how some of the older 4-H'ers are able to mentor them and come alongside them and kind of introduce them to the project, which is always fun to see that partnership then grow too.
Yeah. So, Mary, talk about your experience, first of all, as a mini. What was it like? What were some things you enjoyed on that?
Yeah, I loved my time in mini 4-H. It gave me the opportunity, like I said earlier, to just experience and see what kind of projects I wanted to do once I hit 3rd grade. And I had some really incredible 4-H'ers who allowed me to join in with them, allowed me to be a part of their project and introduce me to it. And I would say minis is a very foundational experience for a lot of 4-H'ers to really find what they love and to get to be in the show ring for the first time. I think it also helps a lot with some of the nerves when they start then that first year. They've had some of the experience of being here in the ring, interacting with a judge and showing, which, again, like I said, is a great foundation for starting their 4-H careers.
Exactly. And every species that you'll see throughout the week in other projects, they do minis. And so with the livestock, they try to partner up with an older one like we mentioned before. So obviously you did the minis, but you also got the experience on the other end. So talk about that experience you had on the other end of being a mentor for some of the minis.
Yeah, I would say my 10 years of 4-H, without a doubt, one of the highlights was having many 4-H'ers come out and work with me, with my cattle, with my sheep. And it's a fun experience, I think, to honestly re-energize your own passion. You get in the heat of the summer. It's exhausting to go out and walk your animals and work with them and all of the things. And getting to bring in a mini 4-H'er who's excited. They're just excited to be there. They're excited to have a part of it. And it really kind of re-energizes you for the rest of the summer. And I think that's probably a key thing that I know some of these older 4-H'ers are going to be experiencing, that it reignites the passion after a long summer, a lot of hard work, and they get to introduce that to another 4-H'er.
Exactly, and that's the good thing about the 4-H program is they're trying to build leadership skills with the older members, and so they're pulling up a younger member, they're working with them, they're teaching them things that they learned because obviously someone had to teach them, so they're trying to teach them that so they can pass that along. And so that's what the cool thing about 4-H is you take your knowledge that you've gained and then you share that with others and continue to grow the program and grow the project. With that. So, that's the cool thing about minis and what they're doing out here. So,
what would you say from even the perspective as a parent, as a 4-H volunteer, of even just the impact that you've seen on many 4-H'ers, especially once then they hit, you can call it big kid 4-H, I should say,
right.
But once they hit that, what do you think that kind of foundation looks like?
Well, I know as a parent it was so helpful because we got to talk to not only the 4-H'er but the parents to say, okay, what are some things we need to be looking for doing? What are some things, like, for an example, you have to register for 4-H starting, and you usually start about September, October, so you register for 4-H. Then you got to get your animal, Okay, and so usually it's January, February, March. They'll start thinking about getting their animal, getting their project. Like with these calves, they're all young. So then you talk to the adults, the parents, say, okay, what should we be doing? What about supplies and things you got to be doing? Because you got to be obviously have supplies to feed them, take care of them. There's so many things that go into showing. Like when we talk about livestock, and we'll get into that more later on. Like for example, the reason we're starting an hour and a half late is because they had a massive plug of the plumbing here, and so they had to make sure they get that plumbing fixed because these 4-H'ers were washing their animals to get them ready for the show. And so they had to go through and wash them, and then they clip them, and then they blow dry them, and do all basically, take care of them, manicure and stuff like that. So they had to do all that. And so you as a parent, you appreciate that because you're learning from somebody else, and you get to ask them questions like, okay, what should we do? What should we not do? This kind of things like that. So
it builds a lot of partnership too with the families. I mean, I know a lot of the students that were kind of helpful for me when I was a mini 4-H'er, and then now the ones that we've been involved with. They become really good friends, especially as you work. You're kind of all in the same county in the same project, and builds a lot of good family relationships.
Exactly. Okay, so Mary, this is Class B. So you want to go through. There's 9 students in this Class B. Talk to us. Who are some of the 4-H'ers in here?
Yeah, we got our second class here, minis. We'll go down the line. We've got Gannon Free, Andon Gage, Grady Gaskell, Hadley Hinton, Kinsley Hummel, Sawyer Lotzenheiser, Kerrigan Lehman, Brooklyn Leakty, and Scarlett Marquardt.
Yeah, and throughout the night, you're going to see a lot of the same names, and then you'll be like, oh, so that's who they're working with, or that's where they learned from as far as that. So they get a lot of knowledge and information from the older peers, and so that's pretty cool to watch that and see their interaction with that. So why don't you go ahead and share with us who the judge is tonight?
Yeah, we've got 2 judges here this evening. We'll just kind of read through both of them. First, we've got Colton Geiger. He's from Columbia City, Indiana. He's actively working on his family's farm. He's a graduate of Black Hawk College East and Purdue University, where he was a member of nationally competitive livestock judging teams. During his collegiate career, Colton finished as a top 5 overall individual, 3rd high individual in reasons at the North American Judging Contest in Louisville, Kentucky. Today, Colton serves as the coach of the Cherubusco livestock judging team, which has earned multiple national contest championships at major competitions, including Denver, Louisville, and Kansas City. Professionally, he's a senior strategic account manager with MWI Animal Health. Outside of work, Colton enjoys raising show cattle and mentoring youth livestock exhibitors. So that's our first judge. That's Colton Geiger. Secondly, with him is McKenna Sabansky, also from Cherubusco, Indiana. She grew up raising and exhibiting pigs with her family. She is a recent graduate of Northern Oklahoma College, where she competed on the nationally successful livestock judging team, helping earn top 3 finishes at every national contest during her sophomore season. Individually, she was named High Individual at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, and was recognized as the 2nd overall collegiate livestock judging All-American. This fall, McKenna will attend Oklahoma State University to study animal science and pre-law while continuing her livestock judging career. So that's our second judge, McKenna Sabansky.
Exactly. So Colton's going to be a head judge, and what Colton will do is he'll work with her and kind of like maybe pick her brain and kind of teach her, because she's obviously in the training to be a judge, because obviously, we got to pay the judges. They got to have experience. And, talking about him competing, the livestock contest, they're very competitive, and it mentioned that he went to multiple ones in national contests. That's not something easy to do, and so when the kids compete at national contests, it's something they have to really work a lot. Usually at a young age, they could start as early as 4th and 5th grade competing in livestock judging and stuff like that. And so just to give you an idea too, with livestock judging, just so you know, today they're judging the starter calves, but in livestock judging you get into other things from swine, the bigger beef cattle, goats, sheep. So that's some of the things they do for the national livestock contest they could be doing with that. But as she mentioned, we're talking about Louisville. We're talking about NAIL. That's a national invitational. So like people from across the nation come to Louisville. And so when he's competing against other college kids and stuff like that. And same with her when she was competing, McKenna. And that's a kind of experiences with that. So he is actually going around now. Both of them are going around now talking to, like we said, these 4-H'ers, asking them questions and just kind of getting to know them and helping the kid enjoy the experience with that. So.
Yeah, and you can tell, I mean, both of these judges are clearly very knowledgeable, not only in kind of what they're doing, but just in the experience that they have. I mean, for both of them ranking high individual reasons, high individual at the Houston Livestock Show, at Louisville. As he mentioned, I mean, these are some really, really competitive and impressive titles to hold as livestock judges. I think they seem to have pulled some of the highest ranks here, and so it's exciting to see that people who are so knowledgeable are willing to come back and to pour into people like our 4-H'ers here in Adams County.
Right. So you mentioned the reasons. What exactly do you mean high individual reasons? What is that? What are you talking about there?
Yeah, just for reference, we mentioned Colton was third high individual at reasons at that contest in Louisville. He would have gone into a panel of judges and not only placed a class, very similar to what he's doing here with starter calves, but placed a class of some sort of livestock and then given a judge the reasons he did so. Those are oral reasons, and they are fully memorized. He walks in and explains kind of the pieces of the livestock that he enjoyed, why he placed them the way he did, and then is defending them to a judge who also would have placed the same exact class. And so they're not only judging the content of kind of how he placed them, why he did, but his presentation as well. So clearly he's a very eloquent guy to have pulled such a high ranking there.
Yeah, exactly. And so typically they're scored out of 50 points, and so when they go through the judge, they'll give them a score. And so, like we said, I mean, we're talking like hundreds of students at these contests, and so if he's placing high, that means he is one of the best talkers. Obviously, you have to place him as close to the judge as well. So, all right, looks like we're wrapping up Mini Class B, Mary. We're going to talk about Mini Class C. There are 9 students getting ready to come in here for the Mini Class C. So if you want to go through the list with us and talk to who's going to be in here in the Class C here.
Yeah, we've got another big class of mini 4-H'ers. We'll just kind of go through here as they're getting ready to walk in the ring. Looks like we've got Parker Lehman, Tucker Lofton, Noah Marquardt, Hattie Miller, Raylan Miller, Delaney Ogg, Landon Rediger, Hazley Rhodes, and Hadley Shearer. That's their mini 4-H Class C walking in the ring right now.
Okay. So, well, we got some time and you're still kind of watching. We want to go through and recognize some sponsors for the 4-H. They've asked us on the Beef and Starter Calf show to go through some sponsor here. And so we'll just kind of go through this list while we're kind of going through the minis here, if it's all right. So we have the A&M Schaefer Farms, the Adams Swine Farms, the B&C Farms, Bath State Bank, the Bloom Family, Bolenbacher Farms, Borney Farms, Creek Curve Farms, Deer Haven Farms, Double L Farms, Dr. Kent Lehman, Eddie Odell, Farm Bureau Insurance of Adams County, the Financial Partners of Federal Credit Union, Helena and Craigville, KB&L Transport, and Kelly Decatur Automotive Mall. Mary, you want to finish up on some of these other sponsors here on this other list here?
We've got L&E Farms, Leakty Farms Trucking, Lauder Farms, Milan Center Feeding Grain, Mitchell Enterprises, Ms. Lehman, Mole Control, Monroe Livestock Auction, Nussbaum Mechanical, Rediger Farms, Rock and Boulder, Ron Furman, Shaneman Excavating, Steel Farms, TCB Livestock, and Tonner Precision Services.
So if you're a sponsor or somebody listening, first of all, we don't thank you so much because we couldn't have what we have here for the 4-H program without the many sponsors. There's just so many people. It could be whether it be time, whether it be finances, whether it be services. And we'll talk about that in a second with some services that were performed today by some sponsors. And so these people help. Some of the plaques and the banners and stuff that these students will be getting is because of these sponsors and what they've done for the program with that. They did also want to give a big shout out to the Adams County Fair the Beef Committee because, like we mentioned, we had to start an hour and a half late because of the drainage for the wash racks. James Smith, the Bloom Reaver Septic for jetting the drain. C&G Drainage for the pipe and supplies. Tim, Andrew, and James Colton for the labor, Newspaw Mechanical for the mini excavator, our Judge Colton for allowing us to delay start because he was probably close to being on his way, because I think they made that announcement maybe about 1 o'clock or so was when they made that announcement. So who knows, Colton could, because some of these judges, Mary, some of these judges could be other places. Like he might have judged the show this morning, and so he had to come and change his time. But anyways, and all the spectators and everybody online, we thank you so much for your time and letting us do the delay start, because we know everybody's got busy schedules and stuff. So, but we appreciate again all the many sponsors with that.
Also, you'll see here, kind of passing out as the minis are exiting the ring, we've got a 4-H ambassador here with us today. She's passing out not only ribbons here to the minis, but to each of the classes as these showmen and their calves exit the ring. We've got Miss Ella Bloom. She will be competing tomorrow night on the stage here at the fairgrounds to be Royal and Distinguished Ambassadors. So she's one of, I think, nine students competing for those two titles. Yeah. So we wish her the best of luck and thank her for all of her work here today of keeping our showmen in order and getting them all their ribbons.
Yeah, so her parents are Jim and Amanda, and Ella actually is going to be graduating. She's going to be going to Huntington University. She's going to be studying ag education, so she wants to be an ag teacher, and so she's going to be doing that here this fall, and so she's finishing up her 4-H year. 4-H, 10 years of 4-H and ambassador. So, ambassador program, like I said, we got a few minutes. We're doing minis. What's the ambassador program, and what are some things they do through the ambassador program?
Yeah, the ambassador program is fairly self-explanatory in kind of what it's called, but also they're simply being an ambassador for Adams County 4-H. So those 9 students are vying for those 2 spots of Royal and Distinguished, and they will represent Adams County 4-H at countless events throughout this next year. They're kind of the face, you could say, of our county and the 4-H organization here, and kind of just promoting not only what 4-H does for students, what 4-H has maybe done for them, but also serving as an extra set of helping hands and making all of the operations of our county run smoothly. I know they are a huge help to our extension office throughout the year, all 9 students really, but especially the 2 that are chosen. So we're excited to see how that goes tomorrow.
So what did they have to go through to be chosen? What are some things they had to do ahead of time?
Yeah, they'll go through an application process to then be chosen, and then from there they will go through, all 9 of them, an interview process. Sometimes it's with maybe an extension agent from another county. Sometimes it's maybe an industry professional going through that interview, and then they'll also do some on-stage questions tomorrow night for the final process, and then be chosen for those 2 spots. So it's kind of a lengthy process, and it takes a lot. It's typically some of our best 4-Hers are able to go through that process and be able to be one of the 9 that's an ambassador, and so that's already an achievement of itself, but especially going through that process and being one of the 2 selected, that's definitely a very, very high honor.
Right, and some of the things, so obviously they were selected ahead of time. They had interviews in early July, end of June or July. They went through the interview process. So throughout this week, what they've been doing is going to different shows, and they give out ribbons and banners and plaques and all that. They're doing it from anywhere from the cat show to the goat show this morning to the beef show last night, the sheep show, all these other shows that are going on. They'll have to work tomorrow, and then they get to go through the parade tomorrow. And so parade starts tomorrow night at 7 here in Monroe. And it's usually a big draw. Like right now, we are standing room only around the show ring. Tomorrow this is packed. I mean, you won't be able to drive through Monroe. It's going to be so many people just going through the parade, from the 4-Hers to the businesses with that. So did you ever get the experience to go through the parade?
Yeah, I had the honor of serving as an ambassador a couple of my years of 4-H. It's definitely a really, really fun experience. You get to be a part of a lot of different parts of the fair. I mean, most of these ambassadors are kind of showing their own animals and their projects, and it's already a busy week for them. Like I said, they're probably some high-achieving individuals to be able to earn that honor. So on top of all of their duties for the week, they are serving at all of these other shows, passing out ribbons and being a helping hand. And I think as busy as their week is, that's definitely a highlight. It was for me. I'm sure it is for them to see other shows that maybe they weren't involved with.
Yeah.
I know one of the ones that I was able to help with, the poultry show and the cat show and small animal, as somebody who showed livestock in a different barn, it was really cool to get to see another side of the fair that you may not get to see very often.
Okay. So we got Class D, Mary. There is 9 students in this one. Can you go through and share with us who's in this one?
Yeah, let's look here. Mini 4-H Class D, we've got Olivia Adams, Shepard Lotzenheiser, Charlie Lehman, Lainey Shearer, Eli Schultz, Olivia Schwartz, Dawson Sharp, Landon Summer, and Kane Strom. That's our Mini 4-H Class D. We've got one more that will then wrap up all 43 of our Mini 4-Hers then.
Yeah. And that's a testament to the starter calf program because, to have 43 minis is a lot. There's some of these shows, they may only have 43 exhibitors in the whole show, but we're talking about the minis. And so now, granted, are all 43 going to show when they get up old enough? Probably not, but it's still exposure to this and exposure to the program. And like we keep mentioning, it's a great mentor program in what they're doing, mentoring these younger students and working with them. So that's what's so cool about this is get to work with the different ones in the younger age.
And for those of you who are watching and paying attention, and you can see that mentorship totally in action, some of these older 4-Hers are kind of stepping in to help those who maybe haven't, and some of them are able to kind of stand back and let those Mini 4-Hers really take charge, walk that calf proudly, and you can really see kind of all levels of that in each of the classes we've had so far, which is, again, a true testament not only to the Starter Calf Project here, but some of the families that we have and exhibitors here in Adams County. They're willing to jump in, step up, and let these Mini 4-Hers take a big ownership in their animal, which is cool.
Yep, exactly. Let's finish up on the ambassador program if we can real quick. So when they get selected for the Royal Distinguished, what are some things they might do that following year with their job and roles?
Yeah, as I said, the kind of mentioning or that they'll represent Adams County 4-H as a whole across our community, maybe at different state 4-H events. They'll get to be a part and represent Adams County there. They might be at different community events. I know some of the parades, the Calathumpian Parade, anything, Swiss Days, they get to be a part of all of those fun things.
Swiss Days is this weekend, so they'll probably get through the parade, and then, like you said, the Calathumpian, and then they'll also, like you said, they'll also help out the Extension Office throughout the year and kind of give them back to the 4-H programs as far as that. So it's not a massive role, you don't have to take a year off college type of thing, but they get to come back and help them and support the 4-H for another year.
And I know they also will sometimes help spearhead kind of this community service project for that year. They will help come alongside the junior leaders. I know one year, at least a couple years, they've been doing a food drive. It's something a little different every year, and so they're also really helping lead that project and coming alongside the junior leaders too, which is really, really cool.
Yep. So like I said, we have one more minis here we'll get to, and before we get started here, we appreciate again your patience and willingness to stay on, come with us because we know it's an hour and a half behind, but we're excited. We're excited for the show here. I think we mentioned, Mary, we have 131 calves that's going to come to this show. So, and we'll kind of talk about what dairy, the starter calf show is, what it is, and we'll be starting off with the beef dairy cross starter calves, and so this to give you an idea. So basically, by May 15th, they had to register their animal. And it's probably hard to see from the camera, but each of these animals have a number tag that comes from 4-H, and so they take that number, they submit it, they turn it in, and then what they have to do is do a DNA test. So how do they do that? Well, the member will pull hair samples, put it in an envelope, send it to someone at the state, like a Purdue or whatever, and then they're going to test it. And so what the first group we're going to be doing here is the beef dairy cross starter calves, and these animals are not pure dairy steer or dairy starter calves with that. So for an example, if they have to have 75% or higher dairy genetics to be a dairy steer. So if they say have 74%, then they are automatically a dairy cross steer. Okay, so now dairy steers we obviously most common in Indiana is the Holstein. Okay, we know that, but you also have Brown Swift, Jerseys, Guernseys, Ayrshire, and on that. milky Shorthorns, but pretty common with the dairy steer is usually Holsteins, but they're going to be crossed with something else. Could be an Angus, it could be something else, and with that. So some of the reasons you would do that is to help. Like, for example, it's just like with anything. You want the moms to, when they give birth, that do not have so much trouble with the calving and stuff like that. And so when they do the cross, that's some of the reasons they do it, is to help with calving. Also, another reason is to help increase the meat quality and give more meat per animal. And so that's kind of why they got into the dairy cross with that. So that's what's going on there. So again, to be a dairy steer, has to have 75% or greater dairy genetics. And then if it's between 25 and 74, it's dairy cross. And then a little bit later in the show, we'll be doing the beef. The beef are typically purebred, but here in Adams County, you do not have to have paperwork for that. So the judge is kind of going through and kind of talking with the minis here.
Yeah, it looks like he's kind of just giving them some encouragement, and it's fun just kind of sitting here for those of you who can watch and see. He's been asking each of the mini 4-H'ers just some questions, as we mentioned, about their project and their experience getting to work with that calf and work with the older 4-H'er. And he just shared that he was impressed with some of the responses that he got, that you can tell that some of these mini 4-H'ers have really taken a part of this project, and they seem to have some excitement for it, which is exciting not only for Adams County here for the starter calf program, but totally a testament to some of these 4-H'ers too.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the Class E, the last class. We have 8 students in this last class. If you want to go through and talk to us who we have here.
Yeah, we've got 8 in Class E, as he mentioned. Looks like walking in the ring. We've got Whitley Free, Walker Shearer, Declan Sharp, David Sprunger, Isabel Steffen, Callan Steiner, Garrett Strom, and Adley Tonner. That's our Mini 4-H Class E. It'll be our last one, rounding out, as we've said, 43 Mini 4-H'ers this year, which is an incredible number for the starter calf program.
Yeah, almost a half an hour just for the minis, and this is impressive. It just says a lot for the program and what they keep doing here in Adams County with that. So some things to think about. There are 92 counties in Indiana. Obviously, they all have 4-H, right? And so there are so many counties that don't even have a starter calf program like this. I think Elkhart and Hamilton County, there by Noblesville, is probably the 2 of the largest in the state. But Adams County has got to be up there in the top 5, if not top 10, because just the amount of numbers and stuff that's going on with the starter calf program and stuff. And so it's pretty impressive here in Monroe, Indiana, that they had the big numbers like that. So
our judge yesterday for the beef show was just kind of explaining that same sentiment. I mean, I believe he was a judge from Illinois, but he went and taught at Cal Poly, and so he was just referencing that this is an incredible kind of talent and community support even. I mean, like we said, it's standing room only here. And so for the kind of program that we have here in Adams County is quite impressive, not only within Indiana, but clearly somebody who is nationally recognized as being a part of some 4-H programs and judging and being a part of the ag industry. It's awesome to hear some encouragement like that of whatever we're doing here in Adams County is we're doing pretty good.
Right. And we're trying to educate these students on the agriculture industry. It's interesting how you, even in a small rural community, you got students that are come up in elementary to be like, hey, so where'd your hamburger come from? Well, their obvious answer is going to be from Walmart or Kroger. Nothing against that, but that's not where it comes from. So our job, and we talk about the agriculture industry, is to educate people. Where did your hamburger come from? Where did your steak come from? If you're looking at pigs, where did your bacon come from? The sausage and stuff like that. So where did this meat come from? It didn't come from a Walmart or a Kroger or whatever your retail, Costco, whatever retail store you have. It comes from these different places, and so that's what's neat about what's going on with that.
Yeah,
so.
And not only where it's from, too, but the kind of work that it took to get it from farm to table, really.
Yeah.
And maybe you can speak to that as an ag teacher here at Adams Central. I mean, your experience, you're working a lot with 4-H students, but mostly FFA and what that looks like just ag industry as a whole, educating those. Maybe you can speak to what it's like mentoring students to do the same.
Yeah. So I know we start with students. We'll put on a program usually in February. What we'll do is we'll invite the students in the community, Adams County, and they will come. And we set up a bunch of animals in our shop, and we'll go around and explain to them, this is an animal, and they get to pet an animal. Because believe it or not, there's so many people that have never been up to a cow, and so they have no idea. So then they get to pet a cow, and they get to, that's cool. And then we explain to them, okay, this is where your meat is coming from. It's coming from this animal right here. And so we do events like that. And so not only do we try to teach the elementary, but my job, along with the role of other ag teachers across Indiana, across the states, is to educate our ag and FFA students about agriculture and their animals and stuff like that. They're kind of different about Indiana. Indiana does 4-H showing different from FFA. But if we go 10 minutes across the border to Ohio, if you're involved in 4-H, you can also be involved in FFA, and you actually will show your livestock animal as part of FFA. And so there'll be students wearing FFA jackets. So anyways, I went on that rabbit trail to talk about how important it is to educate the public and stuff like that. I mean, it's just amazing what people do not know today with that. It's over almost not quite 30 years, but it's amazing how it's changed so much from the knowledge of agriculture and what's going on to it with that. So that's what's cool. I get to work with the younger students and teach them, and hopefully they'll pass it on to their families and different ones with that. So,
and sitting here kind of watching some of these mini 4-Hers, I mean, you're looking at some of your future students as they're coming up in the program, and I think it's just cool getting to see maybe from a back seat of an ag teacher's daughter to see how some of these students are getting involved in the ag industry and they're finding a passion, and then I get to then watch my dad pour into them of some of his passion of being in the ag industry, and really, really cool to watch not only the students grow, but to get to be a part of watching him be a part of their journey, which is cool.
Yep. So, and if you don't know about Adams County, we have 3 schools. So we have 3 schools, and then through ag and FFA programs. So we have the Belmont or North Adams, obviously in Decatur. And then we have Adams Central here in Monroe, and then we have South Adams there in Berne. And so it's kind of neat to have a community like this where these students will go to one of these 3 schools typically, and then they can be involved in their ag and FFA program with that. So that's kind of cool. So
perks of being in a rural county and a rural area that definitely very invested in the ag industry. And as we mentioned a couple times, and we'll probably say it again, if you are here or could see, I mean, the room is packed out, standing room only, and that kind of community support is rare in many counties. And so we should be very thankful and very lucky for the kind of people that we have to fill out an arena like this.
Yep, exactly. So we're getting ready to start our first class, and we mentioned we're going to do Class 1, the Beef Dairy Cross Starter Calf. We'll be getting to that, so there'll be 6 contestants here in a little bit. We're going to do our best, try to read the back tags on some of these because obviously we don't know every single one of them, but we're going to do our best to do the justice we can with that on these. And so to give you some information, this Class 1, these weigh between 298 and 436 pounds. So, Mary, who do we have in this class?
Yeah, we've first class walking in. Looks like we've got Hallie Schaefer, Trey Buchanan, Easton Ogg, Cale Beer, Henry Craig, and Tyson Minnick. That's our first class here of the Starter Calf Show, Beef Dairy Cross Starter Calves. We'll kind of let the judge maybe take a few minutes and walk these calves around, and then we can talk a little bit more on what he's looking for and kind of what he's doing in the process here.
Yeah. So, okay, so this to give you an idea of some things. So what he's doing right now, he's lining them up, and then the 2 judges are going to walk around. They're going to look at how they, what you call the profile, like what they look on the side. They want like the straight tops. You want something that's going to be able to sustain, like we said, these calves are between 300 and 430 pounds, right? Market weights when they're done. A year from now, they're going to be about between 12 and 1,400 pounds. So will their body withstand that much to be able to grow and be able to walk in their these students. Like, so some of these students will take this project home after Thursday, and then they'll raise it out and bring it back next year as a full-grown steer. And so some of them obviously will sell it in auction, but a lot of these actually keep these and go through that. So the judge is looking for that. They're looking for conditioning, like conditioning meaning how much fat or how much cover. And they may use terms like cover or fat. They want to see, because if you know anything about good tasting steak, you want a lot of marbling and a lot of fat inside. And so that's what they're looking for on that, okay? Again, like I said, these are dairy, so you see in there, you got the red and white Holstein. Looks like the one close to the camera, you see like a black, the white-headed Baldy. It looks like you've got some Angus in it. And we don't always exactly know what, but kind of speculate by what you're looking at here. So.
And he'll walk him around here. It looks like he's taking him in a lap. A big part of also what he's looking for is their mobility and their structure. As he mentioned, a lot of these 4-Hers are going to be bringing these calves back as steers next year. So he's liking a lot of their structure and how well they'll be able to withstand another year and be mobile and on the move. So he's kind of looking just at a lot of different things, which especially if a lot of these members might bring him back. But he's also totally judging them as they are today. And he kind of mentioned something earlier, that he's just going to be judging not only on their potential, but how they look today here in the ring.
Yeah, you got to judge them as today. I mean, you can't predict with anything. You can't say, well, I think a year from now it's going to look like this. You can't do that because so many variables can come into play. The animal can get sick. It could be as simple as getting a cut on a foot and becoming lame and not be able to walk much for a couple of weeks or whatever it is. So that's something that so you don't want to predict what's going to happen. And you also don't know, these are young animals. You have no idea what they're going to look like in a year from now, how they're going to grow. Some are going to grow different than that. So to give you some ideas to think about with these, they're usually a couple months old. They could be probably most of these are born December, January, February, and maybe not even later than that, because you want to get them old enough that they can, like I said, make the weight. They can gain anywhere from 3 to 3.5 pounds a day. That's how much they're gaining. It's a good thing we don't, but with these calves, that's how much they're going to be gaining a day. And so you're trying to predict and hope we do your best on that.
Yeah, later on this evening, we'll be awarding the champion rate of gain for not only the dairy starter calf, but the beef dairy cross. And so those are awards given to the members who have the highest amount of weight gain from weigh-in or their check-in date to the day that they check in here at the fair. So that's something that we'll be watching for. And you can hear in just some of the weights of these calves, clearly they have done a lot of work since check-in, and so we'll award those 2 4-Hers at the end of the night.
Yeah, our county, the rule is 650 pounds and under is what it's supposed to be, and so I think every county is different. So some of these students will keep their animals and move on to the state competition. The Indiana State Fair for the starter calves is August 9th and 10th, and so Adams County is very well represented at the state fair. We've had a numerous amount of our students here do well and be competitive at the state fair with that. So Colton's going around, and him and the judge are kind of working together, and what they're doing is kind of getting an overview. Okay, they're trying to place them. So it looks like he's got 3 of them kind of placed already. So and then now he's working on his top 3. That's what I'm looking at here. He's got kind of going through that motion is what he's trying to do right there. So he's already placed a few of them already. That's typically, now every judge does it different, but that's being the first class, that's what I'm going to guess is what doing. If you see the 3 of them on the side there, that's probably what he's done already. He's placed them. And see, it's super important. I mean, you think, okay, what's the big deal? You pick a class winner. Well, he's going to have to bring all these class winners and runner-ups for Grand Drive. And so if he messes up already in the first class or 2 and doesn't get the right one, then he kind of shoots himself in the foot, if that makes sense. So he's getting ready to discuss here, maybe share some things he's going to talk about.
Interesting class to go and get things started. I think they responded to variation and sort, kind of be expected with the intermediate crosses that we have. They're going to want one that starts off the class. It's probably just the most common his top.
So he's talking about Kale's, his most combination calf.
He's maybe not just the most stouted and rugged in terms of his hind leg and the way that he puts it together. Put that one still got a big back and enough power out behind him with a good enough look of balance, and yet still fresh for being one of the lighter classes. A little bit of a different typing kind. The young man's steer that's going to roll out here in a second. Probably further along the maturity pattern as you're just reading over the top of his neck and his head. But one that comes with some added power and thickness, really good in terms of his rib and body and outward turn to his rib cage. One that I think just gets a little bit plainer in terms of his look, and yet for being that thick, he's stepping behind the cattle, he wants to flatten down for his quarter. Really a youthful, immature one that comes in third, super attractive, reads good in terms of his lines. Just need to see more to that calf for today. If he gets up farther away, one that maybe gets a little shorter and steps sometimes from behind. Young man's calf that comes next, swung up from the side, is really deep about his rear rib and flank, bounces up nice, really long roll off through his hip. A steer that gets a little bit tighter in terms of his spine, wants to flatten in terms of his forehead. Maybe doesn't read with some of the extras in terms of power of the cattle right in front of him. Well, I tell you what, one that comes here next, one that I think reads kind of rugged and durable and just good in its typing kind. With that said, though, maybe not quite as many pieces that make as much of a first impression. Once it comes a little bit plainer in terms of his throat latch and gets a little rounder out of his hip. Young man that comes next, just have one that's a little bit more greener and immature typing kind. Calf that's super sound and balances up well. Probably just needs to man up and mass up a little bit more to compete with the cattle right in front of him. But a nice class from top to bottom. Let's go ahead and give him a round of applause, too.
All right, Mary, share with us the placings here, what we just seen here.
Yeah, just walking out of the ring right now, that was Class 1 of the Beef Dairy Cross starter calves. First in that class was Cale Beer. Second was Easton Ogg. Third was Hallie Schaefer. Fourth was Henry Craig. Fifth was Tyson Minnick. And sixth was Trey Buchanan.
Okay, so we're getting ready for Class 2, the Beef Dairy Cross starter calves. They will weigh anywhere from 446 to 482 pounds. So who do we have in this class?
Yeah, here we go. Class 2, we've got Kendall Minger, Kane Buchanan, Henry Craig, Audrey Grimm, and Kylie Rediger. As he said, those are all calves pretty much between 445 and just over 480. And, all of these classes, looks like we've got 6 classes total of Beef Dairy Cross. All of those will be divided by weight. And we've started at the bottom, and we're working our way up to that 650-pound limit.
Yeah, the committee tries to do their best. Most of these classes are 6 in size. This one's only got 5. They try their best to split it up, and so that way you're not putting like 10 or 12 in a class. And then also it's good for the program because when you have, like here in a little bit, we're going to have 6 first-place winners. Well, if I go back and I look and say, well, I won my class, and that makes you feel good as a 4-H'er and as a family. Hey, I did a good job. At least I won the class, right? And so that kind of gives them some confidence instead of throwing them all in one ring at one time. Also, could you imagine seeing we don't want 35 calves right now in the ring. That's going to be hard to do. And then try to pick them out. That's not fair. And so they're trying to do the best they can with the judge to help them out on that on there. So.
And it gives him, too, especially if we're going to come here after these 6 classes, he'll pull all of the class winners and the second-place winners back for a grand drive. So that gives him then the opportunity to have essentially 12 to pick from to pull his top 5. And that gives some of those 4-H'ers a really good opportunity. They get more of them to be a part of the grand drive, which is a cool experience. So
yeah, and we'll get into it later on tonight. We're going to talk about showmanship. He's also going through right now these kids. The minute they walk in that ring, that first class, he is watching that 4-H'er as well as that calf. And so some of your good judges, they're going to know, they're going to remember, like, for example, the Cale that he just won, that judge is going to remember that. So this whole time, he's comparing Cale's in his mind to these other ones in here, and the Cale's calf, by the way. And so talking about them, and so he's going to remember that. It's like, okay, this is what Cale's look like. And he's kind of in his mind, kind of placing them in his head as he goes along. And so that's some of the things they're doing with that. But what I was getting at is showmanship. Showmanship is probably one of your favorite events, and we'll talk about that later on, what showmanship is. But he's also, the judges, I should say, they're going through and they're watching the students, and so they're actually competing for showmanship right now because he's looking already to see how they do with showmanship and how they're showing their animal. Because a good showman could take an average animal and make it look amazing, or they could take a great animal and make it look average and stuff. And so you'll really see these 4-H'ers that really spend a lot of time throughout the year. Like we mentioned, they didn't get on the halter here last weekend for the first time. These 4-H'ers, they have started in February, March, April, whenever they got their animals. They've started already working with these animals, getting them ready. So,
yeah, he's not only kind of, as you mentioned, watching that, but he's watching their composure. I mean, you get some of these calves in here who maybe have never been in a ring or an arena like this with this many people and the fans and other calves even, and sometimes they get a little rowdy. They get excited, and so he's going to be watching not only their composure as a showman, but then their control, keeping of their calf, of maybe keeping them contained in their experience in working with their calves. That's also a huge testament to some of the work that these 4-H'ers do, of spending a lot of time walking those calves, practicing with them, preparing them for any sort of environment that when they get here to the fair, that the big crowds and lots of calves doesn't scare them. So that's another key part of kind of what he's looking for outside of just judging the calves.
Right. And like I said, obviously right now his main focus is on the animal itself, but showmanship is a part of it, and that's what's so cool about this is these kids, and they get to, they get so attached to these animals, working with them, and that's a good thing, because they care about their project, care what they're doing, and stuff like that. And another thing we'll talk about, and we'll get into that a little bit, is they care about what goes into the animal, and we'll talk about what they're fed here in a little bit, but that's what's so important, that we in the agriculture community, we educate people what we're feeding our animals and our livestock, what we're giving them and what we're doing and stuff like that. So there's so many negative publicity out there. We're trying to fix that, and trying to encourage people to realize, hey, 4-H is a good thing. It's a good program, and stuff like that. So some things, just for FYI, I didn't know about. In Indiana, there are 345,000 calves born on average in a year. Okay, you think, well, that's quite a bit, right? Actually, Indiana ranks like 30th in the nation in production a year. So there's not as much in Indiana. What do you think the top 3 states are producing of cattle? What would you guess?
I'm sure Texas has got to be up there. That's a big cattle state.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Yep. Texas, Nebraska, Kansas. Okay, so go ahead and we'll listen.
One that still reaches out and hits the surface, being comfortable in terms of his rear ankle. A calf that stays balanced in motion. I think that one's awfully attractive, and yet still packs enough power to setting on the top of his loin after his hit. The predominantly white calf that comes here in second, I think just his middle part of his body is so good. He's filled out in terms of his forehead, he's full over his loin. He's bold in terms of the center part of his rib as well. A calf that has an attractive head. I just wish that his neck set a little bit more correct in between his shoulder to head, because that one is a little bit longer and neater fronted instead of a little bit leveler after his hip. Could probably move up. Really a thick-ended one, though, to go in second. Young man's calf that comes in third, really highly presented, one that's really good in terms of his top line, where he has the advantage of the remaining 3. He's fresher in terms of his look and typing time. One though that gives up some stoutness and power, needs to be a little bit stouter about his rear leg and maybe just a little bit more balance in terms of his underline. The brown calf that comes next, one that just has so much rib and body, like his stoutness and power. But with that said, as we get them a little bit more mature in terms of their look, they start to get a little bit plainer as you read them over the top of his neck and his throat. One though I think is super practical, but really good from a feed conversion standpoint. Just need to see a little bit fresher and neater in his look. Young lady does a nice job getting them shown. The black calf that comes here next, I think one that maybe relatives, contemporaries didn't compete as well, but dropping maybe in class before, and not one has enough stoutness and power. Relative to the group and gets a little bit plainer about his look. One that gets a little bit tight in terms of his top line. Young lady does a good job getting that one shown too. Let's go ahead and congratulate those guys.
Okay, so Class 2, the winner was Henry Craig. In second was Audrey Grimm. Third, Kane Buchanan. Fourth, Kylie Rediger. And fifth, Kendall Minger. Now, if you noticed on when Kylie Rediger hers was a brown Swiss cross, and so it had a lot of brown Swiss influence with that, whether it be the mom or dad. We call them the dam or the sire, and so anyways, so that was a brown Swiss. Has a brown Swiss in it. So go ahead.
I was going to say one of the big things he seemed to hit. Talking in that class, it looks like he was hitting a lot on the symmetry of some of the calves, and he mentioned that some of them, they look like maybe they were pieced together like a jigsaw puzzle, and he really loved his class winner there with Henry Craig. That one looked like it flowed smoothly, did well in the move. So just in case you couldn't catch some of his comments, some of the things he was looking for. But we'll jump now. It looks like we've got Class 3 in the ring. We've got here Caleb Minger, Eleanor Minnick, Hallie Schaefer, Lane Rediger, Tinley Miller, and Memphis Luganville. That's Class 3 here of the Beef Dairy Cross calves.
Yeah, so these weigh between 502 and 532 with that. And looks like, do we have a 10-year member out here, Mary?
Yeah, it looks like we've got Caleb Minger. He's a 10-year member out here. Also a 10-year member of the Starter Calf program as well.
And we also have Memphis Luganville. This is last year. He's not a 10-year member, but he is last year in 4-H. And so I know having Memphis in class, he truly enjoyed working with calves, and he's so excited. Talked about it all year. He couldn't wait for the 4-H
Favorite
program.
week of the year.
Oh, my goodness, yes. He just loves it. So Memphis, again, I'm not trying to single out different students, but I know Memphis personally wants to be an auctioneer. He's so excited, and he loves going to the auction here, Monroe auction, different places to do that. That's his dream job with that. So Memphis has done a great job learning this. I think last year was his first year showing, and so he's really picked it up and just enjoys it as well. So it's been cool.
He's got Cooper Steele. They're working with him. I know that they have become really good friends, and they've worked a lot with these calves. And so, again, it's just a testament to Adams County 4-H as a whole, but the partnership that it creates with families, with some of those 4-H members, and we're totally getting to see that live in action in person in a class like this, which is cool.
So some of the things, being in teaching, you hear a lot of negativity about students. Well, students aren't like they used to be, or they just don't care. This program just defies that, because these kids do care. They care about each other, They're probably back in the barns helping each other fit their animals, work with their animals. They put a lot of work. So these kids are probably, 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon, they are already getting their animals ready to go. And these kids will jump on each other's animals and help them get them ready. It's just not something that they say, well, nope, we're not helping you, our competition. That's not how it is. I mean, yes, there is a friendly competition. Who doesn't want to win, right? And so that's what's cool about the 4-H program. But then you get to work and build friendships and stuff like that. So I'm sure you can remember throughout your years, just the people that have made an impact on you through that. So
yeah, the amount of people who will come in, join, step up, and make sure you need help when you need it. I'm sure we'll see that. It looks like in a couple classes that we've got some students with multiple calves in the same class, or their name's kind of listed twice here in a couple classes. So if they don't have a sibling maybe to step up and judge, there is always a 4-H'er waiting right here in the wings that will take that second calf in for them. They jump in, help show wherever they can, and that's not just for the Starter Calf project. That's pretty much in every livestock project around here. You have students willing to jump in on projects that aren't theirs, but are willing to help their fellow 4-H'ers get it shown and get the job done. So it's really cool to witness that, and I'm sure it looks like we'll get to see that maybe a little bit later this evening.
Yeah. So go back on the 10-year member. We talked about Caleb Minger. It's a 10-year. His parents were Kevin and Kelly Minger. And then Memphis, Luganville, his last year. We talked about this being last year. His parents are Diane and Brent Luganville. And so that's some of their parents that's involved in helping their students out here. So
yeah, I was going to say we can maybe even take a little bit of a look here. Got some information on some of these 10-year 4-H members. It looks like we've got Caleb Minger here. As I said, he's a 10-year starter calf showman. He did 7 in beef, and he really loved he shared a little bit that his biggest honor and accomplishment wasn't a specific banner or a ribbon, but growing his own small operation of cattle with his family, his siblings. I know he has an older brother and a younger sister, and we've actually already seen his younger sister out here tonight. But that's one of his favorite memories of being involved in the 4-H for the last 10 years. Wasn't a specific banner or a ribbon, but getting to do it all with his family. And it looks like his future plans are to attend the University of Northwestern Ohio for agribusiness management. So that's Caleb Minger, one of our 10-year members.
Yep. And we mentioned Memphis. He wanted to be an auctioneer, and so he's talked about that, and he wants to get into cattle and working with that. So that's something on that he's mentioned on there.
Yeah, just recognizing some of our older 4-H'ers here in this class. And looks like we've got everything down to, looks like a second-year 4-H'er all the way up to 10-year. So it's exciting.
Yeah, we'll try to do our best throughout the show at highlighting the 10-year members and some of the first-year members and giving you information as best as we can with that. So, we mentioned Indiana ranks 30th in cattle production in the U.S. Texas alone, we mentioned Indiana has 840,000 cattle, typically in a year. Texas alone has 12.2 million in a year they go through. When we talk about that, we're talking like from start to finish and going through the whole program with that. So that's what's cool to see there. So it looks like he's placed them. So let's listen and we'll see what the judge is going to say.
Yeah.
You can see a very happy individual in first. He's very excited.
You can hear the place kind of exploded here as soon as this judge kind of made his placement. So as soon as he gets done kind of sharing his thoughts, we'll walk you through how this class ended up.
It is awfully unique. That calf has a presence about him and a look. The pair do a really good job of getting them shown together. That calf, I think, is awfully competitive. I'm sure we'll talk about him more later on, but it's a really solid place to go ahead and get started with. Go ahead. There's, I think, quite a bit of sort of give and take and where you want to land. A calf that maybe you don't always select himself the most, but this round finish one that the young lady has next, that one is thick-ended. He's good body. He's loose in terms of his spine. The way that he flexes out of his hop and her ankle is still more comfortable. That calf is awfully, I think, just balanced and put together. Still a very high-quality steer to go in a second. Young man that comes in third, do a really good job of getting that one presented. He's flipped well, he's presented well. One that up the stand, I think, gets you more of a comfortable look. If you put it in motion, he'll kind of come up in his top, conducting his stance. Maybe a steer that isn't really quite as stout and just as practical and flexible on his third leg. One that I wish you could just drop him in this one, give him a little bit more rear flank to make him balance a little bit neater from the side. But I think that's still a nice calf to go in the third. Young man that comes next, a nice job of getting that one shown and really working off this front end. That one ties his head and neck high. He's good on the point of his shoulder, and one that really strong in terms of his top line. He's a little bit flatter in terms of his muscle type relative to the ones ahead of him. The solid black calf that comes next, young man does a good job of getting this one stuck to. One that I think is just good in terms of his own right, relative to the showroom setting, maybe not quite as attractive and long and fresh to his front 1/3. Reads a little bit more modern type of time, but appreciate the power and thickness down within that one. The black and white calf that rounds out the class, one that gets stuck and presented very nicely. A calf that wants to roach up in terms of his stop and maybe flattening his muscle, but that one still has some roundness to his rib. He's sound out on the go. Let's go ahead and give them a nice round of applause too.
Okay, so let's talk about results in Class 3, Mary. What did we come up with here?
Yeah, Class 3 beef dairy cross calves. First was Memphis Luganbill. Second, Tinley Miller. Third, Lane Rediger. Fourth, Hallie Schaefer. Fifth, Caleb Minger. And sixth, Eleanor Minnick.
Yeah. So, like I said, if you couldn't see from the video there, Memphis was super excited and ecstatic when he got that.
Kind of went wild. I mean, the whole place kind of shook a little bit with the cheers and the claps.
Right.
So it's exciting to see Memphis, obviously only a second year in 4-H, but this is his final year. You can tell he's really taken a hold and made the project his own and invested a lot in it, which is cool.
Very passionate about it. Yep, great for that young man to have success with that. So excited. So what do we have for Class 4 here?
Yeah, that Class 4, we're still in beef dairy cross calves. Looks like we've got Beth Colhagen, Kaylin Rediger, Bo Colhagen, Brady Rediger, Caleb Minger, and Clay Beer. So it looks like we've got a couple sibling rivalries in here tonight.
So bragging rights for for a little while, right?
Yeah.
If you beat them, yeah.
They're all like 540, it looks like, to 556.
Yeah,
so
pretty tight. I mean, you're only talking 16 pounds between first and second as far as weight-wise. I mean,
our last class was about 30 pounds of difference between calves, so a little bit tighter here. Looks like we've got just one red and white. Yeah, looks like it'll be a good class.
Yeah, looks like Clay's red and white here. But no, it's pretty cool. I mean, a lot of people don't, we talk about different products and stuff that comes from the cattle and stuff like that. So obviously the major cuts of meats, I mean, who doesn't love a good old ribs, right? So you got ribs, hamburgers, steak, ribeye, prime rib, brisket. So that's what the judge, he's trying to do, he or she, they're trying to pick out these starter calves that's going to grow up to be a market weight and produce that good quality meat with that. So, when you next time you go to a restaurant or wherever and you get a steak or a burger, just think it could have been one of these 4-H animals that's showing here today. And so that's what's cool is these kids get to help feed the population. And so when they sell them, when they're full grown, it's going to go in some restaurant, go into supermarket, going to go somewhere.
Some of these 4-Hers are already dreaming big. I know I had one tell me yesterday that his calf was named Cheeseburger because he knew that's where he was destined to be. So some of these 4-Hers are already dreaming big for their calves on making plans for them.
Yeah, it's funny to watch through the years. Some of these kids, they become attached. They name them. They maybe hang out with the pen. They read to them, sing to them, whatever. They do all kinds. I mean, sometimes you watch, you'll see. I mean, it maybe not as easy on the camera, the close-up, but these members will talk to their animal when they're in the ring because they've been talking to them the whole time. They get out the pen with them, they work with them, they're doing stuff, and so they just have a passion. And so, and obviously it's a heartbreak when they take them to auction, right? But in the end, they realize, hey, we're helping feed, the country. We're helping feed people with these products and stuff. So they take it serious, and we'll get into what they feed them in a little bit. So
yeah, it's exciting, especially for this year. As he said, you've got some of them who become so attached to their calves just in this first year, and some of them will then, as we mentioned a couple times, go on to show them as steers next year. So then that's 2 years of partnership. That's a whole lot of hours together, and so not only them kind of talking in the ring, it's a calming presence for sure, but you become so attached not only after 1 year of working with these calves, but you show them as steers, and that's 2 years of a lot of partnership It's a lot of heartbreak walking away from an empty halter, I can say from experience.
Yeah. And that's the thing too. So, like I said, Thursday they're going to take someone will take them home, and then they got to keep taking care of them. And so they got to feed them twice a day. They're giving them fresh water daily, if not every. Especially in the heat, they're going to give them a ton of fresh water. A couple hours each day. I mean, as far as replenishing water. Some of these you're going to see today. They're going to continue to, like I said, get ready for the state fair, and so they're going to keep working with them to get them ready for the fair. Some of them might take a break and not working with as much. Maybe just kind of give them some feed. Let them what we call fatten them up. Just let them sit in the barn and eat, and stuff like that. So just give you some ideas on what they're feeding them. Corn is a big product. Now we're talking these. Most of the ones you're going to see here, you have what's called grain-fed or grass-fed. And so grain-fed means corn, wheat, sorghum, oats, soybean meal, hay. And we'll talk about hay in a second. And then, of course, vitamins and minerals. So they can go anywhere from like a layman feed mill, or they can go to another place that they buy bag feed and they feed them. Now, just so you know, these guys, these steers and these calves, they're going to eat a lot. They're not eating like, maybe a pound or two a day. Remember we said they're going to gain between 3 and 3.5 pounds a day.
It's a lot of feed.
Yeah, so they got to feed them a lot. So it's not cheap. So, yeah.
There we go. Clint's over here letting everybody know. He wants to be able to just sit in the barn and gain 3 to 3.5 pounds a day, too. That'd be the life, wouldn't it?
Give him a couple steaks here and there.
But, yeah, I mean, the feed bill for places like this, it's not easy, especially if you've got multiple kids in the program, feeding out multiple steers.
Yeah.
Some of these families, the feed bills aren't cheap, but that's also, again, as we're going to say a million times over, a testament to the power of the program that they're willing to make that kind of investment.
To be honest with you, because I think there's some give and take. Sometimes when you judge a show, you don't always ask people to necessarily agree with how you line them up. Rather that they can just see the same things that you describe, and if you can agree on that, then we'll move forward. I think the one logical thing to do is find this red and white cap right here and use him to start. That one walked in the ring, and his proportionality and look and balance from the side was hands down the best, and he put the cattle in motion. He still has some flex after his hop or ankle. Well, that's really good in the silhouette. I kind of thought you wouldn't have very much power when I get him behind the cattle. That one's the widest in terms of his spins and carries his muscle deeper down into his quarter. Second and third get very close. Neither one of the calves really want to give you too great of a look. The steer that comes in the second that the young man has, one that I think is maybe just a nickel pressure in terms of his typing time. He's comfortable in terms of the set to his hop. One that's not near as attractive, maybe relative for a class winner. One that's a little more immature in terms of the stage and color and blue right now. That's okay. These calves are so young. Maybe just doesn't have that extra lock factor that the red and white one had. Still a nice factor to line up in second. Again, it is a nice shot of hanging, and there was one that stopped the show. This guy wants to push in, and quite frankly, I don't think I carry a show stick either. 2 hands on the wheel with that one. But that guy is big-footed, he's durable, he's stout structured. Maybe just one that doesn't have quite as much body and lower rig to him. Maybe one that gets a little bit plainer in terms of his head and neck up front. But that's a tall-shouldered one that's got quite a bit of stoutness and power. Super flexible, loose made one that comes out and forth. Got some rig and body to him. Get off either end of that gap, and I think this problem's become a little bit more apparent. His front toes really want to turn out. He'll get a little bit flatter in his forehead and maybe more uncomfortable in the way he travels off this route too. But a really good body one. Young man is a nice shot of getting him stuck. The next two, I think, have some give and take, and if you want to soften like I understand, you got a lady separate cap that rolls out here next. And one that's just a little bit more collected in terms of that one stop line, leveler after it's hit, more comfortable in terms of its spine, not one who asks the cattle to get out and go. Still has a good step. Maybe just not as neat in the way that that one has its neck in terms of its shoulder, not quite as stout in terms of its hind leg. If you want a little bit stouter in your hind leg, I can see how you would side this calf here next. One that's not comfortable in terms of the spine, gets rounded out of its hip. And it's not shot to get the tempo. That one's got some movement power. Let's go ahead and congratulate those zippers too.
Well, that was Class 4 of our Beef Dairy Cross calves. We'll go through the placings here. That one, first, Clay Beer. Second, Brady Rediger. Third, Kaylin Rediger. Fourth, Bo Colhagen. Fifth, Beth Colhagen. Then sixth, Caleb Minger. That was our Class 4 of the Beef Dairy Cross.
Now, I doubt you noticed this, but I did. Out of the sibling competition, did you notice the boys won in this round?
Yeah, it looks like they did.
Yeah.
That sibling rivalry, the guys will hold on to that one for sure.
So they're going to brag about that. All right, so what do we got? We got Class 5 coming in here. They're going to weigh 578 pounds to 612 pounds. So we have Danielle Adams. There's 6 people in here, 6 students in here. Danielle Adams, Hallie Schaefer, Garrett Rhodes, Lucas Rediger, Vincent Balsinger, and Adeline Schaefer. So it looks like we have at least one sibling. But let's talk about Adeline Schaefer. This is their 10-year member. She is the daughter of Andrew and Monica Schaefer. So this is, like I said, she's a 10-year member here.
Yeah, we'll go through. Looks like she's our 10-year member in the class, and then we've got 2 first-year members also.
In the camera, you can see her. She's the first one you see in the pink blouse there, closest to you on the camera.
Yeah, she looks like she's not only a 10-year member of 4-H, but 10-year in starter calves, 10 years in steers, 10 years in swine. So you can say she's definitely been involved here in Adams County 4-H. And her plans after are to go to Purdue Fort Wayne and major in accounting. And some of the things she said that 4-H has been a big family tradition for her on both sides of the family. So definitely not a first-generation 4-H member, and that's shaped her experience a lot. She's had big support in her parents to help her and her 2 twin sisters, and a lot of family she's shown with a lot of cousins and had a lot of family involvement here. So
yeah,
especially as she reflects on those 10 years, those were just some of the sentiments she shared, really appreciative of the family tradition that it's become for her. Looks like she's even shown against one of her sisters here too.
What's scary to think about is I remember watching her mom. I was in the stands watching her mom show. It shows how long I've been involved in this.
I was going to say, it looks like you're getting old then.
Yeah. Well, we don't go there, but it is a great program, and so it's neat to have the parents and then instill and show these same values into their kids, and because they see the importance of this program. We keep talking about that, how important this is. These kids are getting up at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning.
During the summer, mind you.
Yes, and even in the school, when school's in session, they're not. Their parents, they're not taking care of them by themselves. The kids are. They're getting up at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. They're getting out. They're washing them. They're feeding them. They're doing whatever needs to be done. Some of them practice walking them in the mornings. Some will go back in the evenings and they'll do the same thing. So they'll go. It could be anywhere 7, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night, and they're working with these again, feeding them and watering them, doing that daily routine. So it's hard to believe and see that until you actually go through that process. But these students have been working with these animals nonstop since they've got them and stuff. So, I know it seems like maybe on camera you think, the animal's acting up. Put a bunch of teenagers in the room for the first time. What are they going to do? They're going to act up, right? And so that's the same thing. It's hot out here. There's a crowd. It's loud.
It's a brand new environment for a lot of them.
Brand new. Luckily they came in Saturday, so it gave them a day or two to kind of acclimate and kind of get adjusted to the environment, what's going on. But these animals have been poked and prodded by visitors, and that's one thing that 4-H does a great job of. They allow visitors to come in, and then the 4-Hers try to educate the visitors to come through and say, okay, what is this? We've had some experiences at the State Fair. The people, it's amazing. They get State Fair. They've I know you showed sheep. They're like, we have never seen a sheep before. Can we pet it?
Yeah, or even watching shearing sheep, clipping calves, all the things that's such a foreign thought to a lot of them. And so I think that's another really cool part of our program here in Adams County specifically, that they create such an opportunity for the public to come in, that the 4-Hers get to talk with them. They get to share, allow them to meet the animals, and then get to be a part, especially those who are bringing in young kids.
Yeah.
That it's really a special moment. It kind of becomes a family tradition for you, whether you're showing as a family or it's just a tradition to bring your kids and your family to be a part of it. So it's really cool.
Yeah, it may be hard to see on the camera, but you look on the sidelines and all around the ring, there's little kids everywhere. Some of them are playing with the tractors of the sawdust, and they're playing with their friends, and some of them are in the pens and they're watching their maybe their cousins, their families and friends, and doing all that fun stuff. Or playing Uno, and so they're just playing, but they're supporting their families, and that's something they look forward to throughout the whole year. They talk about the fair, whether it be Adams County here or whether it be whatever kind of county fair it is. They talk about that. That's one of their highlights, and so we're gonna let the judge talk here. Let's listen to the judge.
Sometimes it's a little challenging because with cross steering being just a variation in type of cattle that you get. But I think the top pair is close and they have trade-offs. When the cattle are put in motion, I think that's Chicken Nugget, if you remember his name right, from any 4-H. He's just more comfortable in the way that he steps off his rear too. He's more comfortable in terms of his heel, his rear ankle, and the way that he utilizes his hind leg. That's still a fault friendly one that has some length of body to him. And I think he's more proportional in terms of his pieces. Is he the biggest, deepest ribbed one in the entire lineup? No. But he's got true muscle as he's setting him right out of the back side of his shoulder, over the top side of his hip. I think that's a nice way to go ahead and get things started off in this class. Nice shot for you guys, man. Blocking white on left thumbs next. If you say, man, that one kind of stops him, collects himself. His outward turn to his rib is better. That one's maybe a little bit cooler, high, more hydrated in terms of his look. I would agree. That one, though, we put him in motion. He gets just a little uncomfortable off his back left, I think it is. He'll get a little bit steeper out of his hip, but I think both those cattle up top are very good. Nice shot for both of them. I think just one that comes out here in third, good in terms of his muscle shape and turn and outward turn to the upper portion of his hip. One that as we compare his bulking mass up high to how much foot and bone that he offers down low, maybe not quite as proportional in that regard, but man, that one's got a good hip shape from behind, plenty of power. Just wish we could stop him up down low. The next one that comes out here in fourth, really a good body one that's high time. And like some of those cattle that we give an extra body and a really, geeky front neck, this forward wants to flatten in on it. It gets a little bit higher in terms of his top line, a little bit frailer in his hind leg and shallower in terms of his heel. Young Dave does a good job getting that one set. Kind of the same song, second verse here at the other end of the picture. One that has sound and has some stoutness down low and a lot of body. That one feels like it's going to be stop line. Maybe this is balance up. It's good in terms of this look from the side. Young man that comes next does a really good job. The pair works extremely well together. That one is stronger in terms of the stop line. Unfortunately, he's just the greenest today relative to the group. Needs to fill out with more muscle and power. Let's go ahead and go max down velocity.
All right, share with us with results, please.
Looks like, yes, Class 5. We had a beef dairy cross still. First was Garrett Rhodes. Second, Vincent Balsinger. Third, Danielle Adams. Fourth, Hallie Schaefer. Fifth, Addie Schaefer. And sixth, Lucas Rediger. Looks like now that was Class 5. We've got Class 6 as our last one of beef dairy cross, and then we'll bring back all the class winners in the second place for the grand drive and get a grand champion beef dairy cross.
Yeah, something we forgot to mention in that last class, Lucas Rediger and Vincent Bolsinger, that was their first year. So that's their first time showing their the calves, and so that's awesome. I happened to talk to Vince's dad last night. We were working the pork supper, and he said he was excited, as in dad. He's excited. This is the first time doing this, and he's like, I'm not sure what to do because he didn't do 4-H. So he was leaning, and we talked about that. He was leaning on some of his friends and families to help them through that first time. So
and clearly that was successful as a first-year member, second in his class. I'm sure that little boy's going to be riding that high for the next year or so until 4-H Fair comes around again next year.
Exactly. All right. Let's talk about Class 6. They weigh between 620 and 644. Who's in Class 6, Mary?
Looks like we've got Lane Rediger, Gavin Gratz, Bree Colhagen, Riley Bullenbacher, Gentry Schaefer, and Audrey Grimm. We'll make a note here. It looks like Riley Bullenbacher, she's one of our 10-year members in the ring, so we'll talk about her in just a moment. But yeah, this is our last class, and then, as we said, we'll bring back all of the first place and then second ones in these 6 classes and get you a grand champion starter calf.
Yeah, he'll do the top 5 in the Dairy Cross starter calves here in a little bit. So tell us about Riley and being a 10-year member.
Yeah, it looks like her parents are Ramsey and Aaron Bullenbacher. This is not only her 10th year in 4-H, she's 10th in the Starter Calf Project as well. She said that her future plans are to attend Wright State University, the Lake Campus, and major in nursing. If she was talking to a younger 4-H member, she wanted to share with them to work with your animals every day. It's so much more relaxing right before fair when your animals walk well and work with you than jumping around and wreaking havoc. So it's funny that she says that too, because we've probably echoed that same exact point just about every class now that we've talked, is the hard work that some of these members are putting in, working with their cattle, and especially 10-year members. Just about every single one of them, just in reflecting back, has shared that working hard with your animals will never steer you wrong.
Yeah.
And that come fair and come time where you're kind of reflecting back, that's always worth the extra time to get up and walk them and be a part of it.
So Riley's parents are Ramsey and Aaron Bullenbacher. And so, like I said, this is her 10th year of that. So, we're, like I said, we're going to wrap this up here at this class, and we'll bring back some of the winners here. We'll talk about that. And we'll go through some of the banners here while they're going through placing with that. So when they do like I said, they're going to bring back all the first place and second place, and then the judge will go through together all the first place in each class. And so the grand champion beef dairy cross starter calf, the banner is sponsored by the First Bank of Berne. The reserved grand champion is sponsored by the First Bank of Berne. The third overall is sponsored by Ms. Lehman Realtors and Auctioneer. The fourth is sponsored by Tonner Precision Services, your local precision planting premier dealer. And fifth overall will be sponsored by Double L Farm. So that's not this class right now. They're going to finish up Class 6, but then they'll bring the Grand Drive, bring these in, and then pick your winner of your beef dairy cross starter calves with that. So, and I don't know if we mentioned, like I said, the largest one in here is 644, so 644 pounds. So next year, the goal is for that one, that 644, if they keep that one, I'm just saying on that example, is going to weigh about 12 to 1,400 pounds. So they got a year to get it to as best as they can and get as much meat out of that as you can. While we're talking about that, just to give you some ideas on when we talk about, how much of that meat is used or how much of the cow is used when they do butchering. So we talked about they need to weigh between 1,200 and 1,400 pounds at market. Almost 99% of the cattle is being processed. And when we mean processed, they're not just thrown away. They don't just cut and take the meat and it's like, okay, we're getting rid of everything else. No, they are using so many things with this animal, with that to feed or whatever we need to do for the industry. And so we'll kind of try to go through and highlight some things that people don't realize. Hey, what do you get from your animals as far as that? So there's so much involved in it. So it's just crazy to think about what all you get from it.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. We were here last night watching the steer show, and then coming in tonight, the transition that so many of these calves, as we've said multiple times, are going to be coming back next year as full fat steers. And so it's cool to not only see the partnership with the 4-H members, but to see the growth in some of these calves too over the last year. Later on we'll announce the champion rate of gain, kind of as we've said. It's from that time where they weigh in these calves for the first time until they weigh in here at the fair, and see which one has gained the most amount of weight since then, which is a really cool accomplishment to see.
Or another way to look at it, who spent the most money to get the animal to eat the most, right?
Eat the most.
Or feed it marshmallows, maybe?
Yeah, you never know.
I mean, you never fed your animals marshmallows, did you?
I was going to say, showing hogs, you feed hogs just about anything they'll eat to gain some weight. Anything from cake mix and Kool-Aid to marshmallows, whatever it takes.
Just looking at some of the products things to think about. In the brain, they'll take the brain and make anti-aging cream. Looks like we need to make more of that for people, right? No, I'm just kidding. But then you got medicines. The blood, we take the blood, we make dyes and inks and adhesives, medicine, the hooves and the horns, plastics, pet food, plant food, photo film, shampoo, and stuff like that. The internal organs, we talked about, obviously, the meat, but what about instrument strings, tennis racket strings, any kind of vitamins and minerals with that. And then you get into, manure. One of the funny things that people say, well, that smells. Well, for an animal producer, they say that's the smell of money, because meaning they just appreciate that, what the animal is doing. But anyways, they take the manure, they're going to spread it on the fields. So probably if you're noticing, especially here in Adams County, we took a lot of weed off here in the last couple of weeks. They're taking a lot of the manure and they're spreading it on the fields. So they're fertilizing their fields using that. So that's some of the things with that. Some other byproducts you don't realize, on the hair, they'll use for air filters, brushes, insulation, things of that nature. The fat, some of your chewing gum. Think about that when you're chewing your gum next time. You might be chewing on the fat of a cow. Candles, detergents, perfumes, pet foods, all kinds of chalk and all kinds of fun stuff with that. So that's just crazy how much they're using the byproducts. They're not just using it just for meat, and they're not wasting it. So we're just taking so much of this animal and we're using it for other resources and stuff. So pretty crazy to think about. He looks like he's getting ready to finish up here. It looks like he's
last class here of the dairy beef cross calves.
He's working with figuring out. Oh, he's switching them around. So looks like the Schaefer girl is going to go in first. We'll listen to him talk.
That one is a little bit neater in terms of the skirt latch and presentation up front. That calf's fuller in terms of his forehead. One that I think is fresher in terms of his back shape as you get on top of the cattle, and studying his shape from the top of his hip down into his quarter. If I'm going to change him relative to the one that goes second, I'd really like to see him become stouter in terms of his hock and rear ankle and just hind leg assembly and the way that one's put together, because he's maybe not quite as durable as the steer that comes in the second. But that one's fresher, more hydrated in terms of his muscle type, really good in terms of his body shape, still has a nice silhouette from the side. The other man that comes in second, that one is so good on the ground in terms of feet placement, having some genuine width down low, still being stopped and square out of that one's hip in the way that he utilizes his hind leg. Relative to the one that goes right in front of him, he starts to read more maturity as you set him up front in terms of his neck and throat. Gets a little bit plainer in terms of his look up there. He gets just a little bit steeper out of the top of his head. But man, that's getting awfully piggy. Those cattle up top are very good and a very close pair. The two that rolls out in third, one that just comes with so much body to him and added rib. With that said, he's maybe a little bit more detailed right out of the back side of the shoulder, just in comparison to the cattle that go right in front of him. Maybe the one that's not quite as pulled apart in terms of his forehead, but man, his body and soundness and just practicality, that's a very, very good third place here that comes out today. The one that comes in fourth, one that's maybe just a little bit trimmer made, and with that extra trimness, I like that he's fresher in terms of his typing time relative to the ones that go ahead. He probably needs to just come a little bit cooler, read with a little bit more cover on him for today. Young lady in the purple that comes next, one that wants to be just a little bit ornery at times. So he's got part of the roll and turns up part of his center body. One that still has some softness out through his head. Maybe just doesn't have quite the look and balance and lines of the cattle in front of him. The cattle includes the class one that I think has some growth and size, and I think that's had to continue to feed and grow well. With that, though, it's not quite as comfortable in his build and angles off either end of the structure. One that's just a little bit tighter and straighter made. Let's go ahead and give them a nice round of applause, too.
All right, Mary, share with us what we got.
Okay, there we go. This was Class 6 of the Beef Dairy Cross Calves. Our last one. First was Gentry Schaefer. Second, Gavin Gratz. Third, Riley Bullenbacher. Fourth, Lane Rediger. Fifth, Bree Cohagen. And sixth, Audrey Grimm.
Okay.
So that was Class 6. Now it looks like we're bringing in all the rest of the calves for the Grand Drive.
Yeah, so if you want to go back and look at the winners and stuff, and we apologize, we're working. This is our first time doing this. We're trying to let you hear the judge, and it sounds like maybe it's not as easy to hear the judge as we thought we'd tell you to help. So we'll do our best when the judge is talking to maybe share some things. Like I said, we were trying to hopefully the judge pick up, but that's all right. We're going to keep working on this. So, Mary, who do we have? Who's our winners from each class that we have in there? Can you help us out?
Yeah, it looks like we've got from each of the classes. First, from Class 1, we've got Cale Beer in here. From Class 2, we've got Henry Craig. From Class 3, we've got Memphis Luganbill. Class 4 is Clay Beer. Class 5, Garrett Rhodes. And then our last class, our winner was Gentry Schaefer. So we've got all 6 of those calves in the ring, and then if one of those is then pulled as he picks his top 5, the second place calf from that class will then come in to fill the spot and be in contention.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like we got a mix of some cross dairy steers here. I wish you guys could see that far one. Looks like Cale Bill showing what a unique pattern that is with that one, that red and white. It's just crazy. It's this cool looking one. I like the look of it. I mean, obviously we're just judging on looks, but as far as that pattern and stuff.
It looks like we've got, tons of varying weight. Like we said, obviously each of these classes were split up by weight, smallest to largest. So we've got Cale Beer's calf he's got there is 418. The one from Class 2 jumps to 482. And then from there, 532. The one from Class 4, it looks like Clay Beer's got is 556. Garrett Rose, his was 580. And then
640 in the last
one. Yeah, Gentry Schaefer 640. So you've got calves from 418 pounds all the way to 640. And that's going to be a tough decision for the judge to go on. And, he referenced this pretty much in the very first class. The biggest calf is not always going to be the one who wins. It's the most structurally sound, and so that's going to definitely factor into his decision.
Structure is a big thing. We think, okay, it's just a market animal. We're going to raise it to get meat, right? Well, no, structure is important because, like we talked about, you got a year. You got to feed this animal. And, just think about if you don't feel good and you don't feel like, no offense, walking and cooking your food and stuff like that, these animals the same way. They're not going to get up and go to the feed trough. They're not going to eat if they feel crummy. They don't feel good. If maybe their body's breaking down, they can't handle the weight and stuff like that. So they need to be able to walk and freely and also the judge is looking at what's the ratio can it take on the feed and produce in a year from now. And so if it's not very good at taking that feed and converting it into energy and to muscle, then it's not going to be a good calf, and that's what he's looking for as well. When you say calf, it's going to be here pretty soon to be steers. About a year from now, we butchering them. But that's kind of what he's looking for, and hopefully trying to pick what he thinks in here. So I like the color of the Rhodes boy, Garrett. He's got on that.
Yeah, very unique calf for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. You can see here, for those of you who can see closely, you've got such a variation. These are obviously beef dairy crosses. Some of them very clearly look like dairy calves, and then some others definitely look a lot more beefy. So it'll be interesting to kind of see how he lays these out and really what he's looking for when you've got such a big variation in weight, in style, and everything.
In the dairy beef cross, they don't have to, and that's kind of show paperwork. So we don't know some of the lines that these animals are coming from, and that's okay. But it would be interesting to see some of that where they come from, because a lot of these animals, they probably bought them at the auction, and then what happens is somebody's going to bring in like 30, 40, 50 calves, and they put them in the auction, and the kids buy them as a lot or buy them individually. Some of these are bought online. You can go online and in the spring, there are so many online auctions. Probably, I'd hate to imagine how many a day online auctions that people are selling, and not just Indiana. We're talking about across the world, across the nation, across the U.S. They're selling these animals online, and so these students might have bought them that way, or some of them, maybe their parents. They had them, and they raise dairy animals, and so they calve them, and then they raise them out of steers.
Yeah, we were just talking about this earlier today with somebody here involved on the fair, with the fair specifically, and it's very interesting, especially in the last couple of years. You went from being able to buy calves for $300-400 to anywhere now $1,500 to $1,800.
Let's put your hands together in an awfully dang good lineup out here. Sometimes when you get asked to go judge shows, you really don't know what you're going to come into and what kind of quality there's going to be. But quite frankly, to have 6 classes here and have this many in each class and have a ringside that's packed full like this one is, it's what makes county fairs fun. And I know how competitive, at least, our county fair gets, and I'm sure it's the same way here. Sometimes I always joke, you don't go to the county fair just because you want to win. It's because you don't want to get beat by somebody else. And I think that competition is always good. It keeps things interesting and fun. From our lightweight class up front with the red and white calf, one that's just so attractive and green, and I think very good in terms of his type and kind. Gives up some muscle mass maybe relative to the group, and maybe his hind legs not as comfortable, but I think that one's got a really bright future, and McKenna and I like that one too, and think he's definitely within contention. The black and white steer that comes out of the second class, one that balances so nice. Top line's awfully good. Maybe if you get at the right angle at the 3/4 view, is he just as pulled apart in terms of his rib cage, and as you study him in his forearm and chest width, maybe not as much, but that one's look and balance and comfort is really good. The young man that comes out of the third class, one that I think is just pretty studly in terms of his type and kind. That one's got a stout skull on him. He ties his neck really good. He's pulled apart. With that said, he maybe comes with just a little extra shoulder in his forearm, and the way that he transitions isn't maybe quite as comfortable. But from there back, that one's round in terms of his body type, stout out of his hip. His hind leg gets comfortable. Maybe doesn't have quite the extra set that some of these others have, but he still gets out and strides very well. The red and white one that comes next, that one you can tell, I think, is just kind of the definition of a dairy beef cross. Got kind of more of a dairy type head, but he's so sleek and elegant in his front 1/3 and dead flat in his shoulder. Blends really good in terms of his top line. One that maybe isn't just quite as stout down low in terms of his foot and hind leg feature. I'm not calling that one frail, just relative to this lineup, maybe not quite as stout in that one area, but that one's awfully good. And then we have, I think it's Chicken Nugget, the gold one that comes out of the fifth class, and he's quite the opposite, big-footed and burly, maybe not quite as much body, but that one's thick and stout as well. And then we have our last class, one that I think was awfully competitive. Those top three were real good. That one's body and hip is really nice. Relative to this lineup, is he maybe just a little bit plainer in terms of his front-end look, not quite as stout out of his hind leg perhaps, but that's a thick top, thick-ended one that's still plenty sound. So the only reason we go back through and talk them, I know for me and I think probably McKenna, if we're going to get beat with one that's good and all 6 of these are good, you want to know why and maybe that one area that, you got beat on. So with that said, I don't think we have a ton of comments. McKenna and I, we've known each other for quite a while, and we see cattle quite the same. We agree on the one that we want to use for champion. We'll pull in the second from that class and go from there. But I just thank you guys for the opportunity to come out. The cattle are really good. The crowd ringside is awesome. This is, like I said, something you should definitely be proud of. You don't get this at a lot of county fairs. Let's give them a round of applause, and we'll get a grand in reserve.
Who was that? Memphis Luganville. So your grand champion Dairy Cross starter calf was exhibited by Memphis Luganville.
Looks like he was out of class 3.
Yeah, look at that smile. He's so excited. Great for him. So now they're going to pull in the second from the class 3. Who is that second?
Looks like Tinley Miller. They'll be pulling in her calf from class 3 to fill that spot.
Yeah. So hopefully, did you catch the name of the one that's showing down there?
Yeah, it looks like our one out of class 5, Garrett Rhodes, his calf's name is Chicken Nugget, in case you didn't hear.
And you can understand by the color.
Yeah.
So he's going to, like I said, he's going to pull the second one and go through and compare it to the ones with Tinley Miller. We said weighed 530 from class 3. So now he's comparing it. So he's going to pick his reserve grand champion. He's going to pick a top 5. But and like I said, we mentioned before, that grand champion banner is sponsored by the First Bank of Berne. And like I said, that went to Memphis Luganville. His parents are Brent and Diane Luganville. I'm going to give him a second here. It looks like they're talking it over. Sometimes they've already have them placed in their mind, but they just kind of want to confirm it. They, like I said, these judges have done this so much, and so.
Calf, one that's really good in terms of his body type, sound, maybe not as exotic in terms of his front 1/3, but still really nice. And I think it comes down between a couple of cattle, at least in my mind, and I think in McKenna, I really like the one out of the second class, maybe not as pulled apart, but that one's got a really good look from the side. The one out of class 4, the red and white one, that thing's so neat in terms of his look and symmetry and balance and how attractive he is. Like we said, maybe not quite as stout underneath. That's awfully nitpicky. And then the one out of our last class, that one's so burly and good-bodied and good in terms of his hip width. One, though, that's maybe just a little bit rounder at times in terms of his muscle, not quite as wide as you step in behind the cattle at his foundation. But all of these cattle are awfully dang good. I think for us, we just stick to the fundamentals. I've never been a huge fan of judges that are extra fluffy or ones that want to pretend like they're something they're not or make it a whole production. It's definitely all about the kids and the cattle and just choosing the ones that fundamentally, I think, check the most boxes. For us, the one we like next best is the red and white one out of class 4.
Looks like
the reserve grand champion is exhibited by Clay Beer. Clay Beer coming out of class 4. Thank you to First Bank of Berne for sponsoring the banner for the reserve grand champion.
Yeah, looks like if you couldn't hear there, out of class 4, our reserve grand champion beef dairy cross was Clay Beer. So we're going to be bringing in then next
Brady Rediger is coming into the ring, the second place animal from class 4.
And he's got a third. Looks like it's Gentry Schaefer.
Your third overall, beef dairy cross starter calf, Gentry Schaefer. Thank you to Ms. Lehman's Realtors and Auctioneer for sponsoring the banner. Second place animal from class 6 entering the show arena, Gavin Gratz. Now selecting the 4th overall beef dairy cross starter calf. 4th overall, Gavin Gratz, coming out of Class 6. Your 4th overall banner sponsored by Tonner Precision Services, your local precision planning premier dealer. Your 5th overall is Henry Craig. Henry Craig coming out of Class 2. Thank you.
All right, there we've got it. Looks like, just in case you haven't seen, our grand champion calf here was Memphis Luganville. Reserve was Clay Beer. 3rd overall, Gentry Schaefer. 4th overall, Gavin Gratz. And 5th overall, Henry Craig. Looks like we'll go ahead and take a break.
Yep.
Since opening Miller Land Surveying in 2005, we've grown to not only service Adams County, but the entire Northeast Indiana region. Business growth has led us to expand with additional field crews, advanced technology, locations in both Monroe and Fort Wayne. Miller Land Surveying partners with various clients to aid in residential and commercial real estate transactions, development of schools, industrial parks, subdivisions, various commercial development projects, and more. At Miller Land Surveying, precision and professionalism is where we draw the line.
One is more than a number. It's pride in our history and the promise of what's to come. One farmer, one seed, one season. One changes everything. In 1926, Henry A. Wallace and the founders of Pioneer revolutionized farming, and we've been innovating ever since. 100 starts with one. Our 100th season starts with you.
Best One, we've changed our name to Best One of Monroe. Still the same family ownership, simply a new name. Same great people, same great service, same great prices. You know who we are.
We are serving customers first.
We are trustworthy.
We are passionate.
We are committed.
We are community focused.
We are locally owned.
We are the family you've depended on for over 70 years. We are Best One of Monroe.
Best One of Monroe, celebrating 75 years of selling tires, serving people.
Are you in the market for a used vehicle, or are you looking for a rental van or trailer? CMA Truck and Auto provides a variety of vehicles in a variety of price ranges, and Swiss City Vans offers rental services for a range of equipment. We invite you to visit us in person at the south edge of Berne on US 27, or to visit us online at cmatruckandauto.com, where you can sort our inventory by price range. You can also visit our Facebook page, where we keep in touch with our customers and promote giveaways. Enjoy the vehicle buying process without hidden fees or high-pressure sales at CMA.
Where you're going and how you get there matters. Along the way, the right financial guidance can make all the difference. That's why there's Everence. Together, charting your path with a full range of caring financial services. For starting out, growing your future, caring for loved ones, and sharing with others. In a life of faith and impact, it's your financial journey. Let's go. Visit us at everence.com/burn.
Arnold Lumber at 425 Winchester Street in Decatur is a complete building center for all building contractors and do-it-yourselfers. We supply every facet of building supplies that you will need to complete your next project, but we can also help you get the work done. We install doors, windows, overhead doors, and roofs locally when the materials are purchased from us. We install pole barn packages all over Indiana, Ohio, and southern Michigan, and we provide rooftop delivery with shingle purchases. Open 7 to 5 Monday through Friday and 7 to 12 on Saturday. Let us help you with all of your construction project needs. At FM Investment Services, we continue to serve and advise our clients with dedication and experience, and our team includes 2 registered investment professionals. Leif Lickinger, with over 30 years of experience helping clients navigate their financial journeys, and Lori Garwood, bringing more than 25 years of investment expertise to the table. Together, Lee and Lori are committed to helping you achieve your financial goals, and supporting them is Tina Marbaugh, administrative assistant, who has 4.5 years of experience in the investment field. Call us today, 260-368-9939 to schedule your consultation. FM Investment Services, experience you can trust, advice you can count on.
Cooper Farms raises turkeys, hogs, and chickens for table eggs, using innovative, sustainable practices that protect our land, our water, and our animals. With over 2,500 team members and around 450 contract family farmers, we produce the highest quality essential food ingredients and products. Our family shares this legacy of stewardship with families, team members, our customers, and the community.
Here at the local Keystone Energy office in Monroe, our drivers, service technicians, administrative assistants, and sales staff are centered on you. We work hard to meet your energy needs with superior products and exceptional service.
We are here to lead with purpose, serve with impact, grow responsibly with our local community, embrace our roots and humble beginnings.
Keystone Cooperative Monroe team is centered on you.
Take charge of your finances with Financial Partners. FCU's You Choose Rewards credit card options. Choose a fixed rate card with an APR as low as 8.00% for consistent payments. Need a fresh start with credit? The Premier card offers a fixed 13.99% APR. Both require credit approval. Apply today at financialpartnersfcu.org. Financial Partners FCU. Member NCUA. Equal housing lender.
Leaky Farms Trucking, LLC is located outside of Berne, Indiana. Leaky Farms Trucking specializes in the transportation of ag and general commodities with a wide range of dump, belt, hopper, dry, van, refrigerated, tanker, and flatbed trailers. We would like to wish good luck to all 4-H'ers in the fair this year. Give John or Ted a call for any of your upcoming transportation needs. John at 260-525-4748 and Ted at 260-849-0770.
Partnerships thrive, integrity leads the way, and dedication meets innovation. Tried and true. Truland Equipment. We have the tools and services you need to work the land. A John Deere provider with a broad inventory, assisting you in service and technical support. We respond to your concerns quickly. For all your equipment needs, choose Truland Equipment, where provider means partner.
Ms. Lehman Realtors and Auctioneers have been serving this great community since 1960.
We are here to help you through all stages of life.
From commercial properties
To auctions
to farmland and equipment
and owning your first home.
We have the expertise and experience you can count on.
Visit us in person or online at MsLehman.com.
Any brand, any color. You break it, we'll fix it. Newsbob Mechanical is located just north of Berne, along with over 175 years of combined service in the field. Newsbob Mechanical offers a wide range of rental equipments and attachments. If you're looking to upgrade your equipment or starting from scratch, whether it's new or used, they can help to find the right machine for you. Stop and see the full line of Gale and Manitou equipment with leasing and financing options available, along with a full line of Manitou parts and attachments. Call 260-589-3802 to find out what we have to offer.
Krukenberg Auction and Realty of Decatur is dedicated to providing you with a grand auction experience. Their stellar team has over 100 years of combined listing and sales experience, specializing in auctioning homes, personal property, land, farms, equipment, antiques, and business liquidations. Licensed in Indiana and Ohio. Call Krugerberg Auction and Realty at 724-7402 or stop by 1030 South 13th Street in Decatur. Make the best choice by making Krugerberg Auction and Realty your first choice for a grand auction and realty experience.
At Swiss Village, our mission is simple: pursuing life together. Every day, we create a community where life is full, active, and meaningful. Here, neighbors become friends, team members feel like family, and every moment matters. Whether you're searching for a vibrant place to live or a rewarding place to work, you'll find it here at Swiss Village. Swiss Village, pursuing life together. Learn more at swissvillage.org.
Passion. It's inside the barn at 5 a.m. It's dirty boots, calloused hands, and the energy to keep going. Passion is every step, again and again. Passion. It's giving it the best you've got. It's hard work that pays off. Show right. Feed your passion.
Do you need repairs done on your farm equipment or grain handling equipment? Maybe you need steps or a railing made, livestock gates, or your wife's favorite chair. Ironclad Metalworks is who you need. We specialize in agribusiness welding and fabricating. We have the skills you need to get the job done correctly, from existing equipment repairs to new fabrications. No project is too big or too small. We can do it all. Do you have an idea but can't seem to bring it to life? Stop by and let us help you make your ideas a reality. Come see us at 620 Berne Street in Berne or call 260-525-0471.
Well, let's get going first.
No, I was just saying, like, we'll need to do this again some point.
Sturdy. Ready? You're live.
All right, welcome back with the Berne Witness here. We are at the 2026 Adams County Fair Starter Calf Show. In the ring right now, we've got Class 7, but it's our first class of the beef starter calves. We just went through 6 classes in the grand drive of the Beef Dairy Cross. So it looks like we've got 5 4-H'ers in the ring right now, Class 7. We'll just go through who you're going to be seeing. Looks like we've got Hazel Fox, Jaden Nussbaum, Brinley Sturry, Tinley Fox, and Lily Weigel. That's our Class 7, but the first class of beef starter calves.
Yep, and these weigh between 200 and 324 pounds. It looks like our first-year member, Brinley Sturry. Her parents are Kim and Trent Sturry, so this is her first year in the starter calf contest.
Yeah,
so
it's exciting. Looks like we've got a whole class of girls out here, which is fun.
So girl power here, yeah.
Yeah, it looks fun to watch.
Yeah, so a lot of people call these colored calves, meaning there obviously is no dairy cross in there. These are probably, most of them are probably purebred of some sort. Now, again, we've mentioned some of these. They'll keep these projects for next year. And so next year, when they show in the steer division, they will show in their breed. So right now in the starter calves, they're just showing on their weights. So between 230 and 324 pounds, they're just showing them right now, competing against that.
Which is a big gap for a class. I mean, looks like you've got a huge jump, but 124 pounds different as you kind of look down the line. That's definitely going to be a tough decision for the judge to look at. That's a lot different. I mean, most of the rest of these classes are all within, looks like maybe 20, 30 pounds at most. But this one's definitely a big jump. But as we mentioned before, if you were listening for the dairy beef cross, they have a limit of 650. So we've got pretty much anything under that. And they would have weighed in early, I think in early April, May here. Mm-hmm. And then we'll be honoring, as I've mentioned before, a rate of gain winner. So which 4-H'er in their calf has that gained the most amount of weight since weigh-in. So we'll also take a look at that later this evening.
Moving into our junior beef show, I think a nice class to kick things off. Some sort and typing kind. Where you land on the young lady up front with their heifer calf. I think that one It's awfully youthful and green and so immature, but yeah, that one reads high quality in the way that it's so arrogant and proud through its front end. It's good in terms of its top line, long and level out through its hip. That one's more correct in the structure that it has up high, and consequently, its hind leg goes better when asked to pull the lead. That one tracks quite a bit more secure in the way that it uses its hock and hind leg. Nice way to go ahead and kick things off. Young lady that comes next, I think one that is so big-footed and stout-legged and big-backed, long-necked. Liked all of those things about that one. That one gets a little bit more, I think, crisscross as you study it tracking from behind, maybe just a little bit weaker out of the back of his shoulder. Nice pair of cattle up top. I think 3, 4, and 5 have some give and take, like this red heifer calf that comes out next. One that when she gets her parked, that one's got a really neat silhouette. She's quite a bit the youngest by a margin. Just in terms of weight, I think that one gives up quite a bit. But as you just study it piece for piece, long-necked, flat-shouldered, good in terms of its hip and hind leg. Just need to see more calf today to rival that top pair. Black heifer that comes out next, like her in terms of being fuller into the upper portion of her rib, probably having more stoutness and power relative to the heifer that was right in front of her. Maybe one that gets a little bit steeper out of her hip, one that doesn't always want to collect and give you a good look. The Hereford Mark steer that comes out here in 5, one that is big-backed and stout and square-made, kind of a cool little calf in his own right relative to the group. Just got to get more groceries in him and see him fuller with more bloom. Let's go ahead and give them a nice round of applause, too.
There you go. Look at that. That was Class
7 placings for beef starter calves. Your first class for beef starter calves. Your class.
There we go. First class of beef starter calves, Class 7. Placings for that. First was Brinley Sturry. Second, Tinley Fox. Third, Hazel Fox. Fourth, Lily Weigel. And fifth, Jaden Nussbaum.
Yeah, some of the things that if you were listening, you caught on. He talked about the top line, like especially like you talked about number one, the first place from Brinley Sturry. Talked about her top line, how correct, how straight she was, and the way she tracked. When they say talk the way she tracked, means the way she walks. So they like to watch that animal walk, and so they're watching how their legs move, and so you want to see, making sure they're putting in their hind legs in the same direction they need to be, and that's what they're talking about, track. Because he mentioned one of them when he was walking is crisscross, and so they're looking at that. And so, again, you think, well, what's the big deal? It's a market animal, but we care about this animal being healthy for the next year and getting to weight quickly, and so that's what the judge is looking for on that. So,
yeah, even just a note, too. I mean, you saw in this class we've got Class 8. I'll go through who we've got in here. We've got London Nussbaum, Brooklyn Sin, Anna Ringer, Ellie Beard, Connor Lehman, and Tinley Fox. But one thing I would love to point out, too, it looks like Tinley Fox here, she's been in back-to-back classes, and that's not uncommon for 4-H'ers, especially when you're showing multiple calves. You might get them stuck in classes back-to-back, and she kind of handed her calf off to her parents and jumped right back in the ring for the next one, and she's totally got her game face on, and it's really cool to see members like that who not only have a lot of investment, a lot of animals. You can tell they've spent a lot of time and investment in the project, but that she's excited and willing to jump into the next one, and it's game on. She's definitely in it, so that's really cool to watch.
So these in this class weigh between 330 and 374 pounds, and so that's the kind of weight average you're looking at. So I mean, you see some variances with that. So it is pretty cool, and that's where 4-H, again, you just can't stress that enough, how much your support team and system. I mean, this is just not mom and dad. There's grandparents. There's all kinds of friends and families helping out in the back there. You guys obviously can't see that, but there's so many people in the back of the stalls. They're getting these animals prepped, and so someone was holding that. And sometimes I know the committee, they try their best to split up, so you don't always have, like, for example, we were talking about Tinley, so she doesn't have – they made it so she didn't have two calves in the same heat. That way she could show them both because, she works it, let her experience that time, and so that's what they're trying to do. So we appreciate the committee doing that as best they can. Sometimes you can't do it because then when they weigh so much of the similarity with that. But they're trying, and it's all about the kids, and we just got to keep saying that. For the 4-H, it's all about the kids and what they're gaining from this project and how they're going to grow as a person. I mean, when we talk about kids and what they're going to learn from this, they got to work with another animal and work with them, get them trained, and and teach them, like you see the show sticks they're holding in their hand. And so the show stick, what they're using, and they're taking it and they're helping set the feet. Well, some of these 4-H'ers, they've worked with their animal so much. Like last night, you would notice it pretty obvious with the steers and heifers because they're full grown. That animal just walks right into the set. Literally walks in, and the 4-H'er barely has to touch a foot, and then it takes that show stick. And what they do is they're rubbing it between either the brisket, the chest, or their flank, their belly, and they're trying to get it calm. They're trying to say, hey, listen, I'm here, I'm with you. And, sometimes you'll see the younger members, they talk with them, and they're trying to get them calm and stuff like that. So, so you see some different variances with that. So that's kind of what you're seeing on there.
Yeah, and same thing that he mentioned, and we've echoed it a lot tonight, and we're probably going to get sick and tired of hearing us say it, but the community support is incredible. I mean, if you can't see just where the cameras are right now, you can't see the masses of people standing at the entrance and the exits to this arena of people helping 4-H'ers get their calves in the ring, make sure they're good to go, make sure they're ready, and then the ones who are standing at the exit helping them get them out. If they're running into a next class, helping them stand there at the backdrop to get photos ready for the judge. I mean, you name it, there are countless volunteers, parents, families standing at the entrance and the exit to make sure that these 4-H'ers have the best experience possible.
Hey, just quick housekeeping thing. So when this class is done, our man Clint is working so hard with us. He's going to have to switch some things out. He's having some technical issues. Clint's been doing a great job working with us. This is our first time doing this where we have the commentary between the shows and doing our best. And so we just can't thank Clint enough. I think there's been a lot of people hounding and picking on Clint, but Clint's been amazing to work with. We've even had some family members say, hey, we'll do it, and Clint's graciously denied it and said, no, we better not. But it's been great. This is one of the things since COVID hit. You're seeing a lot more of this. I would venture to say there's not many county fairs that are doing this, that are having these live streams that are doing this kind of thing. So if you get a chance, thank Clint and his staff. They're amazing. They do a great job. Just to give, he starts out Sunday. He put on 2 shows yesterday, and they do 2 shows today, and tomorrow they'll do a show. The swine show is a pretty big one. And then Wednesday they do a couple there. So it's just amazing the amount of time they put into this. And then all the sponsors and all the sponsors for the Berne Witness. So we just appreciate that so much, what they've done for us.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get through this class. We'll get you the placings from the one that's in here in the ring right now, Class 8. And then we'll kind of take a second. We'll reintroduce you to the judges if you're just joining us and let you know who's evaluating these cattle and kind of who's running the ring here.
Yeah, so if you're just catching on, he's already placed looks like the 4 individuals on your left of the screen. And so they have 2 more. Excuse me. So they got 2 more here. They're kind of going through the 2 judges here. The first one is Colton Geiger. He's the main, I guess you call the main or head judge. And then McKenna is going to be the second helper, but we'll get into that in a second. So looks like he's going to talk here and share.
Fun class here. Just give and take, and it's one of those classes where you get stuck in and you can say, well, man, we're better in this area, or I don't like that one in that area, so I think I could be moved up a spot or down a spot, or however you want to look at it. I think it's pretty quick to find these 2 cattle up top, and the red and white one's got to go ahead and start. That guy's awfully perky and unique and just exotic in his front 1/3. He's tall-shouldered. He's good-bodied. He reads so balanced from the side. He still moves out of his hind leg really well. If we're going to maybe critique him, we could knock him back there in his knee and give him a little bit more angulation up front and maybe just pick him up ever so slightly in his pins out of his hip. But, man, I think that one's attractive and showy and just a fun type of animal to look at in the ring that captures a lot of attention. The black heifer that comes in next, 1-2, that's awfully long-necked. She's attractive in her terms of her type and kind, has some boldness to her rib. I think relative to the one right in front of her, she gets a little bit flatter there in her forerib and down through her heart, maybe not quite as stout at the ground. Want to push her down ever so slightly in her tailhead, but I think both those cattle are real nice. Black and white one that comes out next, one that's a little bit browner in terms of her hair coat, but I think if you dyed that one black and had her, just a little bit more dialed in, I think you'd be like, wow, that one's awfully unique, because the longer you study her, she's sound, she's smooth in terms of her shoulder, she's functional out of her hip, she's just maybe a little bit plainer in terms of her look relative to the top 2. The Highland calf that comes out here in fourth, as you would expect, super shaggy and just awfully fun to look at. Does a nice job of getting that one fit and shown.
Sharing happiness, displaying confidence, and promoting health. Your smile does a lot for you.
And at Riverstone Dental, we make smiles happen.
Across 2 locations at Riverstone Dental, our compassionate dentists and caring staff provides unparalleled care to patients of all ages. Using the latest technology and procedures, we offer an extensive list of general dentistry services. Whether you're stopping in for your routine cleaning and checkup, or you need restorative care, including implants, crowns, bridges, and more, we'll provide quick, comfortable care. Additionally, we perform orthodontic procedures as well. With traditional metal braces or the convenient Invisalign system, we can help you perfect your beautiful smile. Riverstone Dental. We make smiles happen.
And we're back. For those of you who may have just missed a little bit, we just finished with Class 8 of the beef starter calves. We'll go ahead and go through the placings here quick. First was Connor Lehman. Second, Ellie Beard. Third, Tinley Fox. Fourth, Anna Ringer. Fifth, Brooklyn Sin. And sixth, London Nussbaum. That was Class 8 of beef starter calves, and looks like we've got Class 9 in the ring.
Yeah. So if you caught some of the things he was saying, like I know he mentioned with the first place with Connor Lehman, he liked the hair and the look. When you look at the animal, they got that look. I don't know how you describe it as well, but it just they kind of flow, they kind of blend. They start from their head and they work all the way down to their shoulder, to their belly, their stomach area. I'm trying to use simple terms, and then all the way back to their rear flank.
Very fluid.
Yes,
they just match.
They did. You're right. They look like they all one piece. Sometimes you look at some of these, it looks like they've been chopped together with that, and so he liked that. And a big thing with the we call it the colored cattle. What we're seeing right now is the hair. And the amount of time they put into the hair. And a lot of it's just trying to give it that showy look with that. And there's obviously tons of debate why we mess with the hair and all that. Well, here's one thing I would say in defense of it. It's great for the 4-H'ers because they take the time and they're learning skills besides just, hey, go take care of your animal, feed it, walk it. Okay, you're done. Now go do whatever. Well, no, they got to spend time in washing it and taking care of it. You'll see some of these cattle, and especially the lighter color ones, the amount of time they go and clean and wash them just to make sure they look neat and stuff like that. Like you're seeing one coming over here, the Sin girl's walking, the Brianna. You can see how nice and black and dark it is, so you're looking at that. If you look at the top line and again, I know it's kind of hard to see in the camera, but you can see how they comb their hair and just make it look nice. And so the kids put a lot of effort and a lot of work in these with that. It's just not, we can't stress it enough. They didn't show up a week ago and say, hey, let's work with this animal. Nope. We're starting early on.
And I honestly, I'd echo kind of the same point, too. Every judge and every person is probably going to have a different opinion on look and style. It's completely subjective. But one thing that is never going to be subjective is the work and the effort that these kids put in. And clearly the character that it's building, not only to be a part of this project, but to put in that much effort to making your calf look nice, regardless of how you want to do it and how you want to achieve it. Nothing can really replace the kind of work ethic that's creating, no matter how you want to twist and turn it and debate what show cattle should look like. Nothing can fully replace the work ethic.
Oh my goodness, work ethic so many, and it's teaching these kids so much with that. And so, do you want to kind of share us again who we have here, our judges? It looks like he's going through and placing them. Who we got?
Yeah, while he's talking, we'll go ahead. We've got 2 different judges here today. I'll go through the first one for sure. We've got Colton Geiger. He's from Columbia City. He's very involved in his family's farm. He's a graduate of Black Hawk College East and Purdue University, where he was a member on both colleges of nationally competitive livestock judging teams. So safe to say he knows his stuff. And even more so to that point, during his collegiate career, Colton finished as a top 5 overall individual and 3rd high individual in reasons at the North American International Livestock Judging Contest in Louisville, Kentucky. Anybody who knows livestock or livestock judging, that's a big deal. Today, Colton serves as the coach of the Cherubusco livestock judging team. That team has earned multiple national contest championships at lots of major competitions, everywhere from Denver, Louisville, and Kansas City. Outside of livestock professionally, he's a senior strategic account manager with WMI Animal Health. And outside of work, Colton enjoys raising show cattle and mentoring youth livestock exhibitors. So, again, to that point, clearly this is Colton's bread and butter. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's talking about. So we're thankful to have him. And beside him there is McKenna Sabansky. She's also from Churubusco. She grew up raising and showing pigs with her family. She's a recent grad of Northern Oklahoma College, where she also successfully completed some time on a nationally ranked livestock judging team. She earned top 3 finishes at every national contest during her sophomore season. Individually, she was the high individual at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo and was recognized as the 2nd overall collegiate livestock judging All-American. This fall, McKenna will attend Oklahoma State University to study animal science, pre-law, and continue her livestock judging career. So if those 2 bios don't tell you what you need to know, these 2 judges know their stuff. They talk their stuff really well. They're extremely eloquent, and they see cattle and livestock very well. So we're very, very lucky to have them today.
Exactly. No, we appreciate it very much. They're all busy, got busy schedule. I would imagine Colton and McKenna, they probably judge multiple shows this year. And
I'm sure their summer's busy with county fairs like this.
Right, county fairs, and then even do some state and national shows. I mean, obviously in Indiana we got a couple weeks a week or 2 for our state fair, but other state fairs are going on around. So here's Colton.
Comes out here, the black and white one up front that the young lady's on. I joked with McKenna at the beginning of the classes. I think I know which one wins. Honestly, though, as the cattle are out here, it becomes a little bit of a tighter race up top, but this one is awfully unique. That one's got a fresh hair coat and fresh presentation. Attractive, good in terms of its ear set, super tight there in its throat, down through its chest. That one's hind leg is by some margin just the most comfortable in the way that she goes. I think that one has a very bright future, a high-quality animal to go ahead and get the class started off with. The smoky butterscotch colored one that comes in second. Any more of these cattle have to be built with some punch and power, and that one is so round in terms of the center part of his body and stout through his hip, and yet he's still good and flat in his hock and good in his rear ankle. I like that about him. With that said, he's maybe just a little bit more piecey in his look right now as you study him from his shoulder to his forerib and right out of the back of his top. Maybe not quite as stout in terms of his hind leg relative to that heifer that wins, but man, that one's awfully good. I think as he hairs up and matures, that's going to be a really nice one. I think it gets close between 3, 4, 5 and on down the line. For us, the one that comes into third is probably just more comfortable in the way that one's hind leg is laid in from the side, a little bit looser in terms of his angles off either end, and yet still high tine, really good in terms of its body and shape that it has. Maybe just a little bit rounder out of its hip, a little bit piecier there in its forerib relative to the ones ahead, but I think a very nice calf to wind up in third. Young ladies that comes in fourth probably gives up some of the maturity relative to the cattle right ahead of her, but that one I think stays above the calf right behind it. It's sounder on the move. Maybe you just need to see that one pulled apart and a little bit stouter relative to the cattle in front. I think that one flattens a little bit in its quarter, but still darn nice. The one that's a challenge, and I think you could have it placed higher, especially just at the stand, this one right here that comes in 5 is really good. Body shape, stoutness of upper pin set. That one gives a really neat silhouette from the side. Just as we get the cattle out on the move, might be because it's a little bit just more uncomfortable or not at ease. That rear ankle's just got to flex a little bit more, but at the stand, that one's really good. Shorthorn mark calf that comes next has some stretch and some size. With that, just wish it came with more physical feel and body to match its added size, but still a very nice calf to round out the class. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause, too.
All right, that was Class 9 of our beef starter calves. We'll just go through here the placings of that class. First, we had Lindsay Lefevre. Second, Ethan Borney. Third, Sawyer Beard. Fourth, Brianna Sin. Fifth, Grady Steiner. And sixth, Kaylin Steiner. So just as a note, too, we didn't mention that when they started, but we had 2 10-year 4-H members in that class, Lindsay Lefevre and Kaylin Steiner. And speaking of 10-year members, we're going to go ahead here. We're going to kick My dad, we're going to kick Mike off the mic here in a few minutes. We're going to go ahead and interview another 10-year 4-H member. We've got our ambassador. We talked about her a little bit before, Miss Ella Bloom. She's been passing out ribbons to all of the 4-Hers as they exit. And so I'll introduce this Class 10 that's walking in the ring, and then we'll get to hear a little bit from her. So, like I said, this is Class 10 of the Beef Starter Calves. Walking in right now, we've got Allison Gilbert, Kaylin Steiner, Caroline Kugelhahn, Maverick Shearer, Braden Dorney, and Benjamin Hershey. So we've got Class 10 right now. As I said, we were talking a little bit about 10-year 4-H members, and we've got one of our own right here to share. So, Ella, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, your parents, and some of the projects that you've been involved in?
Yes, my name is Ella Bloom. My parents are Jim and Amanda Bloom. I did Expo Hall projects, so I did genealogy, do your own thing, and then for that I did a fairy garden because I've been doing it since 3rd grade, so I decided I'd keep the tradition of that. And then I've done aquatic science all 10 years. And then I've also done some other projects like home environment and photography.
What's your favorite? I mean, you've got a lot of experience. You have to have one that catches you every time you're so excited to do that each year.
Probably the fairy garden because it kind of encapsulates my childhood. Because as a kid, I loved fairy gardens. And it's just been nice to continue to do that every year. And I'm kind of sad to see it go.
Yeah, you spend 10 years doing something like that. You sure build an attachment and a connection to something like that. So that's really cool. Why don't you go ahead too, now that you're kind of wrapping up 10 years of 4-H, it's slowing down. What are your future plans after you graduate?
Yeah,
well, you are graduated, actually.
Yeah.
Now that you're graduated and you're moving outside of 4-H, what are your plans?
Yeah, so I am attending Huntington in the fall to major in ag education, and then I'm minoring in history. So
Okay.
I plan to be an ag teacher.
I was going to say, in spite of the ag teacher you had, you're still wanting to go into ag education too,
Yeah.
which is a testament. Since we kicked him off the mic, we can talk about him now. But that's awesome. Can you share a little bit too about how maybe your experience in 4-H has shaped your decision to go into ag education, clearly being involved in an organization like this?
Yeah, so 4-H has definitely given me a lot of opportunities. For example, junior leaders, we would always go to the bowling alley and we would always bring books and stuff for a local charity. I think it's Ebony. Yeah, and it just kind of showed me that you can do things that are local and you don't have to go outside the country or even to another county. You can do things local. And just things like that where it made me realize that the world is a lot smaller than we think. And that's just, I think it's going to help me just kind of help other people in the future find opportunities in their communities and not having to go super far away.
Yeah, I think 4-H, and we've said this multiple times just throughout the night, the community support in Adams County is incredible.
Yeah.
And so when you get to experience something like that as a 4-Her, and then you're going now into ag education and get to be involved with students who are going to be in 4-H and FFA and
Yeah.
organizations in the ag industry, it's cool that you walked through that first, and then you're going to get to walk the students through that,
Yep.
which I think is fun. So I guess outside of that too, if you're speaking, say, to a future student of yours or a younger 4-Her, what kind of advice would you have for them relating to 4-H or maybe just in work ethic and building character? What maybe would that look like?
I would say try everything, which is kind of cliche, but I remember as a freshman or even a 6th grader, I was scared to try things, and I was scared that the older kids would make fun of me if I messed up. But being an older kid, it's really not that much cooler. You just have a little bit more experience, and doing those things at a younger age gets you more experience. So trying a lot of different things all at once, you get to know what you're good at, and being able to be better at it when you get older.
Yeah, we mentioned and touched on that a lot when the mini 4-Hers were here in the ring. Did you do mini 4-H, and kind of how was that experience in shaping your time?
Yeah. Mini 4-H was a lot of fun. I mostly came for the snacks, I'm not going to lie. But it did help me build connections early on. Mindy Freakty, she supported me a lot throughout Mini 4-H, kind of because I didn't want my mom to leave, so I kind of hung on her leg. But yeah, she did help me a lot, and it's a connection that has brought me to where I am today.
Yeah, shout out Mindy. But
yeah.
That's awesome. And we touched on that earlier. Like I said, the impact that the older members get to have to be involved with the mini 4-Hers, but also the volunteers and the staff that we have. Honestly, in Adams County is kind of unlike any other.
Yeah.
And so we're very excited. We're very proud of you and wish you luck and all of the ambassador things tomorrow. So
thank you.
Thank you for spending some time to chat with us.
Yep.
As we're kind of getting back in, we've got Class 10 here in the ring. So we've introduced them a little bit, and looks like Colton is kind of piecing those together here, and he's going to get the placings, and we'll go through what he decides on Class 10.
Yeah. So that was great. We appreciate Ella taking the time and sitting down and answering some questions. And so, wish her luck in her future.
Yeah, her and the 8 other ambassadors, as we said, will compete tomorrow night after the parade for the Royal and Distinguished Ambassador position. So we're not only cheering her on, but the other 8 individuals as well. And now that most of them, actually, I think are some 10-year members, a big group of them. And so then we wish them the best of luck as they venture outside of Adams County and do great things.
Yep, exactly. So we mentioned we wanted to highlight some 10-year members, and we kind of go back. Kaylin Steiner, her parents, Carrie and Lois Steiner, our guardians are Carrie and Lois Steiner. And then Lindsay Lefevre is Kim and Mark Lefevre. They showed in the last class. We apologize, but we had so much going on, and we kind of sidetracked that. But we're going to try to give you some information about them as the judge is kind of finishing up, and we might have to cut off here in a second when the judge gets back on. But so it looks like you got a minute if you want to talk about one of them real quick.
Yeah, I was going to say we can reference Kaylin Steiner. She's also in this class. She was not only in the last one, but this one as well. 10-year member. She was really involved. It looks like she was 10 years in starter calf, 8 in beef. And so she's definitely been very involved in livestock. And her future plans are to go to IU Bloomington to major in psychology. And she referenced that 4-H has really impacted her personal growth by teaching her to be resilient and to work hard for her goals. She said that there's nothing really that's pushed me as much as being involved in 4-H and some of the other members surrounding her that encouraged her and also provided her with a lot of opportunities to grow and to continue working for some of her big goals. And so we're very proud. It's really fun to honor some of these 10-year members. I mean, a decade of work in a project like this or to be involved in something, that's really an incredible feat. So
yeah, I mean, it is. Could you think about it? They've worked hard for 10 years, and they didn't quit. They didn't give up. I know they had bad days. I mean, I guarantee we all have bad days, and they probably had bad, what they consider bad fares, because we're human. We look at it. Oh, we didn't win a banner. We didn't win a ribbon we wanted. We didn't do this, but they stuck with it. They persevered, and that shows a lot to the testament and also to the supporters of what they've done. So it looks like he's still kind of. Oh, yep, there he goes. He just got him placed here, and so we'll listen to him.
Probably one of the more challenging decisions that we made because this trio up top are all good, and I think there's so many trade-offs in type and kind. The one that we start with is not the longest and slimmest necked, but as we build them from the ground up, this one of the trio is the most comfortable in the way that it handles its hind leg. It's consistent off both. It tracks wider from behind relative to another one. This one is round-bodied. I think it's presented well. Like I said, if we're going to change it relative to the 2 steers right behind it, lengthen her up on the top side of her neck and just make her a little bit more exotic in terms of her look. But I think just from a completeness standpoint, that one's the most complete while combining enough mass and power and still being sound. A nice calf to go ahead and win. From there, I think this gold one parked at the standstill is awfully unique because as you read in between 2 and 3, his rear rib and flank sits in with a higher look of balance. He's good in his ear set, his look up front. That one, I think, is still stout. Maybe his tailhead sets up a little high, but I think that just risks being a fact of being green and immature. For us, as we ask him to go at times, he wants to be a little quick off his back left rear, a little shorter in terms of his step. Just wish we could make him a notch more comfortable. That might have been just the trip to the fair. I think if that one's sound and that one hairs up, that one's got to look awfully, awfully good as he matures. That one's high quality. The black one, man, if you're just, I think, designing cattle in their front 1/3, that one wins the race by a mile. He's long-necked. He's attractive. He ties his neck high. He's got big, fuzzy ears. He's tall at the point of his shoulder. For me, his problems lie off his rear third. He's plenty wide pinned. He gets shorter and steeper out of his hip. His hind leg gets a little bit straighter and more restricted in terms of the angle to his rear pastern. But, man, that one's front 2/3. Awfully good. That trio are all very nice. I think that's high-quality cattle. The white one that comes fourth just kind of ran into a heater of a class. That one's really good in terms of its body type. That one's practical and big-bodied. With that said, I might want to whoa that one up just a bit, starting getting a little plain over the top of its neck, maybe pushing a little extra condition for this point. The roan marked calf here that comes next, I think one that between 5 and 6, that one's trimmer, more genuine in terms of its condition, wants to give the young lady a hard time. She does a nice job of hanging in there, like the soundness in that one. The Hereford marked heifer that comes next, got to appreciate that one's depth of heart and forerib, being smooth-shouldered, just wants to get a little bit tighter in its spine, more uncomfortable out of its hip, and needs to drop more flank. Let's go ahead and give him a round of applause, too.
There we go. That was Class 10 of beef starter calves. We'll go through the placings here. First, Allison Gilbert. Second, Maverick Shearer. Third, Braden Borney. Fourth, Caroline Kugelhahn. Fifth, Kaylin Steiner. And sixth, Ben Hershey. That was Class 10. And class number 11's walking in the ring.
Okay, so Class 11, the weights range from 478 to 540. There are 6 in this class. We have Dallas Strom, Hank Ringer, Scout Kugelhahn, Erica Martin, Caitlin Borney, and Gabriel Steiner. Looks like we have a first-year member.
Yeah, looks like Hank Ringer. We've got a first-year 4-H'er in here, which is fun. It's funny. We were just talking about some of the 10-year members in and out of here, and actually, before we hopped on the air, one of them just told me it's crazy. It feels like just yesterday was my first time in the show ring as a first-year 4-H'er, and it feels like it really does fly, and so we'll be excited to see. Looks like we've got a lot of first-year 4-H'ers in the starter calf project, and so it's really exciting. And
I try to do my best. Sheena and Jameson Ringer. I apologize if I mispronounced that, but that was Hank's parents. Yep, and so hopefully Hank has a good day to enjoy it again. Not necessarily to win, but just enjoy the experience and what's going on and stuff like that. So we got looks like we got 2 more classes, Class 11, Class 12, and then we'll be doing the Grand Champion Beef Starter Calf. Remember, we did the Dairy Cross, and now we're doing the Beef Starter Calf. Go through some sponsors here. For the Grand Champion Beef Starter Calf is from the First Bank of the Berne. The Reserve is First Bank of Berne. Third overall is Borney Farms. Fourth overall is the KBL Transport. And then fifth overall is Kelly Decatur Auto Mall. And so we appreciate all their many sponsors. Also, if you're just getting on with us, we were an hour and a half late because they had some drainage issues. So the fair board and the beef committee wanted to give a big shout out to some people. James Smith with Bloom and Reaver Septic, Jetty and the Drain, C&G Drainage Pipe and Supplies, Tim and Andrew and James Colton for the labor, Newspaw Mechanical for the mini excavator, so we just appreciate everybody and the spectators and the judges for taking an hour and a half delay and work with this. I mean, even the 4-H'ers and the parents, I mean, they were in their brains already thinking, okay, I got to get there at this time, I got to start, and then they had to change gears, they had to shift, because you don't want to get the animals up too quick and start working with them, and then all of a sudden they're sitting in their stalls and they're sitting in their pens all dressed up, and I say dressed up, meaning get the hair done and everything, and then, now we got to wait an extra hour and a half. Nope. So luckily, I think it was, 12, 1 o'clock, they made that call and said, hey, we got to delay this, and we got to give some more time because these 4-H'ers had to wash it. And so, again, it's hard to see with the camera, but they had to wash these animals, get the hair cleaned, dried out, get them prepped, get them ready to go. It's a lot of work with that, and so we just can't stress that enough. And such a great thing for these kids. Yeah,
I was going to say with the wash racks being plugged up, that's a hard thing on show day when you've got that many calves to get ready. And so everybody was incredibly gracious and kind of made that transition go pretty smooth to push it back. And they wanted to make sure that every 4-H'er had a good experience. They were able to get their calf as ready as they could, and that ended up being the best option for everybody. And so far it's worked out. We're moving right along and already through almost 12 classes here, class 11s in the ring of starter calves. And then it looks like we've got about 21 total. So
yeah, right.
We're a little over halfway here. But so far it looks like things are moving pretty well. And he's starting to get this class 11 here placed. So we'll let you know what he thinks.
Nope. Yep. We're excited here. Like I said, we got a few more here when we get ready for this next class. But we'll try to. Our goal is to get some more committee members here to speak to you and give you some information about what all is in the program and how you can get involved and how you can be supportive. So we'll be talking.
Somebody wants to be in mini 4-H or wants to get started in a project, we'll talk to one of the committee members here and give you some more information, and they'll tell you a little bit too just about what makes Adams County unique, as we've talked about a lot, which is going to be fun to hear from somebody who's doing the ins and outs of making this project run.
Yeah, yep, exactly. We talk about some different things, when we getting ready, some of the things they got to do. So Mary, if you can, I know you spent a little time, a couple years showing some cattle. Maybe talk about what are some things you remember doing on the day of the show.
Yeah, my experience with cattle was a little bit towards like the end of my 4-H career. I wouldn't say I really ever figured it out. It was always a learning experience for me.
Let's let the judge hear.
That one sets its rear ankle on hock is maybe a little bit more appropriate. In the way that one transitions through its forerib to rear flank, just reads with a better look of balance. Kind of has a mini faster look about him, but yet he's still neat and tidy up front through his head and neck, down through his chest. I don't think the gas pedal has to be pushed on that one too hard. He's kind of there. He looks good. I think you'll be able to coast him along and just keep him in check. That's a nice one to go ahead and start off the class with. The smoke that comes in second, maybe not quite as fuzzy haired as the one that wins, and I personally don't mind that. It's been a hot summer here, but as you look at this one, that one is stout and burly. She is so wide pinned and big and opened up when you get in behind the cattle. She's youthful and juvenile about her front end. With that said, she has so much added muscle. I think if we could tone her down just a notch at times, might make her a little bit more comfortable in her hind leg. You're getting behind the cattle. She wants to push out in terms of her hock, maybe a little bit flatter than harder there in her forerib. With time, I think that will fill in. The calf that comes next and third, one that I think reads with a little bit more grow and size right now, and like that. And with that said, as that one's grown up, I don't think it's had as much time to grow out and fill out. If we can get that one a little bit wider and bulkier, it probably rivals the two ahead of it, but a very nice calf to come into third. Highlander that rolls out in fourth, as you would expect, one that's real fuzzy, comes with plenty of body. With that said, maybe just reads a little bit plainer about its look up front. At times gets a little bit more uncoordinated about its rear ankle and a little bit more fragile down there, but still a nice calf there. Hereford marked heifer that rolls out next. Young lady does a nice job of getting that one stuck. She gets out, she goes on the move. She's very sound. Probably just need to see her belly drop lower with time to read more proportional in her look from the side. The slicker calf, the black one that rounds out the class, like that one in terms of its sheer size. I think that one's going to be a really good long-term one in terms of having some size and bulk and mass to it. With that said, maybe gets a little bit frailer, not quite some of the extras that we would want to see, but still a very nice calf. Young lady does a good job of getting that one stuck. If you would, let's give them a nice hand.
Placings for...
That was class 11, our second to last of the beef starter calves. Placings for that. First, Scout Kukulhan. Second, Caitlin Borney. Third, Gabe Steiner. Fourth, Hank Ringer. Fifth, Dallas Strom. Sixth, Erica Martin. That was class 11, and class 12's walking in the ring. We'll go ahead and introduce them, and then we'll go ahead and talk here to a committee member.
Okay, so in the ring we have class 12. This is the last class of beef starter calves. And so the weight ranges from 566 to 638 pounds. And in this class, we have Carson Lehman, Allison Gilbert, Brody Fosnaw, Maxwell Adams, and Connor Lehman is who is in this class that we're going. So, again, this is class 12. So we have one of the starter calf committee members. Go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us your role.
Hi, my name is Courtney Troyer, previously Courtney Lauder. I am on the youth development side of the beef committee, and I was an exhibitor myself in the project for 10 years in the dairy starter calves and then dairy beef program as well.
Okay, so what exactly are you doing when you talk about throughout the year? What is some of the things you're doing?
Yeah, so the biggest thing that I'm responsible for on the committee is our youth development workshops. So exhibitors have the option of either doing paperwork to submit to the fair, so that would be like getting a workbook and actually going through and filling out body parts you learn, like meat cuts, that type of thing for the project, or you can attend a workshop. And so we have 2 workshops throughout the year that you can come to. So sometimes we do things like a clipping course or a show ring course, and we'll work on showmanship with different exhibitors. And then sometimes we have like feed reps come, or we've had like a market guy come before and talk about basically what happens to your animal after they're sold in the auction, and kind of to know what to feed your animal to get them the highest price of market value.
Right. So you're basically educating, and that's what we've been talking about all night about the 4-H and how we're educating these youth and teaching them skills. It's just not just showing up today. It's an all-year process with that. So
yeah, exactly.
Can you give us some other committee members and stuff like that who's involved here today?
Yeah. So Paul Bloom is the president of our committee, and then Todd Lutter, my dad, is the vice president. And then we have a lot of other committee members who are here. Lindsay Bloom is our secretary, and she does so much of making sure that all the paperwork and everything is done for everything. We also have like John Leakty and Andrew Schaefer, and there's a lot of committee members that aren't listed that are helping ringside. Sometimes, there's a bunch of people that come to meetings and make the executive decisions, and then there's also just a lot of people who show up for cleanup and prep days for open shows and the actual shows, ringside help for the day of the fair, and just there's a lot of moving pieces, and it requires a lot of people.
So it's safe to say a lot of these were former 4-H members and stuff?
Yep, they're either all former Adams County 4-H members and exhibit in this project, or they currently or past had kiddos that have or currently are exhibiting the project.
Okay, so if I'm a parent, grandparent, I'm listening out, how can I get my son, daughter, grandchild involved in this kind of project?
I think the first thing is education. It's crazy. Growing up, I always thought that everybody in Adams County had some sort of ag knowledge or background, just because I grew up on a farm and a lot of my friends grew up on farms. But even living and working in Adams County still, I would say 95% of the people I work with can't tell the difference between a heifer and a steer. And so I think the first step is just education and asking somebody that you know a little bit more about what life looks like on the farm, kind of those basic questions in the livestock industry, regardless of if it's steers or hogs or lambs or just kind of whatever it is, kind of getting that first step of knowledge, because everybody hears a cow and they think of milk. But the reality is that the shows that we've done last night and tonight, these aren't milk cows. Milk Cow Show is going to be with the heifers on Wednesday morning.
Yep.
And so just really, I think the first step is understanding and asking questions. And then from there, those people are going to have some good connections and resources to getting involved in the project.
Right.
But I think the first thing is ask some questions, get that education, that knowledge, and then come watch a show.
Yeah.
And you'll learn a lot.
Oh, exactly.
Ringside.
Exactly. Yeah, it's so neat. And we've been talking about the family atmosphere. Can you talk about a little bit about your family? What kind of impact it had on you and the 4-H and stuff?
Yeah, it is definitely a family affair for most families. It certainly was for mine. So my parents grew up showing livestock, and then whenever I was going through the project, my parents were great supporters. I have 2 older sisters as well. But my uncle and my grandpa were the ones that looked for the calves and were actually going out and looking for barns and then telling us what to feed and how to work them and all the things. And so now, as I've moved out of showing and I'm on the committee side of things, it's fun to see my cousins doing that. My nieces and nephew are growing into that. But it really is. It's grandparents. It's aunts and uncles. I actually met my husband through showing dairy beef steers at the Indiana State Fair, and the same is true for his family, all of his siblings.
We're going to have to cut you off. We're going to do a quick commercial. Apologize. Okay. We'll come back.
Okay.
Farming is more than a livelihood. It's a legacy. Simplot was founded by a hardworking farmer like you over 90 years ago, and we've been growing America's farms for generations. With local crop advisors grounded in your success, Simplot Grower Solutions is in your fields and by your side. We dig in deep to pinpoint what you need, where you need it, when you need it, even when the forecast is unpredictable.
Since opening Miller Land Surveying in 2005, we've grown to not only service Adams County, but the entire Northeast Indiana region. Business growth has led us to expand with additional field crews, advanced technology, locations in both Monroe and Fort Wayne. Miller Land Surveying partners with various clients to aid in residential and commercial real estate transactions, development of schools, industrial parks, subdivisions, various commercial development projects, and more. At Miller Land Surveying, precision and professionalism is where we draw the line.
One is more than a number. It's pride in our history and the promise of what's to come. One farmer, one seed, one season. One changes everything. 1926, Henry A. Wallace and the founders of Pioneer revolutionized farming, and we've been innovating ever since. 100 starts with one. Our 100th season starts with you.
Really doesn't want to be a show calf today. I think that one probably has a lot of quality and pieces to him. Unfortunately, he gets lazy, and with that said, his top line wants to break apart. He wants to duck his hip underneath himself. At times, he doesn't always maybe take the extra step that he needs to, but I think if we can freshen that one up and perk him up a little bit, that one probably has a very cool silhouette. Just doesn't really want to give us that today, unfortunately. The steer that comes into third, one that at the standstill is probably softer bodied, one that reads with a nice look from the side. At the same time, though, maybe not quite as fresh muscled as the ones in front of it, maybe not quite as exotic and unique in terms of his front one third. Wants to pull in ever so slightly and at his hock, but that one's still awfully good. A very nice third place animal to come in this class. The steer that rolls out in fourth, I think one that has some added size and growth to him. With that said, as we get the cattle that have some growth right now, within that growth pattern of maturity, he hasn't filled out as much. He wants to close in a little bit underneath, wants to round out over his hip. If we give him a little bit more flank as he matures, I think that one balances up very nice from the side. Calf that rounds out the class, one that's super sound, hands down the greenest one within the bunch. And sometimes, having a green calf can be a little tough at the beginning because it's just not everything's there. But that one's long-fronted, super sound, good in terms of its body type, just a little flatter in its forerib and not as much muscle and bloom right now. Young man, it's a nice job of showing that one. If you would, let's put our hands together for them.
Placings for Class 12 beef starter calves. Your class winner, Connor Lehman, followed by Allison Gilbert, Brody Fall.
All right. Yep, go ahead.
No, that was Class 12. We'll go through quick here the placings. First, Connor Lehman. Second, Allison Gilbert. Third, Brody Fosnaw. Fourth, Max Adams. Fifth, Carson Lehman.
Yeah, and we apologize, Clint, poor Clint. He's struggling. Something's going on with our cameras here, and we apologize. We're doing our best, and, hey, technology can be great, but sometimes when it wants to act up, it wants to act up, right? So we are doing the Grand Champion Beef Starter Calf. So it looks like we have Brenly Sturry from the Class 7. And then Class 8 is Connor Lehman. Class 9 was Lindsay Lefevre with that. And then Class 10, Allison Gilbert. Class 11 was Scout Kugahan. And then the class we just did was Class 12 was Connor Lehman. So, again, the judge is going to be picking the grand champion beef starter calf here in a little bit. So, we appreciate you being patient with us and working with us. Some of the banners we mentioned before, the First Bank of Berne, I'm sponsoring the grand champion and reserve. The third overall was Borney Farms. Fourth overall starter calf is KBL Transport, and the fifth overall starter calf was the Kelly Decatur Auto Mall. We apologize. We did appreciate Courtney Troyer getting on and speaking with us a little bit, and hopefully you get an idea of how big, and we talked about the 4-H, it is such a family-oriented thing. Courtney, obviously her family is big in this community, and then along with all the other members. I think every other member she mentioned, they have showed or their family has showed in such involvement. Now, doesn't mean just because you had family that didn't show, doesn't mean you can't be involved. It has nothing to do with it. Anybody can be involved in the 4-H, and so you just need to ask. Ask your local 4-H extension educator and get involved here. So we're excited to see what's going to happen with the champion beef starter calf here.
Looks like he's sorting through, going to pick his top 5 from all these classes. And, again, we mentioned that with the Dairy Cross, but you've got some calves in here. I mean, the first out of Class 7, 272 pounds, that's Brinley Sturry's. All the way up, Connor Lehman here, his out of Class 12 was the heaviest calf we've seen in the beef starter division. That was 638. So when you've got almost 400 pounds difference between calves, that makes a tough decision for the judge to be able to see scale. You're not only looking at structure, but when you see calves of such different sizes, it makes the decision a little interesting, especially when you're not only picking a grand champion, but then trying to rank and pick a top 5 from essentially 12 different calves you've got, first and second of each class. As he kind of pulls ones that are in the ring right now, the second place from that class that they were from will come in and kind of take their place and be in contention. So you've really got 12 that are up for grabs for those 5 spots.
Except the grand's only going to come from the first place. But you look at this top 6. We talked about competitiveness in this county. There's at least 4, maybe 5, maybe all 6 of these. They will be showing at the state fair. They will be competing at the state fair against
and probably do very well.
Exactly. I mean, they're going to be top of their classes, and we're talking all across the state. Anybody can show. Some misnomers about the state fair is you don't have to win or whenever, because you think about it, a calf that wins today, it may get second to the same calf next week or the week after at the state fair. Because remember, we talked about it's a judge's opinion with that. And typically, you hope that the judges are consistent. You would like to think that any given day they're going to have the top couple ones in each class. They're going to be sort their ways to the top. So
but they have 3 weeks, which for cattle, I mean, 3 weeks is a lot of time for things to change too. They might look like a completely different calf they do today than they will on show day at state fair. So that's obviously a consistency for the judge and them getting it ready. But there's also a lot of factors of keeping them looking their best and maybe
healthy.
Exactly. Like there's a lot of factors that come into that.
Yeah.
Especially as we said, when this many of them from the Grand Drive we've got in right now are going to be showing at state fair. There's a lot of factors that go into it. Yeah.
Well, one of the things that we try to do a good job of educating the 4-H members about is about animal health care. So when they're done tonight, they just don't throw them in the stall. They just don't say, hey, throw them some feed. They try to make sure they wash and clean. There are so many different diseases and things out there that they got to make sure that when they take them back home, they're healthy for the state fair in a couple weeks, if they're going to do state fair or whatever they're going to do. And so there's a lot of things go into it. And
especially bringing them to a fairgrounds where you've got this many species in such a small contained area.
Yep.
There's just we just mentioned it. Maybe there's a lot of things that can happen between now and state fair, and catching something from the county fair could be one of them.
Yeah, or even a simple, I mean, you hate hearing these stories, but you hear them all the time. They're walking in a lot and they step on something and they, puncture their foot and have to heal, or they, twist the twist a foot or do something silly or, stuff like that. There's so many things in there, especially like you said, you get all these animals, all these people in one spot. Something's bound to happen, and you do your best. So looks like they're getting ready to share here. He's getting ready to announce his
lineup here for the Beef Junior Show. If you would, let's give all these exhibitors a really nice round of applause. I think it's a little interesting and challenging because with each one that's in this lineup, there's things that McKenna and I really like, and there's some things that we want to tweak. And sometimes looking into, I think that the magic ball of where things are going to be, which one's going to be the best long term. I think genetics play a role. The type of home that they end up, that will all play a role. So we kind of judge them for how they are today and how we think they may end up. I think just depending on what your personal preference is, I could see this show going, I think, a couple different ways. At our cattle show yesterday in our county, our judge said, hey, if you don't like it, quite frankly, I don't care because I'm going to pick them how I like them, and that's exactly what McKenna and I are going to do. We're going to pick the ones that we like, and if you have questions, you can absolutely talk to us and ask us afterwards. But I can tell you that if you have a different opinion, I think there's things within each one of these that are high quality. But once again, for a county fair to have this kind of lineup is awfully impressive. It's something to be proud of. This show's been fun. I think there's even some seconds that will pull in from these classes that are extremely well represented. Cattle are fit extremely well here. One more time, let's give them a nice round of applause. We've got a top 5 selected.
And your grand is Allison Gilbert.
Grand Champion Beef Starter Calf exhibited by Allison Gilbert. Allison Gilbert out of Class 10. Thank you to the First Bank of Berne for sponsoring the champion banner. Now ready to select the Reserve Grand Champion Beef Starter Calf. Entering the ring is the second place animal from Class 10, Maverick Shear.
We dropped the second in from that class, and if I recall, the 3 of them in that class were awfully good. We're going to keep them together. Young man, you'll be reserved.
Reserve Grand Champion Beef Starter Calf exhibited by Maverick Shear. Banner sponsored by First Bank of Berne. Third overall beef starter calf exhibited by Connor Lehman. Thank you to Berne Farms for sponsoring the third banner. Now coming into the ring is a Class 12 second place animal, Allison Gilbert, to select the fourth overall beef starter calf. Your fourth overall beef starter calf exhibited by Lindsay Lefevre. Lindsay Lefevre coming out of Class 9. Thank you to KBL Transport for sponsoring the banner. Now coming into the show arena is the second place animal from Class 9, Ethan Borney. We'll be selecting the fifth overall beef starter calf.
In case you're just joining us or missed, we'll go through here. He's picking the 5th overall. We've got a top 4 already. Grand champion beef starter calf was Allison Gilbert. Reserve, Maverick Shearer. 3rd, Connor Lehman. And 4th, Lindsay Lefevre. Looks like he's about to pick 5th overall. There we go. It was Ethan Borney.
The 5th overall beef starter calf exhibited by Ethan Borney. Ethan Borney coming out of Class 9. That concludes the beef starter calf portion of the show. We're going to take just a brief break to take a few pictures.
Best One, we've changed our name to Best One of Monroe. Still the same family ownership, simply a new name. Same great people, same great service, same great prices. You know who we are.
We are serving customers first.
We are trustworthy.
We are passionate.
We are committed.
We are community focused.
We are locally owned.
We are the family you've depended on for over 70 years. We are Best One of Monroe.
Best One of Monroe, celebrating 75 years of selling tires, serving people.
Are you in the market for a used vehicle, or are you looking for a rental van or trailer? CMA Truck and Auto provides a variety of vehicles in a variety of price ranges, and Swiss City Vans offers rental services for a range of equipment. We invite you to visit us in person at the south edge of Berne on US 27, or to visit us online at cmatruckandauto.com, where you can sort our inventory by price range. You can also visit our Facebook page, where we keep in touch with our customers and promote giveaways. Enjoy the vehicle buying process without hidden fees or high-pressure sales at CMA.
Where you're going and how you get there matters. Along the way, the right financial guidance can make all the difference. That's why there's Everence. Together, charting your path with a full range of caring financial services. We're starting out, growing your future, caring for loved ones, and sharing with others. In a life of faith and impact, it's your financial journey. Let's go. Visit us at everence.com/burn.
Arnold Lumber at 425 Winchester Street in Decatur is a complete building center for all building contractors and do-it-yourselfers. We supply every facet of building supplies that you will need to complete your next project, but we can also help you get the work done. We install doors, windows, overhead doors, and roofs locally when the materials are purchased from us. We install pole barn packages all over Indiana, Ohio, and southern Michigan, and we provide rooftop delivery with shingle purchases. Open 7 to 5 Monday through Friday and 7 to 12 on Saturday. Let us help you with all of your construction project needs.
At FM Investment Services, we continue to serve and advise our clients with dedication and experience, and our team includes 2 registered investment professionals. Leif Lickinger, with over 30 years of experience helping clients navigate their financial journeys, and Lori Garwood, bringing more than 25 years of investment expertise to the table. Together, Lee and Lori are committed to helping you achieve your financial goals, and supporting them is Tina Marbaugh, administrative assistant, who has 4.5 years of experience in the investment field. Call us today, 260-368-9939 to schedule your consultation. FM Investment Services, experience you can trust, advice you can count on.
Cooper Farms raises turkeys, hogs, and chickens for table eggs, using innovative, sustainable practices that protect our land, our water, and our animals. With over 2,500 team members and around 450 contract family farmers, we produce the highest quality essential food ingredients and products. Our family shares this legacy of stewardship with families, team members, our customers, and the community.
Here at the local Keystone Energy office in Monroe, our drivers, service technicians, administrative assistants, and sales staff are centered on you. We work hard to meet your energy needs with superior products and exceptional service.
We are here to lead with purpose, serve with impact, grow responsibly with our local community, embrace our roots and humble beginnings.
Keystone Cooperative Monroe team is centered on you.
Take charge of your finances with financial partners. FCU's You Choose Rewards credit card options. Choose a fixed rate card with an APR as low as 8.00% for consistent payments. Need a fresh start with credit? The Premier Card offers a fixed 13.99% APR. Both require credit approval. Apply today at financialpartnersfcu.org. Financial Partners FCU. Member NCUA. Equal housing lender.
Leaky Farms Trucking, LLC is located outside of Berne, Indiana. Leaky Farms Trucking specializes in the transportation of ag and general commodities with a wide range of dump, belt, hopper, dry, van, refrigerated, tanker, and flatbed trailers. We would like to wish good luck to all 4-H'ers in the fair this year. Give John or Ted a call for any of your upcoming transportation needs. John at 260-525-4748 and Ted at 260-849-0770.
Partnerships thrive, integrity leads the way, and dedication beats innovation. Tried and true. Trueland Equipment. We have the tools and services you need to work the land. A John Deere provider with a broad inventory, assisting you in service and technical support. We respond to your concerns quickly. For all your equipment needs, choose Trueland Equipment, where provider means partner.
Ms. Lehman Realtors and Auctioneers have been serving this great community since 1960.
We are here to help you through all stages of life.
From commercial properties
To auctions
to farmland and equipment
and owning your first home.
We have the expertise and experience you can count on.
Visit us in person or online at MsLehman.com.
Any brand, any color. You break it, we'll fix it. Newspawn Mechanical is located just north of Berne, along with over 175 years of combined service in the field. Newspawn Mechanical offers a wide range of rental equipment and attachments. If you're looking to upgrade your equipment or starting from scratch, whether it's new or used, they can help to find the right machine for you. Stop and see the full line of Gale and Manitou equipment with leasing and financing options available, along with a full line of Manitou parts and attachments. Call 260-589-3802 to find out what we have to offer.
Krukeberg Auction and Realty of Decatur is dedicated to providing you with a grand auction experience. Their stellar team has over 100 years of combined listing and sales experience, specializing in auctioning homes, personal property, land, farms, equipment, antiques, and business liquidations. Licensed in Indiana and Ohio, call Krukeberg Auction and Realty at 724-7402 or stop by 1030 South 13th Street in Decatur. Make the best choice by making Krukeberg Auction and Realty your first choice for a grand auction and realty experience.
At Swiss Village, our mission is simple: pursuing life together. Every day, we create a community where life is full, active, and meaningful. Here, neighbors become friends, team members feel like family, and every moment matters. Whether you're searching for a vibrant place to live or a rewarding place to work, you'll find it here at Swiss Village. Swiss Village, pursuing life together. Learn more at swissvillage.org.
Passion. It's inside the barn at 5 a.m. It's dirty boots, calloused hands, and the energy to keep going. Passion is every step, again and again. Passion. It's giving it the best you've got. It's hard work that pays off. Show right. Feed your passion.
Do you need repairs done on your farm equipment or grain handling equipment? Maybe you need steps or a railing made, livestock gates, or your wife's favorite chair. Ironclad Metalworks is who you need. We specialize in agribusiness welding and fabricating. We have the skills you need to get the job done correctly, from existing equipment repairs to new fabrications. No project is too big or too small. We can do it all. Do you have an idea but can't seem to bring it to life? Stop by and let us help you make your ideas a reality. Come see us at 620 Berne Street in Berne or call 260-525-0471.
Sharing happiness, displaying confidence, and promoting health. Your smile does a lot for you.
And at Riverstone Dental, we make smiles happen.
Across 2 locations at Riverstone Dental, our compassionate dentists and caring staff provides unparalleled care to patients of all ages. Using the latest technology and procedures, we offer an extensive list of general dentistry services. Whether you're stopping in for your routine cleaning and checkup, or you need restorative care, including implants, crowns, bridges, and more, we'll provide quick, comfortable care. Additionally, we perform orthodontic procedures as well. With traditional metal braces or the convenient Invisalign system, we can help you perfect your beautiful smile. Riverstone Dental. We make smiles happen.
Farming is more than a livelihood. It's a legacy. Simplot was founded by a hardworking farmer like you over 90 years ago, and we've been growing America's farms for generations. With local crop advisors grounded in your success, Simplot Grower Solutions is in your fields and by your side. We dig in deep to pinpoint what you need, where you need it, when you need it, even when the forecast is unpredictable.
Since opening Miller Land Surveying in 2005, we've grown to not only service Adams County, but the entire Northeast Indiana region. Business growth has led us to expand with additional field crews, advanced technology, locations in both Monroe and Fort Wayne. Miller Land Surveying partners with various clients to aid in residential and commercial real estate transactions, development of schools, industrial parks, subdivisions, various commercial development projects, and more. At Miller Land Surveying, precision and professionalism is where we draw the line.
Okay, so welcome back. Again, we apologize. Clint Anderson's the man. We're just trying to do as best we can to get this camera to work. It's been causing its fits. We don't know if it's dust or we have no idea, but we're going to do our best. We are doing Class 13. This is the dairy starter calf portion of the show. And so we have Class 13. The weights range from 314 to 384. There are 7 entries in this division. So let's go through the names here. We have Dallas Strom, Austin Frank, Madeline Wiseman, Reagan Miller, Jace Miller, Oscar Selking, and Camden Selking. So, again, Mary, we just talked about, first couple, we did the beef dairy cross, and then we did the beef starters. So now these are dairy starters, meaning 75% of their DNA came back as dairy starters. So they are true dairy cattle. With that. And so obviously there's steers because the heifer show is going to be Wednesday morning. So we have mainly steers out here. So
yeah, I was going to say we've kind of gone through the whole list now. He said, as he mentioned, we started with the beef dairy cross, then we started with the beef, and we're wrapping up with dairy. We're on Class 13, and then it looks like we've got to Class 21 for dairy starter calves. So we're a little over halfway through our show today.
Halfway, yeah,
we're over halfway.
I guess if you count showmanship, yeah.
But we're moving right along, and we're excited. It looks like a good group of the dairy calves so far. Like you said, 6 of them, and we've got quite a few classes of those. So looks like it'll be a good division.
Yeah. So just some other things, in Adams County, a member can show 3 starter calves. So they could have technically showed a cross, a beef, and then a dairy steer. So you could do that. Again, just to kind of reiterate, the dairy, they are 75% tested DNA. 75% of dairy. So that's what's going on with that. So,
and to your point, too, quite a few of these members we've already seen so far tonight. So they're definitely taking advantage of being able to show as many as they can. And we talked about it specifically in the beef. We had a couple members in back-to-back classes, and we were just kind of discussing the drive that it takes not only to bring that many and prepare that many for county fair, but then you have them in back-to-back classes. You're getting them all ready at the same time, and it truly takes a village for every 4-H member to prepare their calf, to get them ready, to get it shown. And we talked a lot about, I'm sure you've heard us say, the support on the outside of the ring honestly is just as, if not more important than what happens when you're inside. Yeah. So it's been really cool to see that in action so far this evening.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're exactly right. And then also the beef committee, they're going to get done this week, and they'll kind of take a break and breathe. But usually in August, September, they do a review, and they go through the whole fair. Okay, what do we need to fix? What do we need to change? How do we improve this? And so that's a constant that's a sign of a good leadership is constantly working to improve the show. Like, okay, what do we need to improve on? How can we fix the show? Is there things we need to do improve? We talk about the numbers being great. We talk about this, because what do we say?
131 calves that we've got so far this evening.
Is that bad? No, I don't know. But I know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, we had to add extra space in the barns because we had so many calves with that. And then we just talked about competitiveness of this county. This county is so what I mean competitive is they do so well. They go to these open shows. Speaking of open show, Mary, talk to us about the Adams County Open Show they just had.
Yeah, I was going to say the last couple of years, Adams County has put on an open show here. The ring actually gets set up. This year it was the second week of June, and it stayed set up for County Fair this week. So it kind of kick-started the season for a lot of these members. Some of them have maybe even been in open shows since April. They kind of travel through the weekend, getting to compete with members from other counties, from other states. But specifically here at the one in Adams County, it was on June 14th. They had 100 head of calves at that show, which is honestly kind of incredible. We've only been at it for the last couple of years of Adams County hosting one, at least, and it's continued to grow, and it's really exciting. One of the board members actually even mentioned that this year they had the most amount of Adams County 4-H'ers show in that Adams County Open Show.
So what's an open show? What does that mean?
Yeah, it's open for anybody outside of the county or anybody out of the state. So some of these 4-H'ers can travel to open shows in Ohio. They can travel across the state of Indiana and show. And so we had a lot of people coming in from other states, from other counties, and it's not only good practice to be in the show ring, it gives them some exposure before County Fair comes, but it's also just a good chance to see how you level up, to kind of prepare of what County Fair might look like, what changes you need to make as a showman or to your cow. And so it's honestly a good foundational experience for these members too. And it looks like, as we're talking here, he's got pretty much his class 13 placed. So again, we just want to commend Adams County for the open show and all of the hard work that they did. And we'll see what he has to say about this class of calves.
Keep things moving here in Turdaria. Feeder calf show. I think a nice group of cattle here. The one that I think ultimately just ends up surfacing its way to the top is the one that best combines having some mass, thickness, and power, and yet still being attractive from the side. Maybe not just the most jet-fronted one as you study him there in his throat lash down to his chest, but I think if we would pull his head up and try to get a little bit more front end out of that calf, shoulder back, his body's really good. He's got a big engine as you steady him up high and out through his hip. A calf that still gets out and moves relatively well and sound. I think there's some good pieces to that one. The one that I think initially hit me pretty hard is the young man that comes into second. That one is so attractive in terms of his head, ear set, and the way that its neck ties so high on the top of its shoulder. He's cleaner and more youthful in his front end. So we study him from there back. One that's maybe a little bit flatter in terms of his shape and width relative to the steer that goes out right in front of him. But I think that one's really good long term. Keep that one together, get a little bit more groceries in him. That one's got the right kind of look and design that could, I think, move him up the line. Young man that comes out here in third, really a deep-sided calf that has some, just practical rib shape about him. One that gets a little bit plainer as you study him in his front 1/3. One that's a little bit flatter down through his quarter. Still nice calf to come into third. A young lady that comes out here in fourth, one that has, I think, some length of body. He's still level in terms of his spine relative to the cattle in front of him. Doesn't look like he wanted to fill out quite as well today. He gets flatter in his body, more upright in his angles up front. Young lady that comes next, one that has more turn to his rear rib and flank. As you just study the cattle, though, that one's not as comfortable in terms of his structure. He wants to roach up in his spine, round out of his hip, and drop a little bit there in his shoulder, but really a deep-sided one that gets out and moves around the class well. Really a trim-made one that comes out here next. Has some length of body. With that said, it looks like one that just didn't want to eat and fill out. I think if we get some more food in that one and get his rib cage expanded, he'd probably balance up a little bit neater. The brown calf that concludes the class, one that's got some length of hip, still sound as you ask it to get out and go. One that's maybe a little bit more traditional dairy in its appearance, a little bit flatter and frailer at the ground. Young lady does a nice job of getting that one shown. Let's go ahead and congratulate them.
All right, that was Class 13 of our dairy starter calves, the first one of the dairy division. We're going to start first was Camden Selking, second Jace Miller, third Oscar Selking, fourth Reagan Miller, fifth Dallas Strom, sixth Austin Frank, seventh Madeline Wiseman.
All right. I don't know if you guys caught it. I mean, some of the things he was saying, I'd appreciate. He said, so that's got a lot of groceries. You know, I'm thinking, oh, man, that's awesome. He's just talking about a lot of substance, a lot of meat to it. And because, again, we're raising these to eventually a year from now put in the grocery store. So, and that's what he's trying to say is this has a lot to it. So that's pretty cool with that. So
kind of add some fun flavor to expanding on some of the reasons, and so definitely.
Hopefully people are catching that and enjoy and appreciate that. So it looks like we got Class 14. They range from 406 pounds to 470 pounds with that. So we have in here Lola Fiesel, Eleanor Minnick, Tucker Fiesel, Reagan Lofton, Cooper Steele, Memphis Lugamill, and Trey Buchanan. Again, we got some siblings and family in here. It's pretty cool. Get to compete against some of your family's siblings, stuff like that. So see what happens.
We'll see. We'll watch the Fiesel kids tough it out.
Yeah,
siblings
exactly.
in the ring is always fun.
No, it's cool and stuff. So it's just neat to have these kids competing against each other. So some of the things people don't realize before the show. If you notice all the students, we talked about the show stick. What about the halter? The halter is super important. I mean, you can just imagine. The very first time they put the halter on, that calf is not happy. They actually put on a halter rope. A lot of times they do. They put on a halter rope, and they'll try to train them and stuff. And so with the halter rope, they go through and they train them. They're probably, this depends on the calf. Sometimes it takes maybe a week, sometimes a month, maybe a couple months. I mean, some of these, you notice that it don't even matter how long they've been on that halter. They just don't like it. But these, they're usually the ones they have in the show ring, the show halters. They have leather around there, and then they got a chain underneath their chin, and the student's holding it, lead rope, and then they have the show stick with that. So they go through the halter, train it, when they're a few weeks old, okay? A lot of these were pulled from the mother and they're bottle fed because, again, their milk, these are dairy steers, so their mothers are milking. So the farmer is milking the mom for the milk for us to drink. So they're taking their bottle feeding these with that. So they're doing that. And then they start learning once they get a halter trained. Like I said, it just depends on the calf. Just like anything else, some are easy, some take forever. Then they're going to start walking them. And they're just start walking them around the barn, talking around. But they might start in the pen. They might start walking in the pen. Then they're going to walk them outside, do a lot of walking, and do as much as they can. Then they're going to start brushing them. And again, we can't stress enough how much they interact with that calf by brushing and blowing and washing and just different things like that. Building trust, kind of like anything. They're building trust with that. Did you have some good experiences with your animals building trust and stuff, Mary?
Yeah. I guess you could say I had a lot of experiences, the good and the bad, and all the things in between. But I feel like that just comes when you're breaking calves, and especially I started with one that, we nicknamed her Hurricane. That was at the time where Hurricane Elsa had just come through, and some friends of ours had named her Elsa, and so we nicknamed then the calf Hurricane Elsa, and she truly lived up to her name, and it didn't matter. Even showing her a second year, didn't matter how long she'd been on the halter. She wasn't really interested in it. So it's, again, and we've beaten the dead horse probably a little bit, but to the point not only the show stick, the halter, you name it, the kind of effort and work that these kids have put in to get these calves show ready is incredible. And the toughest part is, come show day, sometimes they don't want to work with you.
It's so frustrating. You feel bad for the kids, especially some of these are work, and the calf or the animal. I'll say the animal, but we're talking obviously with calves here. The animal just does not cooperate, and it's just so frustrating.
And the environment's hard.
Yes, it is.
You get with this many people, if they haven't been around a ton of calves before, they're getting touched on and moved around by a judge, and they just maybe haven't experienced that, or maybe they're a little flightier than normal. They might be perfectly fine with their owner and their showman, but you get somebody new in there, and so it's definitely a lot to prepare for, and it's a lot also on the showman mentally. They've got to stay mentally composed in a situation like that, and that's, again, we've talked about it a little bit before, but that's where this judge is going to be watching the showman all night long before showmanship even starts, and how they're handling themselves, how they're handling their animal, and the composure that it takes to honestly handle tough pressure situations like that.
Yeah. So not only the animal composure, but the showman himself, the exhibitor, with that. I'm sure you've had some unique personalities with some of yours, like maybe they like to eat a lot of things, or just kind of crazy personalities. Did you have anything like that?
Oh yeah, you name it. I was going to say he's poking to find the very one instance. I had a calf who, I think, no joke, probably ate through 8 or 9 halters in the span of like the month of and the week of county fair, like the month leading up to in that week. You name it, he chewed through it. He chewed through some electrical wires, and
it's imagine he lived. I mean, it's crazy how he lived.
Yeah.
We just joked about it, and it wasn't because of lack of feeding, because man, that sucker was big.
I was gonna say that sucker ate everything in sight.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just fun experiences like that too. Looking back, I know some of these 4-Hers are gonna have really cool bonds with their animals, a lot of fun memories to laugh at and to kind of reflect on their experiences. We've talked to a couple of those 10-year members who have kind of echoed that same thing. You really do build a bond with the animal, but it's also a lot of the fun memories you make with the people that are helping you get it ready, whether that's parents, siblings, friends, and it kind of just creates a fun environment for your family too.
Yeah. And something we haven't really talked about. So some of these students, as they get older, and there's some in the ring here that's gotten older, they have learned how to pick out some of these livestock. They're the ones, they started off, they had maybe a mentor or someone teaching them how to do this, but now they're getting to the point where they're the ones going through and learning how to pick out some of these animals. And so they're the ones looking online. They're the ones driving around to the farms and going to auctions and say, hey, I like this one or this one. And so it's...
That's a skill, really. It's a very learned skill.
And not anybody could do it. And it's kind of cool to see the older 4-Hers grow in their abilities and stuff like that. Looks like he's having a tough one here. He's got it down to 3 here, and he's... going back and forth. It looks like you got 3 quality ones right here, and it's going to get tougher. I mean, this I can't say it enough, but the Adams County Dairy Starter Calf program is top notch. We're kind of biased, obviously, the number 1 county. Number 1 is in Adams County, number 1 in the state, whatever. But we're so thankful for the program they have here, and keeps working with these kids and helping them. So
I think it's even evident, pretty much, if not every class that he's discussed so far. He's echoed that same point of the kind of quality in Adams County it's rare. It's not only rare to see in a county fair of all places, but to have it so concentrated with this many families with high quality animals and high quality showmen.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure these top 2 or 3, you're going to see them at the state fair competing. And
same thing. I mean, we echoed that in the last couple classes. A lot of these students are going to show for state fair, so this is incredible experience for them, and it's going to be exciting to see how they do there.
He's really struggling. He's going through nitpicking. I mean, he's trying to find every little thing he can, and you hate to see that, but you got to pick one, and you got to have a winner. I mean, there's no multiple first places in this industry. So,
and I bet too, if you ask him tomorrow, there's a chance he might change his mind, and that's a lot of 4-Hers are told it's one judge's opinion.
Looks like he got him placed here, so.
Breeds that we've seen so far today. Up top here, the young lady that's got the stub-tailed calf. If you can get past the stub-tail and just study the calf as a calf, that one's pretty neat. Ultra attractive in terms of his front 1/3, dead flat there in his shoulder, and blends really neat in through his top line. He's the levelest and the most attractive, and I think where he has the true upper hand is just in terms of his condition and freshness and presence. That one's really good, but yet you get him behind the cattle, there's still some natural width and dimension to him. I like him quite a bit to go ahead and start. Red and white one that comes out next, I think that one's awfully intriguing as well because that one is stout and powerful and built super stout up high. With that said, though, he's starting to drop deeper in his chest, get a little plain over the top of his neck. His extra navel maybe throws off his underline ever so slightly. Definitely not something that we would beat him on. I wish he came a little bit stouter about his rear leg relative to his mass up high, but that guy's awfully unique because he's wide, he's thick, he's powerful, maybe not as trendy or as stout in terms of his look down low, but still a very good one to come into second. The calf that comes to here in 3, one that's presented extremely well, highly presented, one that's sound and functional on the move. I think for me, his problems maybe lie off either end. Get in front of the cattle, he wants to toe out up front, and get in behind, he wants to pull in and kind of taper down through his quarter. But that one's tall-shouldered. He's really good in terms of his top line. He's been fed well. Just maybe widen him up and square him up off both ends. And I think that one is awfully competitive. Like I said, super tough class. To be third in that group, I think, is still quite a feat.
Placings for class.
Hold on, sorry. Young lady that comes next, one that's got just a big foot, super stout and heavy structured, long-bodied, maybe gives up some of the extra lower rib and natural fill in comparison to the cattle ahead of her. Need to pick that one up ever so slightly in terms of its chest. Red and white one that comes next, got a stout hip, a good body shape. That one is wide at the surface and like that about it. If I could redesign him, though, he wants to get too straight up front as you study him with the angle to his shoulder, down into his knee. Shoulder back, though, that one's real good. He hit us pretty hard. Structurally just needs slightly tweaked, and I think he can move up pretty high. Young man that comes next in the orange, just a real practical, deep-sided one. Maybe gives up some of the look and presence, gets a little bit flatter and narrower gauged all the way through. Young lady in the black shirt gets that one shown well like another calf right in front of it. Deep-sided, maybe just a little bit plainer up front and needs to shot more muscle, but a nice group of calves. Let's go ahead and congratulate them one more time.
All right, that was Class 14 of our Dairy Starter calves. We'll go through the placings here. First was Lola Fiesel. Second, Cooper Steele. Third, Memphis Luganville. Fourth, Reagan Lofton. Fifth, Trey Buchanan. Sixth, Tucker Fiesel. And seventh, Eleanor Minnick.
Yeah, so some of the things hopefully you caught. He said he highly presented. You know, he mentioned about, I think it was the third place calf. Highly presented. They did a great job of getting it prepped, getting it ready. So he was acknowledging to that member, hey, you did a great job of preparing your animal, making it look nice. And then he mentioned about towing out. You think, okay, what's the towing out mean? What do we care? Well, again, we go back to if that calf cannot walk for the next year, then what good is it as far as going to be feeding? So he was talking about how the front toes were pointing out and towing out. And so he was being critical. I mean, and we mentioned he had top three. The top three were really tough. And so he had a tough time with that one. And so he was picking the nitpicky things just to be able to pick from that. So,
yeah, I was going to say definitely a tough class for sure, and he echoed that a lot. But
it'll be interesting to see, how Lola, that first place one, Lola Fiesel, how it does in a grand drive. And if that was second one, I think the second one was Cooper Steele. If he comes back and if he's competitive, because we've seen that the last on the beef side, we've seen the grand champion in the reserve was the second one from that same class. And so sometimes these classes, you think, oh, they got second in their class. Well, they got reserved, the beef steer. So, I mean, that tells you what did that third and fourth one look like in that class? Well, we don't know. And so that's just the nature of the beast. Sometimes you get lucky or unlucky in that situation.
Definitely stacked class, though.
Yep. Talk to us about Class 15. Looks like the weight range from 480 to 500. Who's in here?
Yeah, looks like we've got Eli Neuenschwander, Ainsley Caffey, Erica Martin, Hannah Adams, Reagan Bolenbacher, Oscar Selking, and Brock Sprunger. This is for Class 15, so it's our third one of the Dairy Starter calves. As he said, they're pretty much weights 480 to 500. Looks actually like we've got 3 calves here, right here, all around 500. So not a lot of variation in weight, which is, as we get kind of more into the classes, the weights get a little bit closer, and so that's not as big of a variation. So looks like we'll take a look here at Class 15.
Okay, so we got Class 15, right, you said? Some things, just some more stuff while we're kind of going through here. These calves, when they're firstborn, something super important that they get from their mothers is the colostrum. That helps with the antibiotics and stuff. So when they're going through that process, that colostrum is super important in the calf's life. A lot of studies and research have shown that that helps with providing antibiotics, so it helps prevent diseases and things, and it helps them get a good jump start on life and stuff like that. And so just like we did with when we were babies and humans and stuff, they're going to get antibiotics and shots, and they get all that kind of good jazz to go through and get them ready to go and stuff like that. So that's some of the things that the producer or the 4-H'er has to think about when they're getting ready with their animal. Getting ready for the show and stuff like that. So other fun facts, when these calves were born, they could weigh anywhere from 60 to 100 pounds. Just depends on, a lot of variables and stuff like that. So you see quite a bit of that going on there. So we're trying to get the new 4-H extension educator and see if we can get her up here to do a quick interview with her. And so we'll do a quick introduction while we're going through the classes here. So we'll get her hooked up here best we can. All right, well, welcome. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience for us, your name and some where you're from and some information about yourself.
Hello, everybody. I am Ashlyn Jackson. I am the Adams County 4-H Extension Educator, and I am celebrating my first fair this year as the new 4-H Youth Development Extension Educator.
Okay, so where are you originally from?
I am originally from Paducah, Kentucky. That's the most western part of Kentucky.
Okay. Where'd you go to college?
I went to Murray State University for agricultural education with a bachelor's and master's.
Okay. So is this your first job out of college, or did you have a previous job?
This is my first job through Extension. Before in Kentucky, I was an agricultural teacher at a rural high school in Kentucky, where I was the single agriculture teacher in that school. Ran the FFA program, all the different things. Put on all the hats that ag teachers wear within the community, and everything that the FFA program and teaching requires.
Yeah. So let's talk about 4-H. Did you do 4-H in school?
I actually was not a 4-H member.
Yeah?
My uncle took me to a couple of archery practices through 4-H whenever I was growing up, but I don't think I was ever officially a member. No.
So you're learning on the job. There you go.
Yes, I'm learning a lot. I have more of a stronger background in FFA and that aspect of more classroom based instruction first with the youth organization. So this is definitely more community forward for me, and I'm excited to explore that part of it.
Cool. So let's talk about some of your roles. Somebody may not know what exactly you do when we say 4-H educator. What are some things you do throughout the year?
Sure. So I am a new extension educator. I've just joined Adams County this February, and so there's still a lot that I'm learning in that extension role. Some of the things with working through Purdue University and through Indiana 4-H, we're bridging that gap in the community where youth are able to explore all kinds of different interests and passions that they have through kindergarten all the way to 12th grade. And this is something that they can do outside of school, something that they can be a part of, something that they get to explore all different parts of what they like, what they don't, change it up, and keep on building those relationships within the community, and really finding what their passion is to be able to hopefully turn that into careers one day, and lifelong passions and lifelong learning. And I think that's what 4-H is all about, and learning to do better, be better.
What's one thing I know? Obviously, we've only had one official day of the fair, but two. What's something you've noticed already about this community or this county that maybe kind of caught you off guard or surprised you?
I am super excited that the Adams County 4-H Fair is truly a 4-H fair. It is completely unique to any other county fair that I have visited or been able to be a part of. It is truly 4-H, and that is the driving passion behind this fair and what all people attend to see and to showcase all of our youth and their accomplishments and all the hard work that they do throughout the year. And I think that's something that's really special that isn't distracted by all the glitz and glam
Right,
of
right.
carnival
Other stuff.
games and
Yep.
other activities. And
Yeah.
I think that's what makes us unique.
Okay. We're going to see if he's getting ready to talk here, but he looks like he's gotten down to the top 3 here. But when he starts talking, we might interrupt. But so, obviously you got the fair. What's going on? Maybe give a quick rundown tomorrow and the next day. What are some things still going on?
Yep, tomorrow we have the swine show going on in the morning. There's also a poultry show going on, and we have more horse and pony contests that are going to be happening throughout the day. We also have the parade going on tomorrow night.
Okay.
The parade starts at 7 p.m. All of our floats and different community businesses and people that are a part of that parade also, not just our 4-H clubs, they start lining up at 3:30 over at the school if you're a part of the parade. So
Okay.
just a little
Cool.
reminder for you there.
Yeah.
But the parade does start at 7 p.m.
Okay.
tomorrow, and then that follows with some stage recognitions for our Royal and Distinguished Ambassadors.
Yeah, we mentioned that about the ambassadors program and stuff like
Yeah.
that. It looks like he's got in place. Let's turn it over to him, and if you don't mind hanging out for a little bit, Ashlyn, we'll do some more here.
Of course.
Up here, and I think these top trio can have some give and take as you put the cattle on the move. And I think the one that initially hit us the hardest is the one that's at the beginning of the lineup. That one is freshly presented. He's got a really good type of muscle laid in him. He's level out through his hip. Quite frankly, I like a lot of things about him. If I'm just going to get a little picky, he gets a little deep and up right there at the base of his shoulder, and his front end will look a little bit straighter consequently. But, man, get past that. I think that one's awfully good, highly presented, and very competitive. A little bit of a shaggier, longer-haired one that comes into second, but that guy's pretty unique. He's stout and burly up high. If we're going to change him, maybe pick him up there at the base of his chest and help his underline balance a little bit neater. He'll get a little uncoordinated at times in the way that he wants to stand on his rear, too, and a little straighter in his rear pasturing, but I think that one's plenty stout and powerful. Young lady does a really good job of getting him shown. Big back, think it did a good calf to go into second. Young man that comes into third is the one that I have the hardest time of figuring out what to do because I think that one reads with a stout mug on him. He's thick, he's burly, he's so round in the center part of his body. Unfortunately, he just wants to get a little tighter in his spine and steeper out of his hip. He acts like he wants to favor his back right foot and just be a little tender and awkward in the way that he goes. I think that happens at county fairs sometimes. Unfortunately, if we can free him up and get him looser moving and just more comfortable, that one I think can move its way on up fairly easy. Young man does a nice job of getting that one shown. Red and white one that comes out here in fourth. Like we've talked a lot of them, a good meat and potatoes kind of an animal. One that maybe is just plainer about his front one third, not quite as attractive, not quite as fresh backed relative to the trio right ahead of him. Young lady does a good job of keeping that one stuck and shown. The next one that comes out, if you like him with a little added size and growth, certainly can tie into this one. Very freshly presented, super, I think, attractive from that regard. With that said, he's grown up and probably needs to grow out and drop a little bit more belly, but I think that's a very nice calf to still go in that hole. Young man that comes next, one that just reads, I think, very practical. He reads to be easy feeding. He's got some body to him. He gets too plain about his front one third, a little flatter there in terms of his body wall and just body type. But still a very nice calf that's practical and very sound. Young man that comes next, got one that has some length of body and looseness of spine, maybe relative to its peers. That one toes out a little too much up front, gets a little bit plainer about his look. Young man does a nice job of getting him shown too. Let's go ahead and congratulate all these exhibitors.
Okay, we'll go through real quick and do a quick recap of that class. In Class 15, the winner in first place was Ansley Caffey. In second was Reagan Bolenbacher. Third, Eli Neuenswander. Fourth, Erica Martin. Fifth, Hannah Adams. Sixth, Brock Sprunger. And seventh, Oscar Selking. That was Class 15. We're going to go on to Class 16. Real quick, we're going to finish up because Ashlyn has a busy job. And so, Ashlyn, real quick, you talked about the parade, and if anybody's welcome, that's tomorrow night. What about Wednesday? And we know Thursday's kind of wrap-up auction, but what about Wednesday? What are some things going on that they can come see?
Yep, so Wednesday also, that's probably our last full day that people will want to come and attend. Thursday, our exhibits and the exhibit hall, they do start going home. They start packing up projects and getting ready for State Fair. So Wednesday is going to be your last day that I would think that most of our crowd is going to come and get their last little bit of the fair in. So we will have the dining hall open and the Clover Center, everything that's open still tomorrow, Sorry, not tomorrow, for Wednesday.
Yeah.
And then we will have our last few shows also, which is going to be the dairy show and the rabbit show that are on Wednesday. And then your last little bit of the exhibit hall as well. And we do have some featured stage performances at nighttime for the local dance groups that are going to come and perform at night as well. So we're going to be wrapping up everything with the fair with Wednesday, but those are a couple highlights.
Oh, good. Well, hey, thank you so much. We appreciate you taking the time. We know you're super busy. If you get a chance, go see her this week or later on. She'll obviously be in Decatur Annex there. Come visit her and get to meet her. Welcome to Adams County. We're so excited, to have you from Kentucky and share some of your wisdom and stuff you've grown over the years. And we're excited and wish you the best. And thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yep. All right, so we just want to kind of go through and highlight a few things real quick. Reagan Bolenbacher was a 10-year member in that last class, and so Reagan, we talk about Reagan Bolenbacher. Her parents are Joni and Vince Bolenbacher, and so we just wanted to, kind of give you that real quick, that 10-year member of Reagan and what she did here, and so. So here we are. We mentioned, again, Class 16. Let's go through Class 16 here where we're kind of getting here, catching our breaths. Garrett Rhodes, Bowden Kirchner, Kennedy Bolenbacher, Kane Buchanan, Grayson Liechty, Erica Martin. And these 6 individuals range from 504 to 524. So with that. So, Mary, you got some more about Reagan you want to share with us, being a 10-year member?
Yeah, I was going to say, let's just take a second and highlight her. Looks like she's not only a 10-year member, 10-year in the Starter Calf program. Her future plans are to attend Purdue University. She's majoring in animal science on a pre-vet track. And then if she had to describe her 4-H experience in one word, her word would be community. 4-H allows for so much interaction to take place, from all the days preparing to setting up, cleaning up, the whole week of fair. You get to meet and interact with so many other members of the community that you might not have gotten to meet otherwise. People from all of Adams County show up to support and watch us all of us that work all summer long to show off their animals and skills. So that's just a little bit from Reagan. Looks like her parents are Vince and Joni Bolenbacher from Geneva. Looks like she went to South Adams.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's exciting to celebrate. As we just keep mentioning, some of these 10-year members, the amount of time and effort, not only from the 4-H member, but from the families, too. It's a family affair, and so congratulations to the Bolenbachers on a 10-year run.
Yeah, nope, that's awesome. 10, 15 years from now, they're going to have memories. They're going to have memories of just the county fair. It could be this year, it could be whatever. The friends they've made, the fun they've had. Yes, they enjoy showing their animal, their livestock, but just if you talk with them, hanging out in the barns, sitting there at the show boxes, playing cards, playing games, whatever, just doing kid stuff. And that's what, as an educator, it's so nice because, not to get on that little rampage about technology, but get them off the phones, get off devices, let them get out and play and see each other and just have fun and just get to meet other people and stuff. So that's what's so cool about that is seeing all that stuff. So
yeah, 4-H really gives them like a great opportunity and a space to do that because it's truly focused on working with their hands, getting them out, getting them involved in things. And so a lot of these members really are diving in head first and embracing everything that kind of comes with the project. And it's really fun to, again, as we just keep stressing, not only invest in their project, but invest in the relationships and the community and the people around them and supporting other members, which is really, really fun to watch them get to cheer each other on.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting close here to pick their top 2. They're narrowing it down here, and he's kind of doing one last overlook just to make sure, confirm his placings, what he wants to do. Like I said, we can't stress it enough. This affects the Grand Drive because you got to make sure you get the right one in the spot. I'm not saying that the second place doesn't deserve it, but it's a tough thing. So he's done a great job, and we appreciate Colton coming down and speaking with our kids. So here he's got him placed. Let's see what he's got to say.
Nice pair of calves here at the top end. These two, I think, are relatively close. A few things just splitting hairs on how we sort them. The young man's that leads off the class, one that's just a little tough-minded. But when we finally get that calf set and put together, I think his outline is a little neater to look at. He's higher-headed. He's better in terms of his throat. And then when I got him behind the cattle, he naturally just had more width and substance from behind and carried that on down through his foundation. He's the better-footed one of the pair as well, and still gets around the ring, I think, with some comfort and ease. A nice one to go ahead and get started. A young ladies that comes next, I think one that initially hit me pretty hard from a power, width, and thickness standpoint, like a lot of things about him. With that said, though, he's the longer-toed option who at times wants to get just a little easy there in his top line. He'll pull in at his hock and just naturally want to stand a little bit narrower underneath. That's getting critical, though. I think both those up top are very, very nice. A very good pair of cattle that should stack up well here at the end. Steer that comes into 3, I think from his shoulder back, I like a lot of pieces about him. He's still got some muscle over the top side of his hip and ties it down into his quarter. If I would fix him as you get off to the front of the cattle, he's a little bit more upright there in the angle to his shoulder and down through his knee. Maybe not quite as attractive there through his neck, but a very nice calf. Young man does a good job of getting that one shown as well. Young lady in pink that comes out next, really a deep-sided, big-bodied calf. I think off either end, that one gets a little bit flatter and narrower gauged, but really got to appreciate that one from the side and the outline that he has. Just need to stouten him up off either end to see him move up any higher. Young man in blue that comes next, like that one from behind. He's got a square hip that's laid in well. Like some of the other cattle that we've talked, he's grown up, and maybe with that, just hasn't filled out quite as much back through his forerib, rear rib, and flank. Just need to see him drop deeper right there to see him move on up any higher. Young man that comes next, really just a big body type of a calf. Like we've talked, don't want to sound like a broken record. Appreciate the body and lower rib shape. Got to get more natural muscle and width and pop and expression up high to see him move up. But that one's awfully sound. A very calm, good dynamic between that duo. Let's go ahead and give him a nice round of applause.
All right, so Class 16 placings. We'll go through these. In first, Kane Buchanan. Second, Erica Martin. Third, Garrett Rhodes. Fourth, Kennedy Bolenbacher. Fifth, Grayson Leakty. And sixth, Bowden Kirchner. Okay.
Yeah, Class 16. Looks like we've got about 5 more classes here at Dairy Calves that we're getting through and kind of working through them pretty good, but working really to get our way to, as he's mentioned a few times, that Grand Drive. And we've got a really, really large group of dairy calves to whittle down to essentially a top 5 here. So he's going to have a tough job for sure, especially after seeing some of these classes, how competitive and how deep they've been all the way through. And he even said it just in the last couple of classes that, I mean, you could pretty much pick the top 4 and slap them in just about any county and they might win where they're at. So
yeah. Go ahead and talk to us, Class 17. What's going on with this class?
Yeah, the class just walked in the ring. Looks like we've got Finley Lotzenheiser, Lydia Bauman, Charlie Bolenbacher, Barrett Caffey, Reagan Lofton, and Gavin Gratz. That's Class 17. Looks like their weights are anything from 528 to 556.
Yep, and you noticed, we started with the first class. The lightest one was 314. And now we're already 500. I mean, we're talking 556. So they're definitely getting bigger. And
we've still got 4 classes to go, and looks like we've got one that even tapped out at 662.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think our limit for County Fair here this week is 650. So that one maybe just tapped out right above that, but definitely got a ways to go in terms of catching up and weight.
And you feel bad because it's going to be an exhibition, but
at least he still gets to show and be involved.
That's what I was going to say. They're letting him show, and no, he's not going to be able to win the grand and stuff like that. But he gets to show because we just can't stress enough how much time these kids put into this. And unfortunately, you've had that feeling. You show up and you had to take your animal home because it was not enough or too much, right? So, I mean, that's a tough.
I was going to say that's a tough thing to experience when you've put in, of course, all that kind of time and effort, but frankly, when you put in that kind of money in the investment into getting that animal where it's at, and when it doesn't quite hit the mark for where it needs to be for the fair, that's a hard realization, but it still doesn't take away the amount of effort that was put into it, and you can tell that clearly the love and the attachment to the animal, the passion for the project, he's still willing to show up and to be a part of it, which is really cool and speaks a lot to his character and to his family for sure.
Yeah, not all these families have scales that go 500 pounds they can put an animal on, right? We got scales at home. We can, some of us may not want to, but we weigh ourselves and you go up to a couple 100 pounds, but you try to put a calf or an animal in there, that's a little bit tougher to do.
It's hard to gauge for sure.
Yeah, it is, unless you've done it, and so it's a tough situation. But we give kudos to the committee for letting them students continue to compete with that. So just some other things that we're going through. We're talking about maybe some different terms and stuff that maybe you didn't know if you're listening. When we talk about a heifer is a young female that has not had a baby calf. So it can be anywhere from a day old till it's basically gives pregnant. So it's called a heifer. And then, of course, most of the males are born as a bull calf. And then probably within the first month or so, they're going to go through castration period and then become a steer. And there's a lot of reasons, we can talk about the purpose of that. One of them is safety of the individual, because if you leave the bull intact, they become dangerous and aggressive. And so also it affects the quality of the meat. And so that's why we do castration with that. So that's some of the things on there. Mary, how many different compartments did the cows have to their stomach?
Are we doing a little trivia here while quizzing me on
just
my
to see if you
knowledge?
remembered? Yeah, just to see if you remembered anything.
Yeah, well, there's 4 compartments. It's funny. I took in his animal science class. Of course, it's funny having your dad as your ag teacher, but I learned the parts of the animal really quickly, and of course, there's not 4 stomachs in a cow. There's 4 compartments, and
right.
Funny to learn that lesson the hard way in an animal science class.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't realize that, like we as humans, and we have one stomach, one we're called monogastric, right? And but these are ruminants. Okay, so they're ruminants. They have 4 compartments of their stomach, and they digest their food a little different. Like I tell my students, we can eat meat and everything, and eat salad. But if we tried to solely live on a salad day after day, meal after meal, that would not be healthy for us. But these cattle, they can live off. And we talked about the grain, but they also want to feed them a little hay and alfalfa to help with their stomachs, and it helps break them down. So the different compartments of their stomach, and it helps them with their feed. So their makeup is a little different. So it looks like he's getting close here. He's rolled down to the top 3 in this class. And so we're getting ready to change it over here in a second. But, so they're ruminants. Other animals, what's some other animals that are ruminants? You remember?
Well, I mean, you got sheep. Sheep as well.
Yeah. Anything else?
It's funny. Boy. You can tell the teacher.
Oh, boy.
The teacher in him is coming out. You can't tell.
I guess we need to go back to school. No. Goat, sheep, camels, llamas, and alpacas.
I was going to say, give me a second. I only showed cattle and sheep.
Well, give you a second. And then deer. These are all ruminant animals and stuff like that. So they're very similar with that. And we can kind of talk about a little bit later when we talk about these animals for medicines and how they help us and different things with that.
Yeah, if you can't tell, I was going to say the teacher in him's fully coming out full force. It's kind of fun to get to
how many
see
months,
that on.
How many months is mom pregnant on the calves?
The calves.
Excuse me, the cow. How many months is she pregnant?
Oh, gosh. You're really testing my trivia here.
Oh, my. Man, that's scary there. 9 months. 9 months.
We're testing the ag teacher's knowledge now.
Yeah, I know. But, that's something that these kids will learn as they grow up. We mentioned earlier when we had the interview with that. It looks like he's kind of getting placed here. He's kind of knocked down. A couple of kids got a little confused here. One of the kids wanted to take second spot, and it was somebody else's spot. So, hey, that happens. That's all right. Kids are having fun. They still got smiles on their faces and enjoying it. So we'll turn over Colton here.
Nice group of calves here, and I think the top trio is very good. The top pair gets awfully close, and McKenna and I have gone back and forth on them. I think there's some differences, but ultimately we land on the young ladies up front. I think that one's lower body shape and rib design is better. He reads more balance from chest to forerib to rear flank in his silhouette. Maybe he's not quite as fresh in terms of his presentation as you steady him up high over his neck, but that's a good bodied one. He's got some width and stoutness. I think that one just reads more genuine from his pull back to his tail and his masculinity and overall power. That's a very nice calf to go ahead and kick things off with. Young man in the cowboy hat that comes second. Like a lot of things about that one. That one's very freshly presented and highly presented. I'd say hats off to you for that. With that said, as we break him down, he wants to come ever so slightly deeper about his chest, maybe a little bit flatter there right out of the backside of his shoulder relative to the one that wins. He'll get a little bit shorter in his stride, but that pair's awfully good. The red and white one that comes in third, up high, if you could just tie into that one's body, shape, and balance, he really excels. His issues become more apparent down low. He's rocked forward in the angle to his knee. He's more restricted from his hock back to his rear ankle. Reads just a little bit more upright in terms of his joints down low. Well, that's still a very nice calf up high. Young lady that comes next got a really good, bold, round-bodied one that comes out. I think that one, with the added roundness of body, almost wants to get a little higher in his top and break right out of the backside of his shoulder. But with that said, like the body, like the mass, and like the power, just need to see him piece together a little bit neater. Young lady that comes next, the tall-shouldered, long-bodied one, that probably does read more correct in terms of his top line, but with that said, he compensates for not having, I think, enough width and power right out of the back of his shoulder. He's flatter in his forerib and wants to get a little bit flatter down through his quarter, but man, that one's top line, length, and levelness of hip, very, very good. The red and white one that's got to round out the class. Really appreciate that one for the roundness of body and just freshness over its loin. With that said, though, that one does get a little bit rounder and plainer in terms of type and kind, a little frailer down low. Young man does a nice job of getting them stuck. Let's go ahead and congratulate these guys.
All right, that was class 17 of our dairy starter calves. We'll go through the placings here. First, Charlie Bullenbacher. Second, Finley Lotzenheiser. Third, Barrett Caffey. Fourth, Lydia Bauman. Fifth, Reagan Lofton. And sixth, Gavin Gretz.
Okay.
Now we've got class 18 here walking in the ring. We'll go through here quick of who's in this class and who you're going to see. We'll start Lydia Bauman, Riley Bullenbacher, Lucas Rediger, Vince Balsiger, Becca Dog, Blake Rediger, and Gentry Schaefer.
Okay. Here in a little bit, I'm going to share with us about Riley. She's a 10-year member. But just some things while she's pulling up some information. The weights of these calves are 558 to 566. That's the weight of these calves in here. And there's 7, and these classes are, we got 7, 7, and 8, and then the 7. They're big classes, and so the judge is doing a great job of as best he can to narrow these down. So,
yeah.
Tell us a little bit about Riley.
I was going to say we've got Riley back here in the ring. Again, her parents are Ramsey and Aaron. We heard a little bit before her future plans are to attend a Wright State to major in nursing. But I would say it looks like here her biggest supporter and influence has been her dad. She said her dad has put all of his effort into my 4-H projects to make sure that I can succeed and complete it to the best of my ability. I couldn't be more thankful for him in the ways that he pushed me and provided me with every resource that I needed to be successful. So that's really awesome. I've noticed most of these 10-year members truly have a great support system behind them, whether it's their parents, family, friends, and especially when you're in that 10th year, you start to maybe recognize that a little more than you did in the first 9. And so it's cool to see some of them crediting their family and friends for the success that they've had and for getting them where they are today.
Yep. And then first year, Lucas Rediger, his parents are Carly and Alex Rediger. With that, and we mentioned Vince Balsinger before, another first year member with that. So,
yeah, it's exciting. Again, to see the entire range of years and experience here in a single class, and we've seen that a lot throughout today. And so it's really fun to see the kind of first year experiences. Like I said, a couple of the 10-year members have come up and shared that it feels like it was just yesterday that they were the first ones in the ring, and now it's going to be one of their final times walking around here.
Yeah,
so
yeah, I think Thursday's going to someone might be tonight, but Thursday for sure when they sell that animal from last time, it's going to hit, and they're going to go home, and they're probably going to be emotional, and their family's going to share a moment and stuff like that. But they're going to look back and think of all the things they've gained, and hopefully, in your desire is that they don't worry so much about the banners and the plaques and stuff like that, which is great. I mean, we want to win. I mean, that's why we're doing it. All right, we want to win. But the things you gain from this, hopefully, they've gained so much and just about themselves and that.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I feel like too the week of county fair seems to go so much faster when it's your last one, and when you're finally in the realization of trying to soak up every moment, it seems like it flies by too fast. And so I think what's been really special, and I've noticed specifically in this group of seniors and 10-year members, they are extremely reflective on it. They recognize the effort of the people around them, the village that it takes, and they are extremely aware and soaking in all of the experiences for the last time, which I think is cool that collectively they seem to all really be on the same page of wanting to enjoy this week and everything that it has to offer.
Yeah, yep, exactly. Just some other random tidbits of maybe useless information, whatever. I don't know how you look at it, but a mature cow can drink up to 30 to 50 gallons of water a day. On a very hot day. And there's some days where they're super, super hot. So it's like, I can imagine. I mean, we probably last couple of weeks, we probably felt like we could have drank that many, right? It was so hot. But
I think it's time for me to interview the ag teacher and do some trivia questions.
No, I don't know about that.
Let's start. How much does a newborn calf normally weigh?
I've already mentioned that, but that's all right. Thanks for listening. 60 to 80, 100 pounds. We've talked about that already. So that's all right. We realize that the students don't listen to the adults, and nothing's changed. So
well, he probably would have said the same thing when I was a student in his class too. Clearly, I needed to pay a little more attention in animal science class, I think.
That's all good. That's all good.
5 years later, you'd think I'd remember a few things, but.
Well. Well, I had to have a cheat sheet, so I mean, I remember most of it, but then there's some things you're like, forget about that. Hey, maybe do you know this? Are the calves born with teeth?
Yeah.
Yes.
No. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're born. Okay.
Now, do they have teeth on top and bottom?
No, it's only bottom. I do know that.
Okay, so.
See, you know what, guys? I did pay attention in animal science.
Okay.
He's just trying to convince you otherwise.
Yeah. They have what's called a dental pad up top. So what they'll do is they'll chew on their food. And it sounds kind of gross, but what's called their cud, C-U-D, cud. What they'll do is when they chew their food, later on they'll spit it back up, and then they'll sit there and chew on it. And have you ever heard about somebody say, well, just go ruminate on it? They're talking about that's what a cow does. They ruminate. They go and they chew their cud and they ruminate. They think about it. And so you'd notice when a calf or cow, whenever they're happy or content, they're sitting there, laying there, and they're just chewing, chomping away, and that means they're content. And so that's called them chewing their cud or ruminating with that. So yeah, there you go. They're born with teeth on the bottom and then a dental pad up top. So usually people ask, well, how long does it take for it to stand up? Well, this depends. Usually within the first half an hour, they're starting to get up. The moms are going to lick on them and try to stimulate them to get them to wake up and stuff like that. And so that's some of the things you might not think about. We did mention that they will take them from the mom, and so we're going to listen to Colton here as they get them placed.
Off the class, I think one that just offers the most complete look in terms of its balance, just design and freshness as you get off to the side of the cattle. Maybe not overwhelming in any one area. I'm not personally one that loves to tie into exotic cattle. They're not usually the most practical. I like good-bodied, sound ones. I think that one encompasses that pretty well. Just a nice place to go ahead and start. Young man that comes in second with the black and white steer. One that I think from his shoulder back is real good, has some depth of heart and forerib and has some body. Still reads stout out of his hip. He's a little bit more upright in the angles to his front end relative to our class winner. Maybe just a little bit plainer there in his throat latch. Young man, it's a nice job of getting that one presented. A good footed calf too. Red and white one that comes next. Really just a good basic feeding type of one. Looks like one that's got a feed, have some natural width and power. With that said, in terms of show ring look and presence, he probably lacks that in his front 1/3, but really a calm, dynamic, and duo there. The calf that rolls out in fourth, like his height, the front end, kind of has an uphill competitive look about him. One that I think as we start to read him, he gets a little bit more uncomfortable in the way that he goes out of his hock and rear ankle a little stiffer. One that just drops a little deeper in terms of his chest. Those top four are all real good. I think there's quite a bit of sort. Young lady does a nice job of getting them shown. I like the back shape in that one as well. The next one that comes here in fifth, there's some class-leading pieces within this one in terms of his thickness and power up high. He's so much rounder to the upper portion of his rib. I would just want to see him drop deeper and lower in the rear flank to make him a little bit more attractive and balanced from the side. Young man that rolls out next, that one I think is pretty sound in terms of on the go, but at times he has a good flex to his rear ankle, but maybe wants to throw his leg outside of himself. A calf that probably could be a little bit more relaxed in terms of his spine to keep his top line collected. Next one that rolls out, I think this class is good top to bottom. That's a good bodied one. He's just flatter and narrower all the way through, but still a very nice calf to conclude the class. Let's go ahead and congratulate them.
All right. So here we go. Results for Class 18 in first was Riley Bolenbacher. Second, Lucas Rediger. Third, Vincent Bolsinger. Fourth, Gentry Schaefer. Fifth, Lydia Bauman. Sixth, Beckett Ogg. And seventh, Blake Rediger. So that was Class 18. We kind of mentioned, Lucas and Vince, the first year, it's good that they got second, third. That's kind of a fun experience, and hopefully they'll remember that, and that'll be great for them. So up next, we're going to be starting Class 19 coming in here. In the Class 19, they range from 570 to 598 pounds. We have Dakota Sprunger, Ainsley Caffey, Eli Neuenswander, Braden Borney, Fred Kunkel, Garrett Rhodes, and Brock Sprunger. And we have looks like a few, we got one first timer and Fred Kunkel. And so let me see, I got the information right here and had it all ready, and then now I can't find it. So I apologize, but we was going to read on that. But no, so we're coming along here. We only got a few more classes, and then we're going to be basically picking out our top dairy steer. So it's crazy how we just started not too long ago, and here we are getting ready to pick out our top dairy steer. So it's flying by, and hopefully you've been enjoying it. Clint's been doing great, especially on trying to figure out all this issues with what's going on. Fred Kunkel, parents Fred and Rebecca Kunkel. So I'm excited for Fred here. I know I've seen him earlier, and he's excited. I was told he's one of them 4-H'ers. He just loves to get involved and help out people, and just a neat attitude for his first year. And so I'm excited for Fred on that. We're going to share here in a little bit when we can. We're going to talk about Dakota Sprunger as a 10-year member in a little bit. But we're trying to get another legend in Adams County, a former extension educator. And so And so we're going to try to get him in here. And so some of you will recognize and recognize him when we get him up on here. We'll get him set up here and see if you're ready to go. Everybody's taking a seat, so he's too popular. I mentioned that we got a legend in Adams County here. And so tell us, what's your name? Maybe people don't recognize you.
We'll get the mic down here, Mike. Mark Merkel. I've been here for probably 50 years now almost.
50 years, okay. So if I'm listening in, I don't know who you are. What did you do in Adams County?
Mike, I had a wonderful career here. I did the 4-H work, the county extension director here for 32 years, from 69 through 2001. It was a wonderful time here, and we've talked with different people today, and that's kind of the neat part about this is you come back and you see families and you're sitting next to somebody, and maybe you don't know the children's name, but you might easily recognize their parents. And so It's a community here, and you're a part of it. I know that because we talk about the community of Monroe, Adams Central, and South Adams, and all these kids here just having a great time. And, they had in the starter calf show, they had 40 mini 4-H'ers.
Yeah. That's crazy, wasn't it?
It was, and I think even the judge is like, whoa, we don't have that many in the whole county, And
no, exactly right. So, okay, so you've been retired how long, you said?
25 years. I did a state fair stint for 8 years, and then kind of enjoyed the grandkids and everything, but we still live in the county. We're down in the southeast corner, Jefferson Township, but we love it out in the country there and got good neighbors. And it's just kind of been here long enough. And like the young lady that won the Mark Merkel Scholarship, she was also the Lilly Scholarship winner, just lived 2 miles down the road. We've known Reagan since she's a little kid, so that's the neat part about this community is you know these people, you know the families, they come from good families, and as you can tell tonight, there's just a lot of people here that, it's family tradition. There's grandparents, parents, aunts and uncles and everything, and just enjoying the evening. It's a little warm in here, but that's fair weather.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I know it's can you think back to 25 years ago, what are some things that have changed in Adams County or just 4-H in general that maybe you've noticed over the years and stuff?
I don't think there's been a great deal of change or anything, but I can tell you some things about this show arena. The predecessor that was here before Mike Jones was Rod McKee, and I had a summer assistant, Steve Mosier, and we had chalk, and we were drawing out the arena here, how we're going to lay out this arena and everything. And it really is kind of a small arena, but you fill with people and everything. And it looks like a great crowd, and somebody said, well, build a bigger one. Well, you build a bigger one and you fill it half full, and then they say, well, you don't have much of a crowd. But that was one of the things. We just had a lot of cooperation, things with the different people here all the time. And that's what really made it a great opportunity for me, a great career here in Adams County. Of course, Judy was from the county and everything, and we moved in close to her parents and everything, and our daughter had the opportunity to be in 4-H here and show dairy, and so we have enjoyed it. And I don't know that a lot has changed, but as you walk around, you see a lot of these people who are just like family and friends, and it makes it fantastic and everything.
Yeah. And if I cut you off, it's because we're going to get Colton on here, but we'll keep going. So did you do 4-H when you were younger?
I did, and Judy was a 10-year 4-H'er, and that was a kind of a thing. We were at Purdue, and we didn't know each other. I was on a dairy farm in southern Indiana, and she was on a dairy farm here, and at the time it was Geneva High School, and we got down to Purdue and met one evening, and it was kind of one of those deals where neither one of us had much money. And said, do you want to go on a date? Well, I'll take you for a date. Where do you want to go? Well, we can go to the library because it doesn't cost anything. So we dated a few years and got married and ended up coming back. The job was here and have just no regrets whatsoever, Mike.
Awesome.
I know when you've been here a long time and you look back at, well, maybe could have done something different here or there, but it's not that way with us. We were very happy with being here in Adams County, the volunteer people, the community, the churches, the role they play in the community is fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's funny you mentioned Purdue. It's a great college, and I've got some great memories there myself, and so so we appreciate that. So he's getting ready to get on the mic, and I'm going to ask you some more, but we'll kind of see here. He's kind of whittling it down. He's had some tough classes. I mean, it's been tough competition here.
We were here last night too and watched the show, and it's the same way. They had, we don't have many colored cattle or anything. I think there's 8 of them, but there's a whole bunch of the dairy steers, and same way with the dairy starter calves. There's 40 or 50 head, and I think Mr. Geiger's doing a good job. I think he just there are some tough classes. You see these kids, they've worked on it and everything, and they kind of know what they're doing.
Yeah, when he takes long, that means he's struggling, and so it looks like he's. I'm going to let him talk here in a second. But no, it's been great to see, and we'll talk about some other things. Like I know the prices of calves have went up tremendously, but to still see this program continue to grow with it, I think we counted 141 today calves. Just think this little small Adams County. Look how many calves they're showing up. So
well, and you're right on the price. $1,000 is nothing unusual. So, and last night we were watching, and they were having 3-4 in a ring, and somebody says, "Well, how much money's there?" And I said, "Well, you're probably talking $10,000, $12,000, $14,000.
Yeah.
You mean you got 10 classes, $150,000?" I said,
"Yeah,
that's just the price of it. That's the difficult part." Well, I think he's going on the air here, so we'll shift it out.
a really good class, probably one of the best class, top to bottom. There's really not a bad calf in here. Makes it a little fun and challenging to sort through. McKenna and I think, go back and forth on this top pair. Once again, like I said earlier, sometimes you don't always agree with where you get placed. I know we don't, but if you can at least maybe agree on what we see, because if you can't see that the one up front is the burliest out of the back side of his shoulder, the thickest over the top side of his hip, and just the most genuine in terms of muscle shape and expression, I think, you and I would disagree, because that one's really, really good in those three areas. With that said, he does give up, I think, some of the show ring presence as you study him in his front 1/3. He's a little bit more cresty over the top side of his neck, drops a little bit more skin down through his chest, but that one's forerib sticks out further. He's wider from hock to surface. That one just reads pretty genuine with a lot of good shape in him. I think the one that has the most show calf profile is the one that comes in at second. That one ties his neck higher. He's really good in terms of his spine. A calf that, as you compare him to the one right in front of him, doesn't hook up with quite as much mass and power right out of the backside of his shoulder. Wants to flatten ever so slightly there in his forerib. But, man, both of those are very, very good. Should be competitive here within the final drive. Nice pair of cattle. The one that comes here in third, quite frankly, just ran into a top pair of heaters, and then he doesn't want to really stick together and show you him as well. Calf that's just got a little attitude. One that's maybe not quite as comfortable in the way that he handles his rear hock, or not rear hock, his rear ankle, and one that's maybe not quite as burly as you get on top of the cattle. The one that comes here in fourth, man, that one's got a nice blend, as we would talk, I think, in market cattle of just muscle and finish. One that looks like he's got to feed really well, like the back shape in him. With that said, he gets a little easier there right in the center of his top line. He'll round out of his hip. Wish we could square him up in terms of his muscle type. Young man's got one that I think, even though he winds up in fifth, as we feed this one and he becomes a big steer, there's a lot of cool pieces within that calf, because his head and neck is really good. His top line holds together very well. Just got to get more rib and body and get that calf out going to move up higher. Young man that comes next, one that's got a really bold rib shape to him, maybe gets a little bit plainer in his look off either end, but I think if we could get him to perk up a little bit more, get a little bit more stoutness up high, I think he'll compete with the cattle ahead of him. Predominantly white calf that comes next. Young man do a nice job of getting him shown. One that sound and gets out and goes on the move. Maybe just doesn't balance up quite as nice in his lines from the side, but very nice class of cattle. Like I said, probably one of the most toughest that we've seen top to bottom. Let's give them a nice round of applause too.
Okay, let me do results real quick. So in that Class 19, the results in first was Brock Sprunger. Second, Ainsley Caffey. Third, Garrett Rhodes. Fourth, Dakota Sprunger. Fifth, Eli Neuenswander. Sixth, Braden Borney. And seventh, Fred Kunkel. So, again, if you didn't catch us, we're talking with the legend here, Mark Merkel. Mark, just a few more questions. I know you're busy, you want to enjoy and stuff like that. What are some things you would tell people that are watching that maybe have never been to the fair or something like, what are some things they need to do or think about, or how can they be involved or something like that?
Mike, it's kind of a question there is the friendships that are made. You talk to kids, and I'm sure you do the same thing, is these kids will come back and they'll tell you about some of the trips they took or some of the things they did while they were here in FFA or 4-H like that. And it's the experiences they had. They can't tell you what they may have placed in a certain class or anything like that, but they can sure tell you the friendships they made or the things they did or the things they remember most. And sometimes it's probably better off we didn't find out till afterwards, but, that's just part of it. And they talk about it. And, that last class, we've been out in Jefferson Township for 58 years, and the first four in that class were all from Jefferson Township. But it was, again, families that have been there, grandma and grandpa, mom and dad, and now the kids. So that continuation. And I got tickled because, a little over a year ago, I interviewed the Adams Central ones who were looking at the being FFA officers, and it was a great interview. Those kids are top notch. And I was sitting up next to Anita Rediger, and we're talking about this. So many times we look at things that may be wrong with what's going on, but then you look at this, and my gosh.
Oh, my goodness,
It's all the right things that they're doing. They're all kind of working together. And
and the things that we don't see in the background, helping each other out in the barns or earlier, even before the fair shows up. That's what's great about this 4-H community and stuff. So, Exactly. So
you ready for school and everything?
Yes. We don't talk about that word yet. We got a couple more days before we. But no, seriously, we'll go back. I know Adams Central goes back to 12th. I'll be honest, I apologize. I'm not sure when Belmont and South Adams do, but I know it's pretty close.
Right.
So it'll be here before you know it. I know we got State Fair coming up, and a lot of these kids, we talked about it, a lot of these kids will be showing in the State Fair, and they're excited about that, and so it's been a great opportunity. So, Mark, as we leave you with one last question, what's some of the things you're still doing or involved in and stuff?
You know, a little interesting. I just got back from Washington, D.C. It wasn't a political thing. My daughter has refurbished furniture, repurposing furniture, and she sold a table and chair to somebody in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
So she says, Mom and Dad, do you want to drive to Washington, D.C.? So 98 degrees, we enjoyed Washington, D.C. So we do a little traveling, but really just kind of enjoy out there in the country. Just, the grandkids are a little bit, one's in Shreveport, the other one's got a nuclear pharmacy degree and is looking for a job, and he'll find one, but just spending time with family and being around friends and everything, and just enjoying life. We don't have no guarantees, anything like that. We know every day's a blessing. So Judy and I, we've been married for 58 years and thankful for all the time together and the people here in the Adams County. It's really made it a wonderful experience. And sometimes you run into some people that least expect it, and they dance with the governor of the state of Indiana or a state senator or something. And
crazy things have happened, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, Mark. I appreciate. I know it's been. I came in 2001, and you, welcomed me and stuff like that. I think I was. You had just left, I thought, right? And I came in the fall of 2001, but you introduced yourself and since then you've helped out anytime I needed, and we appreciate that. And we keep talking about the 4-H. It truly is a family. Not trying to beat that dead horse, but man, oh man, we're here for each other, trying to help each other out. So, Mark, thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it, Mr. Jones. And we wish you a wonderful school year.
Yep.
And I read the paper all the time with all the kids that are doing judging, and you're very active and very excellent FFA, and so to me that always helped. It wasn't a competition because these kids, as I was interviewing these kids that night, I think everyone was in 4-H and their parents have been in 4-H. So the relationships are very good, and that really makes a strong program.
No, I think we're fortunate here in Adams County to have 3 FFA programs and stuff, and so it's kind of cool. There's some counties that don't, so we appreciate it. Again, thanks, Mark. We appreciate your time, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
I think I will.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it,
Mr. Jones.
So we are on Class 20, the dairy starter calves. They range from 600 to 622, and so I'll kind of go through some of the ones in here. We have Becca Ogg, Easton Ogg, Bo Colhagen, Fred Kunkel, Lydia Bauman, Logan Beer, Ryan Beer, Ethan Borney. Again, we get back to that friendly sibling competition, cousin competition. It's kind of neat to see. They get to have some bragging rights against their brothers and cousins and different ones. And so, it's just neat to see that with that. But, no, we just appreciate Fred, and I'm sure most of you listening in knew Fred or heard about Fred and what he done for Adams County and still doing for Adams County. And so it takes people like that. They don't leave. And when I mean they don't leave is they stick around. They're constantly helping and being involved. And if they need something, just call them up, say, hey, can I? And they're willing to jump in and help. And so that's just what's great about this community and stuff like that. So so very thankful for that on there. It's crazy here. We think about that we are down to the last 2 classes, and we're going to be crowning a dairy starter calf champion in a couple classes. So that's what's kind of crazy. We've come along here with our time and stuff, and so hope we've been enjoying it. And we're not done yet. We're gonna crown the grand champion dairy starter calves, and we'll have a top 5 in that, and do some special recognition rated gains and stuff like that. And then the 10-year members will go through and they'll kind of introduce themselves to the crowd, and then we'll do showmanship. And showmanship is such a neat thing. If you've never been involved or witnessed how much showmanship is important to these kids, and this is the showmanship is where the judges will judge the students, and it doesn't matter nothing about the animal as far as what it looks like and stuff like that. It's how well the student does showing their animal, with that. So that's what we're looking forward to and excited for with that. So. We mentioned the crowd. Yes, there is some more, maybe it's a few empty seats, but man, it's still packed in here, and maybe a little warm for people, but they're still enjoying it and so enjoying watching their kids and their grandkids and their cousins and stuff like that. And it's just a neat experience to be able to be here and see all this going on with that. We did mention, too, we want to remind you, tomorrow is the swine show. That's going to be a big day because it starts early and it goes well into the middle afternoon. The swine show here in Adams County is, again, top-notch, and hopefully things will work out. We'll be able to get somebody to do the commentary on that and help out with that. But it's a neat show to see, some top-quality swine to see in there. And then after the swine show, obviously you get into the parade, and that's in the evening. That's like the big thing here in Adams County, to come to the parade and see that. Something else is going on in Adams County this week is the Swiss Days. So some of you maybe be able to go to the Swiss Days here going on. Typically that picks up, Thursday night, and then gets big time Friday and Saturday and stuff like that. So that's what's cool about that. So it looks like he's narrowing it down to his top three. And so we'll give him a second here and see how things are going. Our computer working here, but then it cuts in and out. I think we have to stand in the right spot. Every time we stand in a certain spot, it cuts in. So it's kind of crazy. I don't know, Clint, but we'll get it figured out. We appreciate it. So take a second here. We're trying to, like I said, he's trying to finish up here, get him placed. He's almost got him done. Okay, let me turn it over to Colton here.
Heavier weight class and take a little bit of time, and I know sometimes when I watch ringside, I'm like, man, dude, just pick one and let's keep the show going. Something I got to keep in check, though, is there's been a lot of time put into all these calves, a lot of money, a lot of people involved, so we may take a little extra time, but I want to land on the right decision. I feel pretty confident that the young man up front needs to start, and McKenna and I both agree pretty easily on this one. That guy's got just a pretty dang cool look about him. So high tine, he looks like a little show pony. Good in terms of his top line, fresh in terms of his hide and hair and just the way that he's presented. At times he wants to fight the halter and maybe not just get out and go and flex super well, but I think that one's still plenty sound. He's big-backed, adequate in terms of his pin width and stoutness from behind. I think that one's just got the most unique look. Steer that rolls out here in second. That one balances up so well. He's just not as unique in that front one third relative to our class winner. But shoulder back, his balance, his lines, I think that one's really good. I wish he moved a little bit sounder back through his rear ankle. He gets a little bit tighter in terms of his tendon and ankle and the way that works. That's being nitpicky. I'm not calling him on sound. Both the cattle up top are real good. As we work our way through in third, get a little bit of a softer, more mellow-bodied one that come in third that drops some flank. He's long and level out through his hip. With that said, as we get a little bit more mellow-bodied, they get a little bit plainer in terms of their front end, maybe a little bit more nondescript in their type and kind. Two red and white calves that come out next that have a different look to them. Both are real good. One that's going to come here in fourth. Body type is good. Pin width is good. As we steady him off either end, he's starting to get a little bit straighter in terms of his knee, a little bit more restricted in terms of his shoulder. He flattens there at the base of his hip, but a very nice calf. Young lady that comes next does a heck of a job getting him stuck and shown. I think this one's got some cool pieces. He's got some body to him. He gets a little bit flatter as you study him out there on the back of his shoulder. He gets a little bit rounder there over the top side of his hip. Maybe not quite as expressive and unique, but I think that one's still very functional and practical in his own right. Calf that comes next, one that I think has some stoutness and squareness to him. He gets, like a lot of cattle, maybe a little bit plainer up front, a little bit more jammed up in his look. But, man, his body type is real good. He's been fed well. Young man does a nice job of getting him shown, too. Next calf that rolls out, calf that's got some height of shoulders, got some length of body. His rear flank doesn't balance up as well with the rest of him. Just need to get more body to see him a little bit neater from the side. Calf that rolls out next, one that can go and take a long stride. With that said, he's just flatter, more nondescript all the way through, a little bit plainer in his feature down low. A very good class top to bottom. Let's put our hands together for them.
All right, that was Class 20. Dairy starter calves. We'll go through placings here. First, Logan Beer. Second, Beckett Ogg. Third, Fred Kunkel. Fourth, Ryan Beer. Fifth, Lydia Bauman. Sixth, Ethan Borney. Seventh, Easton Ogg. And eighth, Bo Colhagen. Looks like we've got one more class here of the dairy starter calves, and then we'll go into the grand drive and then showmanship. So this is Class 21. Again, final class here. We've got Brock Sprunger, Caitlin Borney, Beth Colhagen, Cooper Steele, Jonathan Borney, Dakota Sprunger, and Grayson Leakty.
All right, so yeah, like she mentioned, we're wrapping up here, and it's going to be, we're getting closer. Some of these kids in the back, they've already competed, and they're probably getting a little antsy because they're going to have to come back out, and they're going to try to hopefully sway the judge to pick their calf with that. So
yeah, we've had a lot of classes. I mean, he's going to have a lot to pick from and a tough decision for sure, but while we're here and kind of thinking, we've got Dakota Sprunger in this class, and again, he's just one of the other 10-year members that we kind of want to look at. His parents are Daniel and Heidi Sprunger. He has also, like pretty much all of them that we've mentioned so far, have been 10 years in the starter calf project as well. So not only 10 years in 4-H, but specifically have shown starter calves for 10 years, which is a pretty awesome achievement, especially to stick with one project for that long. Is really awesome. He said one of the most proud accomplishments that he'd had was reserve overall starter calf. For him, he said it took him a couple years. It took a long time for him to win a class and to see some success there. So he was really, really proud of that accomplishment. And I think that's, again, as we've echoed a little bit, a testament to the hard work to continue coming back each year. Even if you don't win a class in the first couple of years, that takes a little bit of time and effort sometimes. And he came back every single year, kept pushing, and then stepped himself up all the way to reserve overall calf, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I can't say personally, but I would venture to say he didn't win every class he was in. I would venture to say he probably went away from Farrers, didn't win a banner, and stuff. And that's the same with all these 10-year members. Not everybody can win. We're going to leave today with one grand champion dairy starter calf. We had the dairy beef cross grand champion. We had a beef grand champion, and we're going to have a dairy starter calf grand champion. So, and that's sometimes people say, well, that's a hard lesson for the kids. Well, I think it's reality. I mean, we see that, not everybody gets a position, not everybody gets that job, not everybody gets that award and stuff like that. So, they're going to be bummed. They're going to leave tonight. Some of them are going to be bummed a little bit. But hopefully your hope and prayer is they can go home and say, that was fun. I enjoyed it. Or whether it be chicken nugget to whatever their calf was or whatever their animal, not just calves, but their animals, they've enjoyed it and learned from it, and just the experience they've learned from it. And, for me personally, I did 4-H for a few years. I had to credit my ag teacher. He had rabbits, and we raised rabbits when we was kids, but we just raised rabbits just to eat them, my family. And so when we moved to the school, and he said, here, you want to show some rabbits? So I did that for a year or two, and then the neighbor guy said, hey, we got a pig. And so I really didn't have any mentors, and it's my fault because I didn't ask. I didn't know. And no discredit to my family. They didn't know either. And so, I didn't get the experience of traditional 4-H and stuff, but raising somebody that did, it taught me a lot of values, and I see a lot of things that 4-H teaches these kids, and it's just a great thing for them to grow and learn. We've been talking specifically about starter calves. Mary, what are some other things they could do here in Adams County that they might be involved in?
Yeah, I mean, and specifically to be involved in 4-H and to feel, I guess I should say, the effects of what it's teaching you, and getting to be involved, and that's just one of them. I know all of the projects in the expo hall, you walk through there and you see the craftsmanship of some of those woodworking projects. You see the time and effort for each and every one of those posters, like hand gluing some of those cutout letters down. Down to, we had Ella Bloom, our ambassador for the show tonight, passing out ribbons, telling us about her aquatics project and everything that goes into those types of projects as well. Right now, we're watching live the experience that goes into the livestock shows, but it's especially this week is all about highlighting every project and all of the members who have worked so hard for really this 1 week of the summer.
Yeah. Earlier, they're on the stage, they were doing the grand champions for all the exhibits and posters. I remember last year was kind of cool. A student had an old car. I can't even tell you the car. It's such a unique old car. And he had that for his exhibits. I mean, when we talk about woodworking, these students, along with probably have a mentor, whether it be a grandparent or a dad or somebody, that do a woodworking project. They build these desks, these shelves, whatever, any kind of woodworking projects. I mean, they have electricity. Students could learn difference between the parallel and series circuits to stuff. It looks like Colton's getting closer here. I want to make sure we're ready to go because he's narrowing down top 4. It's a tough one here. Now he's down to 3, it looks like. We talk about other projects that, electricity. We talk about posters. They can do anything from photography to wildlife to weather to forestry
fashion
to
review and sewing. And
yes, exactly. Thank you. Cake decorating. I mean, I appreciate eating a good cake. But ask me to decorate it. No, thank you. I appreciate the people that do it.
You can probably find a few 4-H members in there that'll maybe decorate it for you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I probably had. But foods, gardening, vegetables. Man, it's just crazy the amount of projects these kids get involved in. I hear a lot of people say, "Well, I can't raise animals." Well, it doesn't matter. You can still do other projects with that.
It's funny. To be honest, there's really no excuse if I can't find a project.
No, and stuff. And there's so many people out there to help you. It looks like we got our top 3 here.
That's an interesting class. I think there's some things that have to be discussed and figured out. The one that I think has the most outlandish pieces in terms of being intriguing is the one up front. Maybe not the deepest sided one, but he is big backed. He's genuine in terms of his muscle expression. He is so stout in terms of his upper pins and down through his quarter. So you study his hip shape from behind. I'll be the first one to admit, in terms of lines and silhouette, I wish the forearm dropped a little deeper and just more lower body shape in that one. But he's so good up high. He's the cleanest in terms of his joint work down low. I think that's a nice place to go ahead and start. The more dark calf, that comes here in second. From his shoulder back, I think that one rates really good up high. He's by some margin stronger right out of the back of his shoulder relative to the calf that follows him. That one is maybe perhaps a little neater in terms of his underline. He gets a little bit more upright in terms of his shoulder. He'll pull in at his hock. He's got a little bit of a bum front left knee. It doesn't hinder his mobility, but they got a little something going on there. But I think that's still a very nice calf to come in a second. Another one that I think has a little bit of a fluid on his knee and just kind of put a little bit of a question mark. Obviously, doesn't cause him any pain. This calf right here ties his neck real high. He gets too flat there right out of the back side of his shoulder relative to the 2 calves ahead of him. But I like him over his loin edge and the top side of his hip. One that flattens there, though, right out of the back of his shoulder down through his forerib. Calf that rolls out here in 4th. There's some cool pieces, and I think from shoulder back, that one can get real competitive because he's the deepest and fullest in his heart. He's good in his top line and his balance. I'm a big one on angles and build. I know some judges maybe don't tie into that as much, but he's just rocked too far forward in the angle to his shoulder down through his knee. Consequently, his front end just wants to put on a little extra condition and plainness quick. Shoulder back, though, very good. Young lady do a very nice job of getting him shown and stuck. Young man that comes next, I think, like some other calves he's had, that one's rugged, that one's burly and very practical with some added, I think, muscle and finish that gets laid on him. He maybe comes off just a tick plain as you read him over the top side of his neck, a little rounder out through his hip. Sometimes we'll get a little bit more insecure in the way he handles his hock. Young lady that comes next, one that I think just a calf that's very calm, collected, deep-sided in terms of muscle shape over the top side of his back. Just wish he would fill out a little bit more. Gets a little bit straighter in his angles up front. Young man that comes next, got a heavyweight one that comes in here. So good in terms of his lower body shape. With that said, we just need to freshen him up in terms of his look and presentation. Not presentation, his freshness and muscle, I should say. He's presented very well. Nice job. Let's give them a round of applause.
All right, that was our very last class, Class 21 of Dairy Starter Calves. We'll go through placings here quick. First, Cooper Steele. Second, Brock Sprunger. Third, Jonathan Borney. Fourth, Caitlin Borney. Fifth, Dakota Sprunger. Sixth, Beth Colhagen. And seventh, Grayson Leakty. And just a quick note here, I'm sure they're going to do a bigger announcement. Actually, it looks like they're doing it here right now. Our champion rate of gain, specifically for the dairy starter calves, as he's walking out right now, there's Jonathan Borney. His calf gained 3.85 pounds a day since weigh-in.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
No. No. I don't want to gain that much a day. No. But no, yeah, as far as the animal livestock, yes, exactly.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a pretty impressive 3.85.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to recognize maybe here later on the champion rate of gain for the beef dairy cross calf was Danielle Adams. Hers gained 4.13 pounds per day.
So we'll go through here. Here's all the grand drives. So looks like in the class 13 we have Camden Selking. Class 14, Lola Fiesel. Class 15, Ainsley Caffey. Class 16, Kane Buchanan. Class 17, Charlie Bolenbacher. Class 18, Riley Bolenbacher. Class 19 was Brock Sprunger. Class 20 was Logan Beer. And then Class 21 was Cooper Steele. Mary, I don't know if you caught that. I really appreciate it. If you guys noticed on the camera, the member, I think she was fourth, but she didn't run her animal out the ring. She stopped in front of the judge. She put up her animal in front of the judge for the audience to see her animal when the judge was talking about it. And I think a couple reasons. One, you're showing the crowd, hey, this is what the judge is looking at. Two, she's also, in my mind, she's telling the judge, hey, I care about showmanship because we're going to talk about showmanship in a little bit. I think, that's going to give her some points because we talked about that. From the Class 1, these kids were being judged in showmanship because, take pride in your animal. Okay, so you got fourth in a class. That was a heck of a tough class. You got fourth, but that showed a lot of pride and humbleness, getting fourth. To prop your animal up in front of the crowd and in front of the judge and let them talk about your animal. So that kudos to that 4-H member for doing that.
Yeah.
That was Caitlin Borney, but we appreciate that.
I was going to say that's a big credit to her and the respect that she has for the judge while he's sharing and talking and just kind of taking a moment to pause and say, I appreciate the comments. I appreciate the feedback. And that's something, too. I know we've talked a lot about, I don't know if she's taken that calf to State Fair or anything like that, but having that kind of feedback, that's important that the judge is there. He's done an incredible job so far of providing feedback as much as possible to each individual, especially as they're leaving the class. I don't think there's been a 4-H member walk out that hasn't heard from him today.
Yeah.
And so that's incredible, especially if they're preparing for a future show here, that they are taking the feedback of why he placed them the way he did, what they can work on for a future show and prepare their calf or maybe prepare themselves. And I think it's extremely respectful and definitely shows her character and passion for the project that she wants to learn and she wants to take that feedback.
Hopefully, and I know it's hard to do, especially when you don't do as well, to listen to the judge and say, okay, he said this. What am I going to improve on? How am I going to make this animal better? Well, some things you can't fix. There's this reality you can't fix some things. But if we're talking about feeding, maybe it's too fat, maybe it's too lean, you can change that. Stuff like that. We need to go through some sponsors here. We're getting ready to do this is the Grand Champion Dairy Starter Calf Drive. Some of the banner sponsors, First Bank of Berne. The Reserve Grand Champion is the First Bank of Berne. The third overall by Lauder Farms. The fourth overall is by the Financial Partners Federal Credit Union. And the fifth overall is the Milan Center Feed and Grain. With that. And I don't remember, did you mention the sponsors for the Rate of Gain ones?
Oh, no, I did not. We can go through those quick. Champion Rate of Gain for the Dairy Starter Calf. Remember, that was Jonathan Borney. That banner was sponsored by L&E Farms. And then the Champion Rate of Gain for the Beef Dairy Cross, if we look back, that was Danielle Adams. And that banner was sponsored by A&M Schaefer Farms. So thank you to all of our sponsors who kind of made today possible. I know we've read through a few of them a couple times. So we'll save you listening to the list again. But genuinely, we appreciate everything that our sponsors have done to make the show and make really a lot of the events and things happen for the fair this week happen.
It's amazing how much money and time and effort. We say sponsors. I mean, like we just mentioned, like financial sponsors. But what about the sponsors that are here? Like they came last Monday. They had a big setup night. we had parents and volunteers setting up the fairgrounds, setting up these fences, setting up the bleachers, setting up things, setting up things for the posters and exhibits, and setting up so they start on that, and then really honestly it starts way ahead of time. But I mean you have
they mentioned the Manly girls. I mean they make that backdrop.
Oh my goodness,
absolutely gorgeous. If you haven't gotten the chance to look at it, hopefully you'll see some of the pictures of these grand champions at the backdrop. But they put in so much time and effort to make that an incredible photo space. I mean, these are photos that some of these families will take and look at for years to come to remember that accomplishment and the effort that they've made to make that a beautiful picture. Really, it may seem simple, may seem trivial to some people, but I think they are a big part of making that a really special moment.
And that's not to pick on other counties, but you look at other county pictures and you're like, oh, that's okay. And it's got they say their county on there, no big deal. But I mean, they dress it up. They take and that just shows you the pride they have for this county, for the 4-H and stuff like that. They just have so much pride in it.
And that's just one of countless. We could probably never list the amount of people that have stepped up in ways like that.
Oh my stars! I mean, it's the crazy thing about. I mean, the amount of the time and money and this effort to put into this fair, it's a year-long thing. Like I mentioned, sometime here in the early fall, they're going to have a meeting and go through review and okay, this worked well, this didn't. How do we fix this? How do we improve this? Just things like that. One thing we've been blessed with this week is the weather. A couple weeks ago.
I was going to say, I was a little worried a couple weeks ago of what we were going to experience. I mean, that kind of heat. We've talked about it earlier today. You get some of these calves they get worn out so fast after a long day of showing. Yep. And even on a day like this where we were blessed with great weather, they get worn out. They just do. And I can't imagine trying to do all of that in the kind of weather that we had a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, if you see and we're keeping our fingers crossed. We're almost done here, but the camera's been giving Clint fits, and I think Clint's about beside himself, and but he's doing great. So the judges they're kind of going around, they're doing their last inspections, and again they take this serious. I mean, this is serious stuff because I know talking to the judge years ago, they judged here. They pick I don't even remember what it was. I think it was calves, starter calves. They picked the starter calf to win the show, and they were all excited. And when I remember talking to that judge later at the state fair a couple weeks later, that same calf won. I think it was top 5, maybe won the state fair. And I remember talking to the judge. He goes, "That felt great." So he's getting ready to get on the mic. So I'm going to turn it over here in a second to let him talk. So.
Well, I would say Adams County, this final drive definitely deserves a huge round of applause. Awfully good cattle. I know judges typically will get to their grand drive and always want to talk things up and tell you that things are super nice. Quite frankly, though, I've had a chance to judge several dairy beef feeder calf shows, and the depth of the numbers, the quality, the presentation, the way that this has been ran ranks right up at the top end. There's a lot of good stock families here in this county, so I think when you come here, it's got to be competitive. And I know sometimes after a week of fair, and I don't know where you're at within your fair schedule, it can be hot, it's super tiring, it's stressful, emotions get the best of people. You always want to beat somebody else that's at your county fair and whatever else is going on. We're in the midst of our county fair at home right now at Whitley County, and sometimes when you're in the barn, you want to hear people just be, negative about stuff, or, this needs to be done that way. I guess my advice, just being in the midst of our county fair, is if you want things to change or you want things to be different, then be the person that decides to volunteer your time and get involved and be a part of a club and be a leader, because you can't be on the sidelines and want things to change. You got to actually be a part of the game. So to the board that runs your dairy beef program and junior steer program, let's give them a nice round of applause too. I don't really have, any great words of wisdom or anything else to leave. I know we're getting late in the evening. We're going to get a top 5. I think there's a couple different ways that we could go within the top 5. McKenna and I, though, extremely glad that she came along with me. She was a high individual at Houston, has had a great junior collegiate judging career. Was fortunate to have her, I think, for 8 years in our Cherubusco livestock judging program. We see cattle very similar. There's one that we think is super complete. very good. There's a couple others that are going to sneak in the top 5 that I think have a tremendous bright future ahead of them. We'll get a top 5 selected. This is the last time we'll be on the mic. If you would, though, one last time, one big round of applause.
Okay, so Brock Sprunger was our grand champion in that banner, was sponsored by the First Bank of Berne. So Brock Sprunger. Okay, so remind me, Brock.
Looks like I was gonna say that looks like they're bringing in the second one from that class.
Oh, that was class 19. So that was Ainsley Caffey. So Ainsley, right? Did I get that right?
Yep. It looks like she's already in here with another calf. So we've got somebody else leading that one in for her.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, to be in the judges' shoes, or judges here in a situation trying to pick out, it's tough. It really is. I mean, I
think it'd be hard. You get your mind made up, and you get that second place cow in there, and then you have another calf to throw in the mix. And
right. You're like, oh man, that was good, because we seen that earlier in the beef show, the beef starter calf show. The second place from that class was reserved overall. So we'll see what he's doing here and what he's going. He's kind of walking around doing his thing. See if he's kind of narrowing it down here. And sometimes the judges have it in their mind what they want to do, but they just I just got to confirm it. They just want to, okay, I got to double check. So. Maybe going to talk it over a little bit just to say, hey, what do you think? You're okay with that? And nope. All right. He picked Logan Beer. So reserve went to Logan Beer. That banner was sponsored by the First Bank of Berne. So Logan came out at class 20, so then that means Beckett Ogg is going to come in here with that. So... So we're down third, fourth, and fifth, and then we're getting ready for showmanship. Fun times, right?
I was going to say, it feels like we've really moved through. I mean, you look at it, the amount of classes we had at Dairy Starter Calves.
Yeah.
I mean, they really kind of powered through those. They had 9 classes of them, and no less than 6 or 7 at least in a class. So they've really powered through those well.
Well, for something that was supposed to start at 3 o'clock and then we're an hour and a half late, I know last night the Steer Heifer show, they started showmanship around 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And they didn't start the show till 5.
It seems like they've made up for lost time.
Yeah, they've been flying, doing a great job.
And to that same point we just said, too, not only have they made up for time, but they've given each 4-H member adequate feedback.
All right, so he just picked...
It'll be Ainsley Caffey. Looks like that was the second place one.
From Brock Sprunger.
Yeah,
right?
out of that class 19.
Yeah, and like I said, it's crazy how competitive some of these classes are. So there won't be any more come in because they just picked top 2. So top 2 from that class. So now he's just in here, 4th overall. Looks like Cooper Steele, 4th overall.
Yeah, 4th overall. That banner is sponsored by Financial Partners Federal Credit Union.
Yeah, 3rd overall was sponsored by Lauder Farms. And in 5th, again, you think, 5th. That's a great accomplishment, especially in this show today. Mm-hmm. I mean, we talk about how many these dairy steers. It's just crazy to think about how many we've had today. What did we say, 131? In the dairy, we had 62. They went through 62 dairy starter calves, and they're narrowed down. So you're the top 5 out of 62. And you think, no big deal. It's competitive. Lola Fiesel. So Lola Fiesel with that. And that banner was sponsored by Milan Center Feed and Grain. So
okay. Well, I mean, that wraps at least the dairy starter calf division. I'm assuming it looks like they're going to maybe honor some of those tenure members here and potentially take a bit of a break.
Okay, yeah, we're going to take a break, and then we'll come back for showmanship.
Rover's Best One, we've changed our name to Best One of Monroe. Still the same family ownership, simply a new name. Same great people, same great service, same great prices. You know who we are.
We are serving customers first.
We are trustworthy.
We are passionate.
We are committed.
We are community focused.
We are locally owned.
We are the family you've depended on for over 70 years. We are Best One of Monroe.
Best One of Monroe, celebrating 75 years of selling tires, serving people.
Are you in the market for a used vehicle, or are you looking for a rental van or trailer? CMA Truck and Auto provides a variety of vehicles in a variety of price ranges, and Swiss City Vans offers rental services for a range of equipment. We invite you to visit us in person at the south edge of Berne on US 27, or to visit us online at cmatruckandauto.com, where you can sort our inventory by price range. You can also visit our Facebook page, where we keep in touch with our customers and promote giveaways. Enjoy the vehicle buying process without hidden fees or high-pressure sales at CMA.
Where you're going and how you get there matters. Along the way, the right financial guidance can make all the difference. That's why there's Everence. Together, charting your path with a full range of caring financial services. For starting out, growing your future, caring for loved ones, and sharing with others. In a life of faith and impact, it's your financial journey. Let's go. Visit us at everence.com/burn.
Arnold Lumber at 425 Winchester Street in Decatur is a complete building center for all building contractors and do-it-yourselfers. We supply every facet of building supplies that you will need to complete your next project, but we can also help you get the work done. We install doors, windows, overhead doors, and roofs locally when the materials are purchased from us. We install pole barn packages all over Indiana, Ohio, and southern Michigan, and we provide rooftop delivery with shingle purchases. Open 7 to 5 Monday through Friday and 7 to 12 on Saturday. Let us help you with all of your construction project needs.
At FM Investment Services, we continue to serve and advise our clients with dedication and experience, and our team includes 2 registered investment professionals. Leif Lickinger, with over 30 years of experience helping clients navigate their financial journeys, and Lori Garwood, bringing more than 25 years of investment expertise to the table. Together, Lee and Lori are committed to helping you achieve your financial goals, and supporting them is Tina Marbaugh, administrative assistant, who has 4.5 years of experience in the investment field. Call us today, 260-368-9939 to schedule your consultation. FM Investment Services, experience you can trust, advice you can count on.
Cooper Farms raises turkeys, hogs, and chickens for table eggs, using innovative, sustainable practices that protect our land, our water, and our animals. With over 2,500 team members and around 450 contract family farmers, we produce the highest quality essential food ingredients and products. Our family shares this legacy of stewardship with families, team members, our customers, and the community.
Here at the local Keystone Energy office in Monroe, our drivers, service technicians, administrative assistants, and sales staff are centered on you. We work hard to meet your energy needs with superior products and exceptional service.
We are here to lead with purpose, serve with impact, grow responsibly with our local community, embrace our roots and humble beginnings.
Keystone Cooperative Monroe team is centered on you.
Take charge of your finances with Financial Partners. FCU's You Choose Rewards credit card options. Choose a fixed rate card with an APR as low as 8.00% for consistent payments. Need a fresh start with credit? The Premier card offers a fixed 13.99% APR. Both require credit approval. Apply today at financialpartnersfcu.org. Financial Partners FCU. Member NCUA. Equal housing lender.
Leaky Farms Trucking, LLC is located outside of Berne, Indiana. Leaky Farms Trucking specializes in the transportation of ag and general commodities with a wide range of dump, belt, hopper, dry, van, refrigerated, tanker, and flatbed trailers. We would like to wish good luck to all 4-H'ers in the fair this year. Give John or Ted a call for any of your upcoming transportation needs. John at 260-525-4748 and Ted at 260-849-0770.
Partnerships thrive, integrity leads the way, and dedication meets innovation. Tried and true. Trueland Equipment. We have the tools and services you need to work the land. A John Deere provider with a broad inventory, assisting you in service and technical support. We respond to your concerns quickly. For all your equipment needs, choose Trueland Equipment, where provider means partner.
Ms. Lehman Realtors and Auctioneers have been serving this great community since 1960.
We are here to help you through all stages of life.
From commercial properties
to auctions
to farmland and equipment
and owning your first home.
We have the expertise and experience you can count on.
Visit us in person or online at mslehman.com.
Any brand, any color. You break it, we'll fix it. Nussbaum Mechanical is located just north of Berne, along with over 175 years of combined service in the field. Nussbaum Mechanical offers a wide range of rental equipment and attachments. If you're looking to upgrade your equipment or starting from scratch, whether it's new or used, they can help to find the right machine for you. Stop and see the full line of Gale and Manitou equipment with leasing and financing options available, along with a full line of Manitou parts and attachments. Call 260-589-3802 to find out what we have to offer.
Krukenberg Auction and Realty of Decatur is dedicated to providing you with a grand auction experience. Their stellar team has over 100 years of combined listing and sales experience, specializing in auctioning homes, personal property, land, farms, equipment, antiques, and business liquidations. Licensed in Indiana and Ohio, call Krukenberg Auction and Realty at 724-7402 or stop by 1030 South 13th Street in Decatur. Make the best choice by making Krukenberg Auction and Realty your first choice for a grand auction and realty experience.
At Swiss Village, our mission is simple: pursuing life together. Every day, we create a community where life is full, active, and meaningful. Here, neighbors become friends, team members feel like family, and every moment matters. Whether you're searching for a vibrant place to live or a rewarding place to work, you'll find it here at Swiss Village. Swiss Village, pursuing life together. Learn more at swissvillage.org.
Passion. It's inside the barn at 5 a.m. It's dirty boots, calloused hands, and the energy to keep going. Passion is every step, again and again. Passion. It's giving it the best you've got. It's hard work that pays off. Show right. Feed your passion.
Do you need repairs done on your farm equipment or grain handling equipment? Maybe you need steps or a railing made, livestock gates, or your wife's favorite chair. Ironclad Metalworks is who you need. We specialize in agribusiness welding and fabricating. We have the skills you need to get the job done correctly, from existing equipment repairs to new fabrications. No project is too big or too small. We can do it all. Do you have an idea but can't seem to bring it to life? Stop by and let us help you make your ideas a reality. Come see us at 620 Berne Street in Berne or call 260-525-0471.
Sharing happiness, displaying confidence, and promoting health. Your smile does a lot for you.
And at Riverstone Dental, we make smiles happen.
Across 2 locations at Riverstone Dental, our compassionate dentists and caring staff provides unparalleled care to patients of all ages. Using the latest technology and procedures, we offer an extensive list of general dentistry services. Whether you're stopping in for your routine cleaning and checkup, or you need restorative care, including implants, crowns, bridges, and more, we'll provide quick, comfortable care. Additionally, we perform orthodontic procedures as well. With traditional metal braces or the convenient Invisalign system, we can help you perfect your beautiful smile. Riverstone Dental, We make smiles happen.
All right, well, we've got our first class of junior showmanship headed in the ring, and we'll get to some of those kids in a second, maybe walking you through who's in this heat first. But before we get to all of that, we have one of our judges this evening, Miss McKenna Sabansky. I would love to hear your perspective of what you've seen so far tonight, and then maybe what you're looking for and looking to as we start showmanship.
Yes, absolutely. So I have judged alongside Colton, well, maybe in a different role for the most part. He has been my judging coach for about 8 years of my life before I went to college. And when I went off to college, he said, you know what, I think it's about time you come back and you start judging some shows with me. So I have only done cattle shows alongside him, but I'm getting ready to do my first couple of pig shows. That's what I grew up showing. It's what I know the most. But I have only done cattle shows alongside him, and I can honestly say that this is one of the best shows that we have done together. It has been absolutely incredible. The kids have been great. The ring help has been great, and my expectations have been blown out of the water. This is the first time that I have done any sort of dairy beef or dairy steers with him. We have only done beef up to this point, but I can honestly say that it's been a very enjoyable experience. It's something new. It's something that I haven't done before and I'm not experienced in, but it's been something that has been very enjoyable.
Yeah, that's awesome. I guess maybe you can even speak to more of your experience. I know we read our bio, or your bio, for a bunch of our viewers, but maybe you can touch on how your previous experience judging your kind of career has maybe led to you starting judging county fairs and things like that now.
Yes. So I was in the 5th grade at Cherubusco Elementary School when my other judging coach, the one who works alongside Colton, Trina Keener, actually came to me and said, hey, I know you're super young, but we would love to have you on the judging team. And so from then on, it was like guns a-blazing. Judging was my thing. I didn't do sports after that. I really didn't get involved with anything except 4-H, FFA, and livestock judging, because as soon as I started livestock judging, I fell in love with it, and it was all I wanted to do. So I was on the Cherubusco livestock judging team from 5th grade until I graduated high school. In my time there, we won the North American International Livestock Expo. We won Denver, or the National Western, that's in Denver, Colorado, twice, and then the American Royal in Kansas City, Missouri, one time. And when we won Nail, we even got to judge internationally in Scotland at the Royal Highland Show over there. So that led into, collegiate livestock judging. And when you're involved in livestock judging in high school, it's always a dream and a hope of, I hope a junior college coach calls me and wants to recruit on me, and so that I can go judge there in junior college. And that's exactly what happened. I was fortunate enough to have a couple junior college coaches call me, and I actually decided to go to Tonkawa, Oklahoma, which is 13 and a half hours from home, for my first 2 years. And I was on the livestock judging team there. I did win Houston this last March, and I was a junior college All-American for livestock judging. And then in the fall, I will be judging at Oklahoma State University.
Which is awesome. I mean, as we looked through some of those lists of the accomplishments, we tried our best to explain just how high of an honor some of those are. I mean, I remember one of the first things we said kind of as you guys came out and we read it, we're like, you know what? If you can't translate that and you don't know what that means, it translates it to they know their stuff. And so
Yes.
It's been really fun to watch you guys sort through these. But we'll take a second here and see what Colton has to say about the showmanship class.
Somebody that is confident at the end of the halter, extends their arm, has a good posture. Some of them I talked about tucking their elbow down and pointing more towards the ground instead of the side. And then just feet placement have got to be placed right. I think, all 6 of them do a really nice job. The 3 that I pulled out here side by side will return back to our final. If you would, Lo, let's go ahead and congratulate all of them on a job well done.
Looks like here he's got 3 that he pulled out for this heat of junior, and we have another heat coming in, and then we'll get a final junior showmanship. But we'll get back here talking. Maybe you can speak a little bit to also your experience here. I know you kind of mentioned that we know Adams County is kind of unique, and it's super fun that those of us who have grown up here maybe don't realize how unique of an experience it is to have the kind of quality and the numbers that we do. But looking forward past that now into showmanship, what are some of the key things that you know that maybe Colton's kind of looking for, and what were you guys maybe watching for throughout the show so far?
Yes, so I have always said this, even growing up, I was told this by my parents, but showmanship starts from the very moment that you enter the ring. It's not just all of the sudden, hey, showmanship class is in, I'm going to decide to be a good showman. Showmanship starts from the moment that you walk in with your first animal, from the moment that you go into showmanship for your very last time. Believe it or not, we are watching the entire time that you are in the ring, and we remember the things that happen. We remember that you've been consistent. We remember that you've kept your animal calm. We remember that you've been calm, cool, and collected the whole time. So I would say, like, my biggest piece of advice to other people listening is if you are going into the ring, it is like you're going into showmanship each and every single time, because believe me, the judge does watch and they will remember. But I would say the biggest thing that is different from what happened earlier, what we were judging earlier to now, is obviously earlier was all about the animal, and now it is truly about the kids. And I can't imagine how difficult of a time he's been having out there, because we've had quite a few good showmen come in today. But, you know, I know that he's going to look for somebody who stays calm, cool, and collected, who stays in control of their animal the whole time, and kind of them and their animal work as a team and work together in a sense, rather than, you know, having an animal that gets flustered or a kid that gets flustered because their animal's not working too well. It's okay to have an animal that gets flustered, but the way you handle that situation and the way that you guys use teamwork to come back from that is a big, big part of showmanship as well.
Yeah, I don't know. One of the things we kind of discussed, and maybe you can touch on this a little bit too, is that when you get a calf in a new environment like this that they may not be comfortable with,
yes,
even the ones who have been worked with hours upon hours upon hours might get a little freaked out.
Yes.
And this is just, it's a new thing for them. And so regardless of how much time you put in, sometimes they just don't want to act right on show day. And
Absolutely.
so it's all about how you keep yourself composed. It's how you kind of control yourself and your animal when they're wanting to maybe get a little excited. And
oh, for sure, yes.
So kind of going into, we've got juniors in right now. If there is maybe just a piece of advice that you could speak to them, and then we'll get maybe down into some of the seniors, but specifically with juniors, since there's different levels, what are some of the key things that he might be looking for that might be different in like an intermediate or a senior?
Yes, for sure. I would say one of the things that he is probably looking for the most is making sure that you always know where he's at and you are positioned correctly to know where he's at, be attentive to him and his moving and eye contact, as well as when you're on the standstill, making sure that your spacing is correct and that your animal is always set up. I know he has a young man who, I almost called him a little boy, he's not too young anymore, but a young man that shows for him and his family, and they do the cattle thing all together, and he's recently started showing pigs, so I'm excited about that. But the one thing that he always tells him is, like, no matter what you do, you will not, if you have the best eye contact, if you are the most collected, if you have the best spacing, you will not get kept back in showmanship unless your animal is consistently set up. So I would say for these juniors, that's probably going to be one of the bigger things that he's looking for. Animal being set up, front feet are in line with one another, making sure that you are presenting the animal to the best of your ability. And then from there, once he has his group of juniors who are all doing the basics to the best of their ability, I would say from there he'll get into more of making sure that they are attentive to where he is at and the eye contact, but also staying cool, calm, and collected and that type of thing. So that's what I would say for the juniors for sure.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's kind of sorting through. We've got actually 3 really big groups here of juniors and then another couple big groups of intermediates. And I think it's funny, all of these students have the option to do showmanship. It is fully optional. They are not required. They all came up here, signed up their name, and wanted to be a part of it. And for me personally, I think that's a testament to the passion that they have for the project, yes, their desire to get better. Sure. I guess, is there anything you'd want to speak to as far as the importance of showmanship and that fact that all of them chose to be a part of this?
Yes. Showmanship was always my favorite growing up because I think every kid gets an equal opportunity in showmanship, and that is why it is so important. It is no longer about your animal. It is no longer about an animal in the ring that is better than yours or has more hair than yours or has been fed different feed than yours, and that's why the results of the animal are different. It is no longer about how that animal looks. All the pressure and the success, I guess, can fall back on your shoulders. It's about the time that you have put in with that animal, the way that you have paid attention to what the judge is looking for, and the way that you have bettered yourself to present that animal. And that's why I think showmanship is so, so important. Forget about the animal. It's no longer about the animal. It's more of a testament to you and your ability to show and the time and effort that you have put into it.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing like you said, it's no longer on the calf, it's on your shoulders.
Yes.
And maybe in my time, for some reason, I found such a relief in that.
Yes.
That it's mine. I can control how, when I walk in the ring, it's about me now. It's no longer about a calf. It's no longer a judge's opinion of the calf. So we'll hear what he has to say about this class.
That aren't getting kept back. Young man up front does a great job. Has a calf that just really wants to dance on him. Told him maybe give himself a little bit more space to pull forward. Maybe slow down a show stick on some others and a few other things to work on. But these 4 do a very nice job. All 7 of you do a good job. So let's go ahead and give them a nice round of applause too.
Awesome. Well, it looks like he's got another 4 pulled for junior. Looks like we're going to have a pretty big heat of one more, and then we'll pull a final junior showmanship to see who ends up in premier. But thank you, McKenna, so much for kind of sharing some of your thoughts with us and sharing so much of your time to be here with us today. I know I told somebody else earlier that the kind of feedback that you guys have been giving to each and every 4-H'er has been incredible. It's been valuable to them. You've taken time to really notice each of the members and give them a moment. And so I know us on this side of the bench really appreciate getting to see that out of a judge. So thank you guys.
We appreciate that you notice those things because we try our hardest. We know that those kids who may not be fortunate enough to place first in their class have worked just as hard as the ones who do place first, and they deserve some time and attention as well. So we are trying our best to make sure that everybody gets their fair shot, everybody gets seen, and everybody feels heard.
Yeah, and feedback's always crucial. I mean, especially if you're continuing to show the next year or going on to another one after this, whether it be state fair or whatnot, the feedback that you're getting from a judge now is only going to help you better prepare for that one.
Yes.
So it's been really awesome to see that, and I know we appreciate it here, but I know for sure the kids and the families appreciate that as well.
Yes.
So, yes. Again, thank you guys so much. We appreciate all of your time and effort today.
Thank you guys so much for having us.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Of course. Yeah, I was going to say, it's funny because they pretty much spend all day literally just listening to us talk about other people. So they like to hear from people themselves. I don't blame them. Yes. I don't blame them. Thank you. Of course, thank you.
So what heat we in here?
We are in heat number 3 right now of juniors. He pulled 3 students out of the first heat. I think it was 4 here at the second. And then we'll see how many he pulls from this one. And what I mean by pulling him out, he's pulling who will then be in essentially the grand drive of junior showmanship. Since there's so many students, instead of having all, it looks like nearly 30 of these junior students in at one time. Again, it goes back to what we just were talking about with McKenna, giving each student specific time and attention to each one of them. And so splitting them up into heats allows the judge to do that. And he gets to see each of their strengths and to pull what he feels is some of the best showmen in each of these divisions.
Yeah. And I'm sure a lot of things you guys were talking about is the 4-H'er keeping that calf calm. I mean, it's such a long day. Like we said, well, we were supposed to start at 3, but we initially started at 4:30.
A little over 5 hours already.
Yeah. And we got adults that are like tired and ready to go home, let alone these kids and the calves and the animals and stuff. And so, so trying to keep them calm, walk them. You want it to be natural. Remember, we talked about teamwork. Teamwork being, can they work with that animal and keep it calm the whole time? And that's a big thing. And, we've said this before and we're going to say it again. It didn't start last week or it didn't start this week. It had to start the minute they got that animal. They got to start working with them and keeping them calm and working with them. Now, if an animal acts up, it's not because the kid didn't work with it. It don't mean anything. Sometimes you just have an animal that's just stubborn.
I was going to say that's one of the things we touched on when kind of McKenna was up here is it doesn't matter how many hours sometimes you put in with a calf. It can just not want to work with you on a show day. And that's kind of, as we said earlier, maybe the nature of the beast. And it's just an entirely new environment for them. But I can truly say, so far, these kids have done incredible with some really rowdy, really tough calves, and so many of them have kept their composure. I mean, hate to joke that way. I don't think we've seen any tears today, which is a really good sign.
Well, what do we say? You never say anything until it's over with, right?
That's true.
And so, yeah, but we hope not, right?
Yeah, they've honestly all done really well so far. And just in his comments recently, if you heard him, Colton was just referencing that as juniors to have some of the attention and talent that they have. He's even more excited to see as we continue to grow some of the showmen that he saw earlier today, and he's excited to see them this afternoon.
Yeah, and these students in here are grades 3 through 5. They're in the junior division. Okay. Once they win, so let's say they're a third grader and they won it last year as a third grader, then they're going to be bumped up to the intermediate. So once you win that division, you move up. But these kids are all 3 through 5. They either, this is the first year. Colton's going to get on the mic, so we're going to turn it over to Colton here.
Heat within this age group. Got to keep the 3 individuals that we pulled out just like we had before. Let's go ahead and give all of them a nice round of applause.
Heat 3 participants moving on. Heat 3, Hannah Adams, Ellie Beard, and Barrett Caffey.
Okay, so he really didn't talk much, and that's fine because we got a lot of heats going on here, and he's trying to move as quickly as
I was going to say, I think he's getting ready, maybe saving his comments here for when he gets the larger junior group back in.
Yeah.
They are all competing right now then for the banner sponsored by Steel Farms for junior showmanship. He's keeping the ones he just pulled from this third heat and pulling in those that he had from heat 1 and 2.
Right. And a lot of it, so he's giving these kids instructions. These kids, I mean, they're nervous. It's their first time, probably second time, maybe third time in the showmanship. They're trying to listen and trying to know where to go, and so they're just, and then there's a lot of things going into this, and so it's not easy, but showmanship is one of the neater part of the shows, I think, because the kids that work hard, they're going to get rewarded.
And we were just discussing with McKenna when you stepped off that it's at this point in the now when everybody's on an equal playing field.
Yeah.
It's no longer about the calf that you have. It's specifically on you and your ability to stay focused, to keep your eyes on the judge, to be aware of your surroundings and be aware of your calf at all times. And that's when it becomes exciting that it's really the most even playing field when you're here in the ring, which is a cool experience for these kids to have, especially as juniors, to handle that as well.
Yeah, for sure. So most of them you see in here, like, let's see, I'm looking here. Looks like they all have the show sticks. I mean, I know probably 10 years ago, you seen some of them, they didn't have a show stick. They just showed it without a show stick. Now it's become such a trend today that they're all showing it with the show stick. And, and that's just another tool to keep them calm, to help set their feet, because it's just another tool to use and try to help them out. So.
Yeah, and we were discussing, too, a big part of that is not only controlling your calf and being aware of yourself, but being aware of kind of how to use a show stick. If you've never done it before, it's kind of an awkward transition. How do you hold it? How do you use it? And use it in a way that's going to do its purpose of keeping your calf calm. It's kind of an awkward and hard thing to learn. And, I mean, so far it looks like, and I know I just keep saying it, but these juniors really kind of have it figured out. Mm-hmm. It's kind of really impressive to see this young, that they all seem this comfortable.
Well, I mean, look at this. I mean, we got 8, 10 of them, 12 of them, and they had 3 heats and 8. I mean, this shows the growth and the success of this program, the starter calf program here we have today, and what it's been like, and these students and it's been working hard, and can't be more proud of them and what the work and effort that they put into it. So showmanship's a lot of things. Some things that maybe you don't think about is cleanliness. Making sure here's the thing. So some of these animals, they showed at 4:30. They came in the ring at 4:30, maybe 5 o'clock, whatever it was, and now they have to stay clean for the last 5 hours, and they have to keep them clean, keep them show ready this whole time. So some of these calves been literally standing, and obviously the 4-H'er will get them something to drink or give them some food, whatever, but they got to keep them alert and stuff. These calves are like anything else. You ever had a calf or an animal fall asleep on the ring with you?
Yeah.
And, you're in the ring, and all of a sudden you look over and their eyes are fluttering. They're going to sleep on you because they're tired too. So they've had a long day. So, but.
It's fun. I haven't seen it really at all with this group, but I know in some of the years past, there's a couple members that they'll sing to their calves to help keep them awake. I know we talked earlier that maybe talking to the calves keeps them calm, and it's fun to see, especially kind of when they're young and figuring out what works for them and their calf, that there's some that kind of singing to them really works, and that's a cute, fun thing to witness.
Right. We just want to go through some of these sponsors again for the 4-H Beef Starter Calf Show. A&M Schaefer Farms, Adams Swine Farms, BNC Farms, Bath State Bank, Bloom Family, Bullenbacher Farms, Borney Farms, Creek Curve Farms, Deer Haven Farms, Double L Farms, Dr. Kent Lehman, Eddie O'Donnell, Farm Bureau Insurance Adams County, Financial Partners, Federal Credit Union, Helena, Craigville, KBL Transport, and Kelly Decatur Auto Mall.
We've got just a few more here that we'll go through while he's pulling his final list. We've got L&E Farms, Leakty Farms Trucking, Lauder Farms, Milan Center Feeding Grain, Mitchell Enterprises, Ms. Lehman, Mole Control, Monroe Livestock Auction, Nussbaum Mechanical, Rediger Farms, Rock and Boulder, Ron Furman, Shaneman Excavating, Steel Farms, TCB Livestock, and Tonner Precision Services. So thank you to all of those Adams County 4-H Beef and Starter Calf Show sponsors. You guys really made the last 2 evenings totally possible.
Something else to point out here, we have in our show here, you notice you have some dairy steers, you have some dairy cross, and then you have the beef steers. And the personalities and stuff is different. The care and the maintenance is different. Like, let's be honest, the dairy steers, they're not going to grow a lot of hair on them, and they're not going to do all that process. So they're going to slick them down and stuff. And so that's some of the things you see different with that. Where with the beef calves, they're trying to grow hair. They're going to try to grow hair with them and stuff like that. So they do a lot of things from blowing them, rinsing them, blow them, and trying to get that hair to grow. And like we're looking at the one here in front of us, it's got so much hair on its ear. It's amazing. It makes you wonder if it can hear it. Yeah, and so so it's kind of cool to see with that. So, and I know they mentioned they're just, like I said, they're just making them do different things and trying to get them around the ring to see, hey, how can they handle? How can they overcome obstacles? Because
how quickly can they get their calf set up too?
Yeah. That's one big thing with showmanship. How calm can you be under adversity? I mean, we've seen people win. Oh, here comes Colton.
Deserves to be pulled at their county fair out of their showmanship split. I want to pull them and give them that opportunity because I know sometimes, especially growing up or maybe getting into a project, maybe you don't compete as much, during the actual show, and showmanship's the one thing that you really get into. So I wanted to make sure everybody got a fair shake. These are your top 10 showmen within this age group. Let's give them all a very nice round of applause. With that said, I know the ring's a little tight, and I wanted everyone to get a chance to come back out that should. We're going to have a top 5 that we narrowed it down. We're going to walk them one more time. But right now, the calves that are lined up head to tail, we're going to dismiss them. They're your top 10 finalists, though. We'll rework our top 5. Let's give them a hand as they go ahead and exit the ring.
So it looks like he has went ahead and pulled again and separated his top 5 here for Junior, and he's going to kind of rework them around the ring and then releasing some of the other ones. But kind of taking some time to really pay attention and spend some time with those other top 5 that he wanted to go ahead and pull. So we'll let him do that and then kind of see his top 5 rankings for juniors.
for time's sake, we're going to keep moving. I know the kids are still setting up. I got a feeder calf that wants to be a little ornery, so I said let's just go ahead and take him to the front. I think, I know as a person that likes to help coach kids in showmanship, what drives me absolutely nuts and I get a little passionate about is when people get beat in showmanship and a judge doesn't tell them what to do better other than, hey, the other kid was just my type. I think that's baloney. You can tell I'm not too into it. So I'm going to give you my feedback on the 5. These 5 are darn good. Young lady up front in the block, we talked about you doing a really nice job. I think sometimes we need to stand off the front of that calf's head a little bit further so I can see you. Your elbow wants to come up on that show halter hand. You can drop that down and maybe take some bigger, longer strokes with your show stick. You're very calm, very collected, do a nice job. A young man there with the gold calf, done a really good job all day. We talked about side by side. Front feet are something you got to watch on that calf. He doesn't always want to maybe put them right where they need to go so they get a little off on you. I think we got to make sure feet are always on point. So always make sure to adjust those front feet and have them set up. I think that's one of the first things we got to work on. Young lady in the black, you do a real good job. One thing I would tell you is that instead of taking that show stick and using them to adjust your back feet, turn around and walk them into it. It's way more natural. The less you have to touch your feet, the better. So try not to use the show stick on those back feet, and I think that would help you. Young lady with the pink belt done a real nice job. I think sometimes I told you get off in front of that calf's face a little bit more so we can see you in front of that calf's face. And then sometimes make sure that we're real straight in lineup, but have done a really nice job all day. Young lady with the feeder calf up front, got one that wants to be ornery. I'll tell you, it takes a lot more talent to hang in there with one that's ornery than it does that one that just stands still. But for some reason, a lot of judges like one that stands still. I'll tell you, I like a lot of things about you. As you work the ring, you make sure that you're always set up. We probably need to work on our spacing. When we got a calf that wants to jump, we got to make sure that we're timing that out right, that we got plenty of space to pull up in line. Sometimes your feet get a little off, but you guys do a darn good job. So that's my quick feedback. Somebody's probably saying it's late. Let's get going. I'm not going to argue too much, but hey, we're going to start 5th. The last hand that I shake will be first. Let's give all of them a very nice round of applause. Check. These 2 young ladies have done a phenomenal job all day. 2 showmen that you can tell that they know what they're doing. They use the entire ring when they walk. They're usually good at making sure that their calf is set up the best that it needs to be. I think he gets real close, but there's one that hit me awfully hard. She's always been on her A game. Young lady that's going to be champion has the pink belt. Young lady in the black will be reserved.
Okay, your placings for junior showmanship. Your champion, Brinley Sturry. Thank you to Steel Farms for sponsoring the banner. Second place was Hazel Fox. Third place was Ellie Beard. Fourth place, Maverick Shear. And fifth place, Reagan Lofton. Congratulations, all junior showmanship participants.
So there you go. Spent some time, but man, talk about quality of the showman.
Yeah,
I mean,
especially those top 2 girls, and you could tell like he was clearly struggling picking between those 2. And honestly, I feel like that's a tough nearly impossible decision to try to make there. But yes, as they said, Brinley Sturry, she was your champion junior showman, and then Hazel Fox was reserve. Those two girls, and he mentioned the same thing, absolutely blew him out of the water all day. You're going to probably hear us mention that a few times now that we're in showmanship. It's, again, not about just this showmanship class. It's how they've handled themselves all day. And clearly those two girls made enough of an impression that come 5 hours later, he still remembers them.
Right. And for Brinley, her night's not over with. She gets to show in the premiere. And so in the premiere, the winner of premiere, they have an opportunity to represent the starter calf division. That would be Wednesday night. They show, 8 species? I forget.
Yeah. I was going to say she'll represent starter calves in Supreme Showmanship.
Yeah. And so what they'll do in a Supreme Showmanship, they show multiple species. And we'll get into that here in a little bit, talk about what all they're doing for that. But
wait here, I'll tell you who's in this intermediate heat. We've got 2 heats of intermediate. I'll read you through who's here in heat 1. Looks like we've got Kylie Rediger, Logan Beer, Carson Lehman, Hallie Schaefer, Brady Steiner, Kane Buchanan, Brody Fosnaugh, and Eli Neuenschwander. So that's our first heat. We've got 2 of intermediate. So this is about half of the kids that we'll see for this division.
Yeah, I was right. So there's 8 species. Wednesday night at 6 p.m. So all these students are vying. Obviously, they want to win their division, their age group. Then they want to win Premier. And then if they win Premier, 1 student will represent the starter calf. So Wednesday night at 6, and hopefully things work out. They'll be able to do a webcast here with that, so you'll be able to see that. But they'll do horse and pony, the poultry, the swine, the dairy, the sheep, the beef, the goats, and the starter calves. So they're going to do showmanship with that. And so they're going to compete against other students. So, like, for example, yesterday they had a sheep and the beef. They've already announced their winners. So, and then I think they already had the poultry as well yesterday.
I think goats was this morning as well.
Yep, goats this morning. So then tomorrow will be the swine, and then Wednesday morning is the dairy. Let's see. I'm looking through our list here. Horse and ponies already competed. So a lot of these kids already know what they're doing, and if they've made it in that top 8. So that's a neat accomplishment to win or to compete in the Supreme Showmanship with that. So.
It's a unique experience, and they are all going to really get to, I guess, the 8 who will represent their species will then get to try out other species of showing. So they not only have to be a master of their own, but they have to be able to learn quickly and to learn other species that they're not really comfortable showing.
Right.
Most of them might only win or show in one of those 8 species. Sometimes you'll have some crossover of students who maybe show multiple and they have a comfortability there, but it's really all of them trying out 7 new things for the first time.
Right. Nope, exactly. And not only that, it depends on the judges. Every judge is going to be different that you have come do Supreme Showmanship, but sometimes they'll ask the students questions. And so not only do you got to know how to show that animal, you got to know some general information about the other species. And so here, these kids showing starter calves, some of them may never seen never showed a goat. Well, then they got to not only learn how to show a goat, they got to learn information about a goat. Just random facts. Like, for example, okay, here's a teacher moment. What's the meat called for goats? What do you call the meat of goats?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Guys, I'm failing my ag teacher test again.
Siobhan. Chevon. Siobhan. Siobhan.
Okay.
So that's the what meat goat's called. So, this random useless information probably.
No, I'm failing my ag teacher's test over here.
Yeah.
I'll hear about this for the next couple weeks, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. Well, don't feel bad. I had a student competing in some other showmanship earlier in different counties, and they missed the same question. So I was like, so maybe I'm failing.
Top of your mind, then?
Yeah, that's all right.
And maybe you need to go over your goat unit again?
Yeah. Or spend more time. Yeah. So, again, if it's cutting out, we apologize. We're doing the best with the camera and stuff. But he picked a couple of them to come back, and so we're gonna some of them are gonna leave, and some of them are gonna come back in another heat. So, how many heats did you say we have?
We have 2 here of intermediate. So these 4 kids will come back out. We'll do one more class, and then they'll come right back in.
No, we just, again, we can't thank Clint's been a trooper here working with us, but he got some newer equipment, some different things. But one of the things with that is the technology is it could be great at sometimes, but then sometimes it just gives you fits. And so Clint's been having a heck of a night trying to figure this out, trying to keep it so you guys can see the camera at all time and without cutting in and out. So if it's been cutting in and out, it's probably not you. And so poor Clint, he's been standing this whole time. And so we think by standing away that it's working. But puts his hand just right. Yeah, exactly. Maybe we'll give him some hangers to hold up or something like that, right? So he also mentioned the more I razz on him, the more viewers like that. So I've been failing to pick on him tonight, and so maybe I should
step it up.
Maybe I should have had him on the mic, asking him the random facts and see how he did.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like maybe we should have been giving Clint the random trivia questions on ag facts instead.
Well, he's going to try his knowledge, I think, and hopefully things work out. He'll be able to help with the swine show tomorrow, and I think
I was going to say, tune in tomorrow. I think it's 8 a.m. tomorrow. You'll get to hear all of Clint's swine knowledge. It'll be exciting. Definitely going to tune in for that.
I bet he knows where bacon comes from. So he's the most important thing, right? No, I was kidding. No, seriously, we just appreciate, especially the Berne Witness. I mean, I think we take that for granted here, that we are showing a live stream for viewers at home of this. And I know I've talked to numerous students. They like to go back and look throughout the year and watch their class again. So, okay, what did I, especially like showmanship, okay, what did I do? How can I improve? To
learn from.
Yeah, how many athletes or other people like that, they're watching old film and so it's the same thing. These kids are the same way. They want to see how they did. They want to see what they can improve on. Maybe they want to remember, hey, what did that judge say again I should do here? Or what did he say about my animal or what I should do? So, what's the biggest complaint? Oh, why didn't you do this when I was in high school?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it was my senior year was one of the first years Berne Witness started live casting the show. And I remember that it's such an incredible resource to have. Like, the second we got it, it was really, really cool and exciting. And so totally thank you guys for doing all of the work that it takes to make this happen. I know that the livestock showmen and their families and those watching online couldn't be more thankful to get to still be a part of it, even if you can't be here and in all the action.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to remember when we were in school, did they even have internet? I don't want to show our age, but yeah, I know. I remember too in college and going to get on the internet and little Macs and it's crazy. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, yeah. Well, these kids, when I tell them to push rewind on a tape, they're like, what are you talking about? A VHS tape? What's that? And so anyways.
I will say one that I didn't know. Somebody asked me a couple weeks ago what an 8-track tape was. I can say at 22, freshly 22, I had no idea how to answer that question.
Yeah, the film strips. I always liked being that student by the teacher and get to turn the film strip. Beep, turn, beep. That was always fun. And be able to do with that. So, again, technology is great when it wants to be, and we're going to hopefully get through this night without this total crashing. And I keep moving and hoping, sending some good things on here. So,
I was going to say, if you can't see, you can at least maybe hear. These are some of the kids in this second heat that we've got. We've got Danielle Adams, Oscar Selking, Hank Ringer, Sawyer Beard, Gentry Schaefer, Beth Colhagen, Connor Lehman, Ainsley Caffey, and Grayson Leakty. So, again, this is our second heat of intermediate. They already pulled a couple from the previous, and then they'll bring them back with the ones that he's pulling from this group to get a champion intermediate showman. So, just to give you an idea of who we've got here in the ring, just in case you can't see them.
Yeah, so intermediate is grades 6 through 8, unless they won the junior division in the last couple of years. So, again, if, say last year they were a third grader and they won junior division, then they moved up, or fourth grader. Now, automatically, once you're in sixth grade, you move up. So you move up with your age group. And so he's going through his results right now. So let me turn Colton on.
out on showmanship. I think they definitely deserve a nice round of applause, too.
Those participants advancing on out of Heat 2. Sawyer Beard, Gentry Schaefer, Connor Lehman, Ainsley Caffey. They'll be joined by the participants out of Heat 1 that are moving on. Logan Bear, Carson Lehman, Hallie Schaefer, and Eli Nunswander. Ready to select the intermediate showmanship winner.
So here we go. So hopefully you heard who's the competitors in this one for the intermediate showmanship here.
I was going to say, just looking down the line, it looks like we've got here Gentry Schaefer, Ainsley Caffey, Sawyer Beard, Connor Lehman, Carson Lehman, Addie Schaefer, Eli Neuenschwander.
Not Addie Schaefer. Come on now.
Hallie Schaefer.
Yeah.
Schaefer girl. Eli Neuenschwander and then
Schaefer
Logan Beard.
girls. Both the Schaefer
Yep,
girls.
both the twins. So that's who we've got in here right now for intermediate showmanship.
Again, get back to that sibling rivalry and some cousins in here. And
yeah, it looks like we've got a couple sets of siblings, too. At least we got 2 twin sisters and then a couple brothers, so we'll see how it goes.
Bragging rights. This is one of them things that you got to really know your animal and your strengths and its flaws. So, okay, so when the judge talked about your animal earlier in the day, and let's say they mentioned something about your animal, can you fix that come showmanship time and fix that flaw, and so the judge doesn't notice that flaw, and maybe make the judge second guess? It's like, man, I don't see that flaw I seen earlier. What's going on? Well, the showman did such a great job of hiding it or fixing that. So that's some things that with showmanship that's super cool.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know McKenna mentioned earlier, they're kind of looking, too, of what kind of feedback. I mean, throughout the show, he provided not only a little bit of feedback on the calves, but a little bit on the showman. He commended what he liked and maybe corrected some things that hopefully, now that they're in showmanship, they were paying attention during those classes when he gave them something, and he's going to look to see if they've implemented that and if they were really paying close attention to what he told them earlier.
Yeah, kind of the teacher moment. You teach the kids, you tell them and say, hey, do this, 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 and do they fix it? Do they change it? And that's what you're looking for here. Mm-hmm. He'll tell them maybe in the heat, or he'll tell them earlier in the day, do this, and then are they fixing it? Mm-hmm. Or they
and
just
even live, too. I mean, he just mentioned here in the junior division, we had a couple that he was provided some advice on, and you could see almost all of them immediately made those adjustments as he was speaking. Mm-hmm. And that plays a big part of it, too, that makes his decision harder when he sees them instantly taking his feedback. But it's also nice as a judge to know that they're taking that and they're implementing it and learning from it.
Yep. So every county is different. In our county, you could do showmanship multiple times, and even in Premier, I should say, or Supreme for Wednesday night. Some counties, once you win, you're done. But then even at the state competition, at the state fair, you try to win your species and then represent your species on the dirt. And if you don't know what the dirt is, the dirt is referred to as the Coliseum, the Pepsi Coliseum. I call it Pepsi Coliseum. I'm not sure what it's called today, but that's what we always called it, right?
I was going to say, I think it's got a new sponsor, but
probably does.
Still, the Pepsi Coliseum does.
But right, so then it's obviously it's a dirt floor, so it's a privilege and honor to be able to not only show your species, but looks like Colton's going to get on the mic here, so we're going to turn it over to Colton here.
Real nice big round of applause. Some of the cattle are getting a little tired. I'm sure like some of you ringside, so we'll try to be quick. Young lady up front in the red, that's a nice job. Calf wants to get a little rambunctious on you at times. We get a little close to the outside wall. Say when you're that first one, just be afraid of not getting stuck in the corner. that calf is a little tough to show. I appreciate that you stayed calm and collected. I think, though, your poise and presence and on the end of a show halter is real good. You walk, you stay in front of your calf, you hold your show stick comfortably. I really like that about you. Young lady second with the dairy feeder right in front of me. You've done a really consistent job. I think you and that calf stay really calm and collected together. I would say one thing is always know how we line up in the show ring, right? So just that beginning of not knowing side by side, and that's how we always start. Maybe one thing right there, watch your front feet at times. They want to get a little bit off on you, and so just watch your feet placement. Do a pretty good job there at the end of the halter. Young man that's third in the lineup, I think there's a lot of things that you do right. You get your feet placed right. I think you and that calf work together really well. You get a little close and choked up. I like that you grab close to that calf's face and keep control of it, but when you walk, you stay right beside its face usually, and you need to make sure that you get out in front of that one's head when you stand. Young man with a cowboy hat with the gold calf there. I think you do a nice job. I think one thing for me, you got to change how you utilize your show stick. You keep your elbow up. You need to drop that arm straight and keep most of the motion down in your wrist instead of up in your elbow and your shoulder, and maybe stand out in front of that calf a little bit more. The second boy in the cowboy hat, I think you do a really nice job as well. If I could tell you to do one thing is to get that elbow out of your side. I know that calf's head is heavy. Don't be afraid to step in, pick that head up, and then come back out with it. Same thing, your elbow is on your show stick. Just use your hand and your wrist to hold your show stick and keep your elbow off of it. Young lady with the red feeder down here, I think been very consistent, and you've done a nice job as well. I think you get that calf set up. For me, I like somebody that gets away from their head. I know you have the most control when you're right there, but step out in front of that calf if he'll let you, just so that whole front end doesn't look like a blob. When you get off his face, his front end looks a little bit more attractive as well. Young man that comes next here in the blue shirt, one that has intensity. And quite frankly, when you get to the end of a day, it's been long, we started a little bit late. If somebody can come out with some energy and intensity, I know I sure dang appreciate it because you bring some energy to the ring. With that said, make sure that you stand up straight. Make sure that you almost kind of have a little bit of a crouch with you. I would say stand up straight, get off the front end of your calf, and slow down on that stick. And then the young man here at the end of the lineup, you also do a nice job. Sometimes you get a little close to that face. I want you out in front. And if you can, maybe scratch on his chest. I think, I sound like a broken record of saying stand in front of your calf. So many people stand right beside their head. Their body gets hidden behind that calf's head. That calf's front end looks more blocky. Get off that calf's head and be a little bit cocky and arrogant, and that, quite frankly, will go a long ways in terms of confidence and getting the calf shown and just making you that much more competitive. So that's my quick feedback. We'll go out. We'll start with fifth, and then the last hand that we shake will be first. Let's give them one more nice big round of applause.
Your placings for the intermediate showmanship. Your champion is Connor Lehman. Thank you to Creek Curve Farm LLC for sponsoring the banner. Your second place is Logan Beer. Third place, Gentry Schaefer. Fourth place, Ainsley Caffey. And fifth place, Eli Neuenswander.
Man, what a competitive class. That's awesome. So let's go back and look at this list again.
I was going to say we'll work backwards here. Fifth, Eli Neuenschwander. Fourth, Ainsley Caffey. Third, Gentry Schaefer. Second, Logan Beer. First, Connor Lehman.
Yeah.
He was definitely between those final two,
Yeah.
struggling with kind of what he wanted to do, and he was looking it over, and probably it came down to a split-second thing, it looked like. So
Yeah. And I think I'd venture to say if you asked the judge, he would have said which one improved on what I told him to fix. And so he kept watching that. And, a lot of us is endurance, too, because you think about it. They were probably in that ring for 10 minutes.
Mm.
So they're working with that animal for 10 minutes.
After already going through an initial heat to earn the spot in that class, for sure.
And so then they got to keep themselves calm, and then these calves, they're animals. They have a mind of their own, and so looks like we have senior showmanship coming up here. This is grades 9 through 12, unless they won their intermediate last year.
Yes, I was going to say, it looks like we've got 2 heats of senior. Let's go through here the list of who we've got. It looks like we've got Gavin Gratz, Anna Ringer, Gabe Steiner, Lola Fiesel, Jonathan Borney, Ryan Beer, Max Adams, and Reagan Bolenbacher. That's our list for Heat 1 of senior. We've got a second heat, and then we'll see all of those winners. Well, I guess before we get there, then we'll go ahead and pick a senior winner from these 2 heats. But then we'll see all of the winners, plus some previous ones back for Premier Showmanship. So all of our junior winners are intermediate, and then whoever's here for senior, plus it looks like 5 returning showmen who have already either won senior or won the right to be in Premier so far.
That's crazy.
We'll see coming back, which that's a very big number for those of you who maybe kind of know the Premier Showmanship or how Supreme works here in Adams County. To have that many returning shows the quality of showmen that you have who have already earned that position and that, spot in Premier Showmanship. And so that's really awesome.
No, exactly right. And we've been talking about it all day. And here's the thing too. Some of these seniors, okay, they're high school students, right? So were they listening to the judge when he was doing critiques? That's a lot of things I see too.
Of like the junior and senior, intermediate.
Yeah, exactly. When the judges critique and say, "Hey, you're doing this," and if I'm in the back and I'm listening to the judge talk, I'm like, okay, I got to make sure I don't do that. I got to make sure I do this, and because the judge is going to be like, "Hey, I just told these younger kids not to do that, and now you're doing it. You didn't listen."
I was going to say, as a senior member, I think part of, I say the wisdom or just the experience of it is knowing that every judge is going to be different.
Yeah.
Every judge is going to look for something different, and so your job is not only to do your job, I should say, in getting your calf shown, but also to really watch for the nuances or maybe the preferences of that judge and really be able to match that with your showmanship style and to pay attention to those little things. For some judges, spacing and timing is extremely important. For others, it's eye contact.
Well, if you're watching them, so okay, right now they're walking around the ring. Okay, no big deal. He's going to line them up in a second. Now, do you stop quick enough behind the one in front of you to give yourself space because the calf's going to act up? Or do you get right behind the other one and then you got to go out and turn around and set up? And the judge they want it quick. They want you to set their feet. They want to get them set quick. And so knowing that, hey, the calf's right here, I'm going to stop right here, set them up, get them ready, and then that gives me space if my calf. So right now, so they're getting ready. He had a couple of them set up, and so are they working on their spacing? So here we go. Classic example. They're turning in here. Some of them, are they giving enough spacing and stuff like that? And so he's kind of watching what's going on.
And in a way, I think there's honestly kind of a strategy to it of making sure you're paying attention and you have a plan when you walk in the ring of knowing how far you need to stand, how far you need to give your calf space.
Yep.
Because every calf's different. Some of them you need a little more to walk, and I think that's also knowing and working with your calf to know.
Remember, you're showing off your animal to give the judge the best view. So the whole time you're here, you're trying to give them that best view. So you notice that if you see on the camera, like some of the legs are staggered in the back and some are square. That's just differences, the preferences, the judges. Watch the kids as they're walking around with that show stick, how they hold it. Judges mentioned, like, don't stand in front of that calf. I want to see the front of that calf. And if you're standing in front of it, you're blocking it. And like you said, it just makes it look like a big blob. So I want to be able to see that.
I think that also comes back to probably just an awareness of the judge and your spacing too.
Yep.
That's a big part of once you're, I guess, in these divisions and a little older, you have the ability to multitask in a way of not only watching and taking care of business for yourself, but watching the judge as well.
Yeah. It's interesting, too, the different judges. Like I haven't seen it yet, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but some judges, they'll go around asking students questions. They'll ask them, how much feed does your calf eat on a daily basis? They want to see, do the kids really know, or are they just going out there throwing feed to their animal because mom and dad said to, or are they actually learning it? They might ask them questions like, here I've been teasing you about facts. So he's going to narrow it down in the heat here. We're going to, as he kind of combines and reduces a few of them. But
looks like he's pulled 3 from this heat. We've got one more that he'll pull from as well.
Yeah. And nothing to take away from the ones out here. A lot of times the animal just doesn't cooperate. I mean, they've been out here 4 or 5 hours, and they could have worked countless hours, but the animal's done, and they're just not cooperating. And so that's what's frustrating for some of these kids. They work so hard, and they just can't get the animal to cooperate tonight. It's tired, it's fussy, whatever. Just something's going on. So. Yeah, that's what I like about this judge. Colton did a great job. He's talking to these kids right now. Like right now, if you're watching the game, he is telling the kids, hey, this is what you need to fix. So it's a learning.
Especially the ones he didn't keep. He's giving them the details of maybe why or what they can improve on.
Exactly. And how they can improve for next year. Hopefully the kids take it to heart. It's like, okay, it didn't work out today. That's all right. I'm going to improve and make it better next time. And that's what you want the kids to do is learn with that. And the ones that are pulled back, they still got to perform. They got to come back out here in another heat and do their job. So their job's not done and stuff. So,
Okay, it looks like here we'll read through who we've got in this next heat. We've got Charlie Bullenbacher, Kennedy Bullenbacher, Cooper Steele, Ellie Minnick, Brianna Sin, Addie Schaefer, Bo Colhagen, Erica Martin, and Camden Selking, as well as Lydia Bauman, also coming in for this second heat here of senior.
So while we're waiting, hopefully you've seen some of the commercials we've had. We just can't thank enough all the sponsors for the Berne Witness, what they've done. Not only for this week, as most of you know, the Berne Witness has been great about webcasting a lot of sports in the Adams County, Wells County, and so we're getting geared up. For some of you, maybe don't know that football's coming up soon. Probably less than a month. We're going to have football coming up here. And so Berne Witness does a great job of webcasting some of the games. I think they do the 3 county schools, and then I know at least Bluffton they do in Wells County and stuff. I'm not sure about Southern Wells or Norwell. But anyways, it's awesome. It's a great resource. But we just can't thank the sponsors enough for your support and allowing the Berne Witness to do this, because this is just such a great thing for our community and stuff like that. So just as we're going through here, wanted to obviously thank, we got in Adams County right now. You have the extension educators. We have and you listened and to Ashlyn Jackson. She's the 4-H youth development educator here. We had Brad Coigan. He's the Agriculture Natural Resource County Extension Director. He's the one that if you have questions maybe about plants or your yard or trees or different things, he's got the knowledge, and obviously he works with a lot of the farmers and the people in the community on that. And then you got your support staff in the office, Dusty Gibson and Misty Smitley. They just do a great job of helping out throughout the year. Truly, this is a year-long thing that they're going through and working on, and trying to improve and help the students out throughout the years and stuff. So a lot of things go into it. We just mentioned the 4 staff ones, but, man, all the volunteers and people that supported and have continued to support the 4-H program has been great.
Speaking of sponsors, we might as well take just a few moments to thank the sponsors of the showmanship banners. I know we mentioned earlier the junior showmanship was sponsored by Steel Farms, intermediate by Creek Curve Farms, LLC. And the seniors out here right now are vying for the banner sponsored by Nussbaum Mechanical. And then we'll pull all of those winners together, and the Premier Showmanship Award is sponsored by the Bloom family. So thank you to all of those sponsors who make the awards possible for our Showmanship Awards.
Kind of looks like he picked his top 3 for this heat. That's what I'm seeing right now. He's talking to the other ones. Again, that just shows a sign of a good judge to work with the kids and say, hey, here's what you need to do. Here's how you need to fix it and stuff. And so, I think he's going to share some things. But so looks like we got 6.
Yeah, I was going to say he pulled 3 from that first one, and then he's got 3 here. So he'll probably have those 3 stand right there where they are and bring back the other ones and go right into another heat. So kind of as we mentioned earlier, I mean, it's not only the stamina to last all day, but to do so many continuous classes like this. Some of these calves are going to be in the ring, especially these 3 that he just pulled. They were here for, nearly 10 minutes, and going to have to do it right over again, stay in the ring here. So it's a lot of stamina on the calves and the members for sure. But honestly, it's nothing compared to the stamina our judges had today. Between the 2 of them, they looked at 131 calves, and they've seen them probably all over again, seeing them out here in showmanship. And so they...
Well, what we had 40-some, 43 minis. They had to go through and stuff. And so
well over 200 calves, essentially, that they've kind of sat and sorted through and looked at. And so more credit to them. I know we kind of keep praising them, but that's the power of a good judge, that they're willing to see all of these calves and to still take the amount of time and effort to give each of these members a fair shot, to give each of them the attention that they deserve after being so much time. So,
yeah. He's really putting them through the ringer. He's just going through his. I mean, basically, in a sense, he's wanting to see. I don't want to say it wrong, but he wants to see him mess up. And what I mean is, he's got to somehow pick a winner. So he's got to see, okay, which member can go and not make a mistake and wear down and stuff. And so that's what he's doing. And so it's just a grueling process, but it's good for the kids and showing their work ethic and stuff. And they're poised.
Yeah, I was going to say he's really putting them in some situations where essentially they have to prove themselves.
Yeah.
He's making sure that whoever is going to walk out of here, specifically with the senior showmanship banner, but clearly that's kind of been his goal all night, is to make sure whoever walks out with that banner has proven that they've earned it.
Mm-hmm.
They have given them every opportunity and given every member an opportunity to learn, to grow, and put themselves back in contention, too. We've seen that even just in the first couple of classes of showmanship. So it's, again, another quality of a great judge. And so it's a blessing that these kids hopefully are able to recognize how beneficial that this is going to be to them, not only this evening as those who are able to kind of come back and learn next year from it, but that they'll be able to take that with them for sure.
And grow and learn. And then we talked about that, these kids, so they're high school, 5-10 years from now, they are going to be the mentors, 15, 20 years from now, they're going to have kids in 4-H, so they're going to have to teach, it's just a big, nice circle to come around. And
there's a couple of them out here already have essentially other 4-Hers coming alongside underneath them who they're helping, they're guiding, helping them find or purchase calves. Maybe some of these students are even becoming breeders themselves and working to get 4-Hers accessible calves.
Some of these students, they go around and, like in the summertime, they'll help, like with cattle specifically. They're working for farmers. They're loading up cattle and they're sending them different places. They take them to auction. They take them to other farms, and so they're around cattle. They're throughout the whole day of the summer. Colton's getting ready to talk. Let's turn over Colton here.
Senior showmanship, or you go through showmanship and you just quite frankly hope that you get one kid, maybe two, that will be like, hey, showmanship was fun, that was a good time, it was actually enjoyable to sort through. What it makes this unique is that there's 6, and McKenna and I were talking, she's like, well, somebody's got to feel like they're out of the top 5 because they're 6, and I said, man, I don't think anybody should, because all 6 of these are darn good. You deserve to be in the final drive of senior showmanship here. I think you do a very good job. So here's just my quick feedback. Like I said, young men up front, I think you do a good job. Sometimes we get a calf that just wants to dance down, your feet get a little out of place. If you're going to be that first one up front, and I like that you lead, and you lead with some pace, don't have that front end ever so slightly pushed towards that corner. If anything, have it a little bit pulled towards me, because as I get to that very end, you're buried up in the corner. So just one small thing for me that I'd say to work on, maybe watch that your elbow doesn't drop into your rib cage a little bit. Young lady right behind him, I think you do a nice job. Obviously working with a little bit of an injury there, but pulled through. I think that's pretty dang impressive. I think you've done a really good job of staying calm and collected with that calf. You have a really good demeanor. Watch those back feet. We got set up here head to tail, have the back feet the opposite way. I'm notorious for looking at a kid, looking at what I want them to fix, looking back at the kid, looking back at what I want them to fix to try to give you a hint. So make sure we really pay attention to our feet. Young lady here in the striped shirt, do a really good job. I like your presence. You have some style at the end of the halter. A couple small things for me, just nitpicky. Keep a close fist on that halter in case that calf goes to pull away. You got a little bit of a stronger grip. When we walk around the ring, try to move with a little bit more of a faster pace, just because we don't want to get so far behind. Got a nice calm calf. Make sure if we can, try to go a little faster. Also, cattle are tired, so I understand that. Young lady in the purple, I think, McKenna and I talked, we're like, man, like she's trying to whoop on them out here. You can tell with your intensity and your gaze that you're competitive. I love people that are competitive. Coach a livestock judging team. If you don't have some drive and some grit, I don't think you're going to last and maybe go too far in life. And you have a lot of grit, I can tell. Like that about you. As I walk around the front, I know that you're trying to get those feet set. did a really good job of recovering when your calf wanted to go lay down you. But keep an eye on me even as you focus on those feet, because sometimes if you lose track of where that judge is at, it's just a nitpicky thing, but work on that. Young lady in the blue did a really good job, calm and collected. Get off in front of that calf maybe a little bit more, but I like your just poise and confidence and the ability to work well with that calf. Young man here did a nice job in your split. Told you, I said, come back out and just relax a little bit more. I feel like you came back out and relaxed, which is good. At times, though, we still got to work on that posture on the end of the show stick. It seems like your shoulders want to drop and your elbow wants to get a little close to you. So maybe stand up straight a little bit more and get out in front of that calf. But like I said, that's just my feedback. You can tell me I'm crazy, but I absolutely love sport and showmanship. We're going to get you a top 6 here in this case. We'll start with 6. We'll work our way up, 5th, 4th, and onwards. The top 2 are awfully competitive. We may get down just to those 2 and have them walk. We'll see. But if you would, like I said, we'll start from the bottom. Last hand we shake will be first. Give them one big round of applause. It's a good thing that I'm probably not mic'd up, because sometimes our side conversations are interesting, but quite frankly, the summary of it is you're both really darn good. And so I think it's it's extremely challenging. I know if I was on your shoes or in your shoes, you want to win. I can tell both of you want to win, and I'm going to make somebody upset, and I don't love that. Young man up front do a great job. Probably stuck that pose a little bit faster. Maybe you don't have quite the intensity as lady behind you. Young lady, you have that intensity, that gaze. Calf wants to be a little challenging, but you stay super collected. I think it's darn close. For me, there's one that's probably just been a little quicker to the get-go. That's the young man up front. He'll be champion. Young lady will be reserve.
Your senior showmanship champion is Cooper Steele. Thank you to Nussbaum Mechanical for sponsoring the banner. Second place was Lola Fiesel, Lydia Bauman, Max Adams, Reagan Bullenbacher, and Brianna Sin.
Wow, there we go.
Yeah, I was going to say we'll go backwards quick through the top 6, really. 6th, Brianna Sin. 5th, Reagan Bullenbacher. 5th, Max Adams. Or 4th, sorry. 3rd, Lydia Bauman. 2nd, Lola Fiesel. And then 1st, Cooper Steele. And looks like they are all coming right back in. We've got Premier. So those that are returning, you'll see coming through. We've got Lindsay Lefevre, Allison Gilbert, Caitlin Borney, Connor Lehman, Kale Beer, Clay Beer. And then it looks like we've got our junior winner here.
Cooper Steele will be back.
And then Cooper Steele will be back.
And then, yeah.
So Brinley Sturry, our junior winner,
right.
walking in right now, and Cooper making his way back in.
So just so you understand, like Lefevre, Gilbert, Borney, and Kay, the 2 Beer boys, they have already won senior. So last year, the year before, whatever it was, they won senior division. So they are automatically qualified in premium, and so that means they're in the premium division until they're done.
I was going to say they're automatically kind of in that running, and then the 3 new winners, which we saw, Brindley Sturry in junior, Connor Lehman in intermediate, and then Cooper Steele in senior, essentially join those ranks.
Like in this heat, Miss Lefevre is the only one that's going to be graduating, right?
I was going to say, yeah, she's the only 10-year member.
Right. So then that means the rest of them, obviously Brindley Sturry, she's going to move up to intermediate, and then Connor is going to, he's going to move to senior because of his age and because of success factor. And then like Cooper today, he's automatically going to be premier. So the ones that have won premier, obviously they were good in the past to be in premier, and so that says a lot. And so he's gonna. It's been a really good competition here tonight with the showmanship. These kids have worked hard. He was just talking about breaking. Like Lola Fiesel just got second place. She's probably going back and think, man, what did I do? What can I do? But hopefully she can say, you know what, I worked hard. It just wasn't my night.
Well, and hopefully she's encouraged, too, of how tough of a decision it was for him.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly it wasn't an easy thing for him, well, either of the judges really, to provide input and decide. And so that's simply a credit to her. And like you said, the intensity, and you can tell just a passion. There's something when she shows, you can tell she's in it.
Yeah.
She's focused, she's locked in, and that's an incredible trait. And so it'll definitely suit her well kind of coming back next year to be able to maybe even spend more time just practicing in different environments with that calf. And
maybe fuel her fire to say, hey, I'm going to spend an extra 5 minutes or whatever it is. Not that she didn't spend time, don't take us wrong, but maybe, just a few extra minutes or maybe, who knows? I heard this other day, go and watch other state and national shows and showmanship. Listen to these judges and say, okay, what are they saying? What are they doing? I mean, yes, we got great educators and people, volunteers in the 4-H in our Adams County, but there's nothing wrong with going out and watching these state and national shows and learning, hey, what are they saying? How should I do? Or what are some training techniques? Or what are some tips I need to do to learn and grow in my craft? And that's what they're essentially doing. We're working hard on this. So it could be interesting here. These calves are already getting tired and restless. I mean, it's been a long day for them.
I was going to say we've got 8 in the ring right now, which is it's a kind of a packed area, and they're moving and grooving a lot because these calves are just getting tired.
Yeah. And if you're still with us online, we appreciate you sticking around this whole time, especially for showmanship. Some people maybe don't see the value and importance of it, but hopefully you see that this showmanship is such a neat thing for the kids, and this showcase themselves and all the hard work they've been into it. And that's not to say the ones that didn't do showman don't get us wrong, but they all do. But at the end of the day, you can only have one winner. And so we're going to have a premier showman. So he's going to pick I would imagine he'll probably do top 5 like he's been doing, but they're just concerned about the first and second because the first place premier winner will compete Wednesday night. We mentioned this Wednesday night for the Supreme Showmanship. They're vying for the best showman in Adams County this year with that. And so, like we mentioned, they get to show horse and pony. They get to show poultry, swine, dairy, sheep, beef, goats, starter calves. So they get to show all them species and show what they've learned and stuff like that. So that's kind of cool. It's a neat thing. So if you get some time and you're not doing anything Wednesday night at 7, get on and listen and watch and hopefully see some things and support these kids. So, of course, we'd love to have you here in person and supporting the 4-H. Food's been great. Ice cream. What was your favorite ice cream you've had so far?
I have to say, I think it was the first Saturdays they had red raspberry and black raspberry. Have to say that's been a top favorite so far. But we'll see. I haven't looked ahead to see what's for the rest of the week, but it's always a highlight for sure. Yeah,
they do a good job. Looks like Colton's going to get on the mic here. We're going to turn it over to Colton and see what he's got to say here.
McKenna and I always like to keep a pretty open chat as we go through things, and there's some individuals that came in to this final drive and we go, well, we wondered where they were, and obviously they stuck around to come out here for the Showman and Showman, and I know that this county has some really good showmen, so this lineup, obviously you've succeeded at some point in time, and it quite frankly shows, even from the youngest showman out here, who quite frankly is probably pushing towards the very top end of this lineup, does a heck of a good job. I have 2 nieces that are almost your age, and I hope that they are just like you when they start showing, because you do an awesome, phenomenal job and are right at the top end in this lineup. And so that said, I'm never afraid to use somebody that's a younger showman. I absolutely despise when showmanship judges go off of somebody that's older because they think they deserve the chance. And that's not really how I like to roll personally. I think that there's, quite frankly, though, and I'm not going to hide my cards too much, 3 individuals that between McKenna and I haven't narrowed down to. Be the young lady up front at the beginning of the lineup, the young lady that's right behind her, and the young man that's at the very end of this lineup. Those are our top 3, but I'm taking nothing away from the rest of them because you guys have all done a phenomenal job. So it gets awfully darn close. I think there's one individual that has maybe had their feet set just a little bit better, but has a few bumps along the way in terms of coming in and a couple other things in terms of spacing. And there's one individual that I think has been super, super consistent. Maybe he doesn't have as much presence at times as some of the other ones, but man, does a really nice job too. So with that said, we'll go out, we'll choose your reserve champion overall showman first, and then the last person that we shake will be your champion overall showman. It's been a very long day. These kids deserve a round of applause. Thank you for the opportunity to come out.
Your champion, Premier Showmanship, is Cooper Steele. Congratulations, Cooper. Award is sponsored by Bloom Family.
Well, so, Mary, then we wrap it up. We're going to wrap it up here. Again, the Premier Showman was Cooper Steele, and Allison Gilbert was the runner-up. So Cooper has the chance to represent